What is up? Welcome to the best of the Monty Show. So we're off snowboarding and enjoying real Mexican food in SoCal with the Fam Bam, but you're still getting great content right here on the Monty Show. And first of all, I just want to say, awesome job. You guys support this show and all of our sponsors, including The Advocates. Check them out online right now at theadvocates.com. When you've been in a car accident or you've been injured in a wreck, you know you're scared. You're not yourself. You're not 100%. You need somebody who's going to do the thinking and the fighting for you. That's why you go to theadvocates.com. You never pay a consultation fee. You never pay any of those big retainers. No, in fact, you don't pay the advocates until they win your case at theadvocates.com. Let's talk about the biggest stories in sports this year right here in Utah. And there's no doubt Donovan Mitchell was one of the biggest stories in sports. When his trade happened, it took a long time for it to happen. We knew it was coming. We were out in front on that story here at the Monty Show. So we want to start our first segment of the best stories of the year of 2022 with Will Donovan Mitchell. Is it done? Is he gone? Is he a Knick? Here's that segment right now, presented by The Advocates. Donovan Mitchell to the New York Knicks. Is the deal done? Patrick Kinahan at the KSL Sports Zone said yesterday the deal was done. It would be announced momentarily. And we're all still waiting. That was at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, and nothing has happened. And as we've been telling you for about the last week, there have been some pretty consistent talks between the Knicks and the Utah Jazz. However, Utah Jazz CEO Danny Ainge, who's pulling all the strings for the Utah Jazz these days, has not come off of his very, very significant trade demands for Donovan Mitchell. By some accounts, he is asking for 6 draft picks. I have been able to confirm through sources around the NBA and at the Utah Jazz that Danny Ainge has not come off that mark. He wants 3 young players and a minimum of 6 draft picks. Now, as we reported yesterday on Twitter, it looks like things changed overnight on Wednesday night. I woke up to a text yesterday morning that said the Knicks were frustrated with the negotiations that had taken place. And then what do you know? We get a breakthrough late on Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And about midday yesterday, it came out that a deal was very close. Now, the latest is NBA sources are telling me that the Knicks and the Jazz have an agreement in place, basically a framework that says, hey, the Jazz are going to send Donovan Mitchell to the New York Knicks. The Jazz are going to have their pick of a veteran player to make the salaries work. Emmanuel Quickley and Grimes are supposedly in the deal, but there is a hang-up based on pick swaps and the number of picks the Knicks actually have to trade. From what I was told yesterday late in the afternoon, the Jazz and the Knicks are consulting with the NBA to get approval on the volume of picks and which picks are actually available for trade. Because if you don't know, each team has to have a minimum number of picks, and there is only a certain number of picks that you can trade of your own. So there are some questions about what the Knicks have, what the Knicks are able to move to get this trade done. That is an indication of how high the bar is when it comes to compensation for the Utah Jazz in exchange for Donovan Mitchell. And Jake, I think the bar should be very high because this is likely, you would hope, and I know that if this trade goes through, the Jazz have done it twice in about a 6-week period, but you would hope that this is the last trade of this magnitude in the next decade for the Jazz.
Yeah, hopefully. And I think that, if this trade is pulled off, it changes the market once again. And I'm just going to keep saying it. Danny Ainge is setting the bar in the league for trades. And it makes me almost start to wonder if you're in Brooklyn right now and you're in that situation, are you not waiting for this to go down? When I think about the Utah Jazz and where they are, yeah, hopefully it is the last trade that they make of this magnitude for the next decade. I hope that they're not in this type of position again. But that said, I just think that Danny Ainge has done a great job here. I think that Danny Ainge is in a perfect leverage point to be as stubborn as he'd like to be. And I think that, as we talked about yesterday, when you're negotiating and the person you're negotiating with gets a bit frustrated with you that you won't come off your price, patience is the key. And I think that's what we're seeing. Danny's not in a rush. The Utah Jazz are not in a hurry on any level. There's no pressure on them. There's no incentive to move quickly. So that's why I say, I just think they're handling this really well. And yeah, it seems to be that the question is Donovan Mitchell worth what Danny Ainge is asking? I'm going to keep saying it. It's not about whether Don's worth it or not. It's about what it's going to take to get him out of Utah and appease Danny Ainge. And that's what I think is the brilliance of this situation. Danny knows who he is, where the Utah Jazz are, and where he wants them to go. And that's to the top of the stack. And they clearly have a plan. And so I think if I was the New York Knicks, I don't know what I'd do, to be honest with you, because I could kind of see two routes I could go. I could wait and try to let the first half of the year play out and try to get a deadline deal done and hope that Don doesn't have some amazing year and maybe his trade value goes down a bit or something like that. Or if I'm the Knicks, and this would be my preferred way, I would, execute a deal. That's what I would do. You're the Knicks. You have to get better. You clearly believe Donovan Mitchell can take you to where you want to go. So I just think that right now, this transaction may or may not be holding up many other transactions because Danny Ainge has a propensity of setting the bar for trade value for players, it seems. So it's an interesting time, to say the least.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is abundantly clear here is Danny Ainge is not in a hurry here. And this goes back to the conversation we've had for the last probably 3 weeks about who has leverage and who is dictating the terms of this deal. And I will go back to what we have said for months and months now. The Utah Jazz are not in a hurry, or even, I don't think there's a sense of urgency to trade Donovan Mitchell. I don't think the Jazz are out shopping Donovan Mitchell. I will again rely on what Jazz sources have told me for months. The Jazz don't even want to trade Donovan Mitchell. But if you're going to roll up with 5 to 6 first-round picks, pick swaps, and 3 really good young players, the Jazz are going to listen. And if you want to make that deal, let's make that deal. That's what it's going to take to get Donovan Mitchell. But make no mistake here. This is a complex trade. It takes time to do a deal of this magnitude. I think this is a very different situation from what you're seeing in Brooklyn with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. You have a young star in Utah Jazz phenom, I would say, Donovan Mitchell, who is in demand around the league. There are 4 or 5 teams who would love to have Don. The problem is there's one team that can make this trade based on the assets we now know that it's going to take to get a deal done, and that's the New York Knicks. So if I'm Danny Ainge and I know that the Knicks are thirsty to make a Donovan Mitchell trade, why am I going to come off of my spot at all? And as we reported yesterday on this show, the Knicks voiced frustration to sources yesterday about Danny's unwillingness to budge. And I think that's why, if you're a Utah Jazz fan, you got to feel pretty good about Danny Ainge being at the top of the organization. Because why would you come off of what you're asking for when the Knicks are clearly willing to pay just about everything they have in draft capital to get Donovan Mitchell? And I do think, by the way, there is a lot of credence in this idea that the New York Knicks need a superstar. And I think Donovan Mitchell could be that guy. And I guess maybe, Jake, and I know we've talked about this ad nauseum as well, I think maybe this goes back to what you project Donovan Mitchell's top side to be. Because if you truly do believe that Donovan Mitchell is a guy, as I do, who can be a top 5 player in this league, I don't know why the Knicks wouldn't make this deal. But the question, and I think it's a big one, if you're the Knicks and you make a trade for Donovan Mitchell, does it make you a contender in the East?
Yeah, I think there's no other way around it. Like, no, right now I don't think that it makes you a contender in the East, mainly because you're sending guys out like Evan Fournier and Obi Toppin and quickly. Like those are the guys that are rumored to be in this deal. So I don't even think that saying that making this deal doesn't make you an Eastern Conference Finals contender, I don't think that's an indictment on Donovan Mitchell. What it's an indictment on is, all right, yeah, you're coming to get Donovan Mitchell, but what does that do for the rest of the roster? What does that do for the rest of your team? Like, does Don have anything to work with besides his own game at that point? I mean, okay, you've got Julius Randle, you've got RJ Barrett. Okay, sure, those 2 guys can definitely help you. I mean, obviously, for those of you who listen every day, you remember we had a pretty, heated, passionate discussion, I think it was Wednesday, about RJ Barrett, and what he looks like. So does Donovan Mitchell make you an Eastern Conference Finals contender? A contender, maybe, but I don't think we can say, yeah, definitely they're good enough to get there right away first season you have Donovan Mitchell. I think there's proving to do. I think that you got to show that you can, in the regular season, regularly beat teams like Philly and Toronto and Miami, like the contenders out east. You got to show that you're as good as those teams. So,
well, don't forget the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah,
too.
and being that the Minnesota Timberwolves play in the East now and not the West, I mean, you got to show that you can beat them. And by the way, they've got the best defender in the league.
And I think, wait, hang on. Hang on. Who's the bro that said it first? I think like Compass. Compass, our guy Compass, is like Minnesota in the East. That's my guy, Compass. Good to see you, bro. Man, what a story that was. The purgatory that was waiting for Donovan Mitchell to be traded. Well, on this show, all of our Utah Jazz and NBA talk is presented by our good friends at TryDayTrading.com. You want to hook the show up? You want to help us out? You love the show? Go watch the free no-obligation webinar at TryDayTrading.com. Talk about it all the time. Let's not make a New Year's resolution. Let's just get after having the best year possible in 2023 by becoming a prolific day trader. That's right. No matter if you want to do it full-time, no matter if you want to do it part-time, there's no excuse for you today not to be making as much as $1,000 a day day trading with TryDayTrading.com. They're going to show you how to do it. And the coolest part is, when you're ready to make actual day trades, you're going to do it with TryDayTrading.com's money, not your own money. And when you make money, they're going to give you 50% of the profit. But it all starts by watching the free no obligation webinar at TryDayTrading.com/Monty. Speaking of Donovan Mitchell and the biggest stories in sports this year, there's no doubt that the actual trade, when it went down, what a shocker that was. Do you remember when you heard about that? Where were you? Well, I was in my car. I was in the Audi jetting down Bangerter Highway. We zoomed home in the middle of the day, back to the Monty Show crib and the studio, and this is what we did. It's breaking news. Donovan Mitchell's been traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Hey, yo, man, we have breaking news. Donovan Mitchell has been traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah, you know what? Anytime something happens big in Salt Lake City sports, the Monty Show is where you go to react to that, and this is big without a doubt. The Utah Jazz and the Cleveland Cavaliers come together on a Donovan Mitchell deal, and the details of this particular trade are pretty significant. And I think the story behind the trade is significant as well. If you're just finding out about this, if you're just joining us on the show, Donovan Mitchell has been traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. They get 3 unprotected first-round picks. Now, these are the things that we're going to have to get into here. 25, 27, and 29, and pick swaps for 26 and 28. Along with the deal that they got from Minnesota, Danny Ainge has now picked up 13 unprotected or lightly protected draft picks through 2029, which is just an absolute mind-blowing number when you look at where the Jazz have been versus where they are now. So again, they're sending 3 unprotected first-round picks, 2025, 2027, 2029, pick swaps in 26 and 28. Colin Sexton is part of this deal in a sign and trade with the Utah Jazz. He signs a 4-year, $72 million deal. Achoyi Agbaji, who is their 2022 lottery pick in Cleveland, part of this deal, as is Lauri Markkanen. This is very reminiscent, almost identical, Jake, to what Danny Ainge did with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Do you like this deal?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I think that Danny is setting a foundation with this deal, and I think it needs to be said right now, until you make another deal or show us you're going to trade a bunch of these picks that you have, you're in full rebuild mode right now. Now, with that being said, you could easily turn this into a contending team by making more deals, and that's honestly what I think is going to happen. I think that, you've got the Bogdanovich Laker angle, the Conley Laker angle, and all of these picks to work with, and so I think we're just getting started. I think that what's really fascinating here, first of all, is Leon Rose deserves a lot of credit for not giving in from the Knicks and not doing a deal that he didn't like. He deserves a lot of credit for that, number one. Number two, I think it's really fascinating to see the fast pivot here. I mean, you've got reports that say the Knicks and the Jazz were kind of done on Monday after a deal was declined. And then Kobe Altman called Justin Zanuck, and they put a deal together. So really interesting to see how quickly things move, but I think it speaks to just how active the Utah Jazz have been. So do I like this deal? Yeah, I think it's a good first deal. I think that Donovan, it's going to be good for him. I'm sure that he'll thrive in Cleveland playing next to Evan Mobley and Darius Garland. And frankly, if I'm being honest, he has no more excuses not to win basketball games. It's just time. As far as the Jazz are concerned, I think the Jazz are, like I said, they're in a perfect place. And I'll just keep saying this. Danny Ainge is dominating the league as far as trades are concerned. Notice this is just another trade. We've got Royce O'Neal. We've got Rudy Gobert. Now we've got Donovan Mitchell. Right? You're three of your staples on what was this team. So I look forward and I say, hey, now it's time to work on Bogdanovich and Conley. What are you going to do with those two guys, and how can you leverage those? Is that just getting picks back? Is that just a basic trade, or are you part of something bigger? We'll see. But I think what I really like is that you're in the catbird seat once again with 13 unprotected and lightly protected picks. Over the course of the next, what did that be, 7 years? You've got a lot of flexibility here and a lot of ammunition to go out and build a team. So if you're a Utah Jazz fan today, I think that I wouldn't be doomsdaying it. I understand why you're surprised and shocked that we went from the Knicks to the Cavs. Totally get it. But at the same time, this is not a bad deal. I think this deal puts you in a good position to go and build a team, which is ultimately what Danny Ainge wants.
Yeah, I think this is an okay deal. I love that you got 3 unprotected first-round picks. We told you, dating back 6 weeks now, Danny Ainge set a price for Donovan Mitchell with the Knicks. It was 4 unprotected first-round picks, but he would likely take 3. And from what we were told this morning by NBA sources, Leon Rose was not willing to go to 3. And Danny Ainge did not want to pay Russell Westbrook's $47 million salary as part of this deal. That seems to be why Cleveland got back involved. And from what Adrian Wojnarowski at ESPN is reporting, Monday, Cody Altman at the Cleveland Cavaliers called back to Danny Ainge. And as I told you earlier, probably, 2 weeks ago now, Danny Ainge had said, we're not interested in trading Donovan Mitchell to Cleveland for Colin Sexton, head up in a sign and trade and 2 unprotected first-round picks. That's what Cleveland was offering at the time. Danny said no. Isaac Okoro was also not enough to entice Danny Ainge to move on that deal. And now you understand why. The Cavaliers came back, and as part of this deal, they send 3 unprotected first-round picks, 2 pick swaps. That part of this deal's a home run. Mm-hmm. It is the Lauri Markkanen, Colin Sexton part of this deal that I'm not in love with. I much more would have preferred if Danny Ainge would have made a deal with the Knicks, but it does not seem like Quentin Grimes was going to be available for that. If you could have gotten Obi Toppin, if you could have gotten, obviously IQ's one of those guys, Emmanuel Quickley's one of those guys that everybody coveted. But you got to, as you said, Jake, I think you got to tip your cap to Leon Rose, the boss of the Knicks, because he held out. Now, is this a win or a loss for the Knicks? I don't know. But what I do know is the Knicks didn't sell the farm to get Donovan Mitchell. And my God, Cleveland absolutely sold the farm to get Donovan Mitchell. And here's the biggest problem in Cleveland right now. This does not make Cleveland an odds-on favorite to win the Eastern Conference, in my opinion. I think when you look at what they have, they are dynamic. They are very good. Darius Garland is an incredible player. Donovan Mitchell, I think, is going to come out and have the season of his career. I am telling you that Donovan Mitchell is a top 5 talent in this league. The issue becomes their ability to defend, their ability to match up with teams like the Brooklyn Nets. How does Donovan Mitchell fit into a matchup with the Brooklyn Nets? Is Donovan Mitchell going to defend? Because now I think, and I don't know what you think, but I think Donovan Mitchell becomes a huge part of their success. And we have not seen him defend at a high level. And that's my biggest question about this for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Donovan, you're not in a small market anymore. You know what I mean? You're not in a market that is going to go easy on you. I think Cleveland's media market clearly has shown that it is willing to ask the tough question. And I think that Donovan Mitchell, like I said before, I think the time is now. I think the lights are as bright as they're going to be. And frankly, when I look at who you're playing with, I mean, you have Jared Allen as your rim protector, which is an interesting comparison to what you had in Rudy Gobert, because Jared Allen is much more mobile, but obviously a little bit smaller, right? And I think that you have a young team, a very athletic team, a team that likes to run up and down, and furthermore, a team that was already playoff bound. And so what's really interesting is how this trade will be remembered for Donovan Mitchell, because this is a team that was not NBA Finals good and certainly not a title contender, but were playoff good. So if I said to you, hey, an all-star, a three-time all-star is going to go to a team that was already playoff good.
That's right.
The expectation would be NBA Finals, right? I think we could all agree on that. So that's why I say this is the season of Donovan Mitchell's career. You're either gonna take the Cleveland Cavaliers to the promised land, or you're gonna be considered one of those guys that's pretty good but not great, kind of like Paul George or kind of like Jason Tatum right now. You know, guys that are really good but haven't won anything. Devin Booker. You know, so that's why I say we'll see how this pans out. I think it's a good deal. Like, it's not the best thing you could have done. It's not an A+. I would give it probably a solid B minus, somewhere in there. I like it, but I don't love it. I think it remains to be seen. I think it's got I'm going to do a lot more deals written all over it. When I look at this and I see 13 unprotected or lightly protected picks, that's currency, man. That's hey, I'm going to go out and I'm going to go and get talent. I'm going to go and now build a team in Utah that can be, NBA Finals good for 5 to 7 years. So if I'm a Jazz fan and I'm hearing this news and I'm watching the show right now, I think you should feel, obviously a little bit of shock because it's the Cavs, but I think so.
You got to be excited.
Yeah, you got to be excited. That's what I was getting ready to say. I think that you have to be excited about what your future is, because I would rather be in a position where maybe I'm not NBA Finals good and maybe I'm not even playoff good right now, but clearly the guy driving the car is taking us down the yellow brick road. And I think I'd rather be going that route than being a team that's first-round playoffs good and never had a chance to win a championship. So I like it. I don't love it. That's where I come down on it.
And apparently, when you look at this deal, Danny Ainge really prioritized the first-round picks in Agbaji in this deal. NBA sources are texting me as we're sitting here, and Danny really prioritized getting Ochai Agbaji in this deal to team with Walker Kessler. It'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. You look at the Utah Jazz salary cap, his two highest paid players are now Mike Conley and Bojan Bogdanovic. But if you look at the way that this roster has changed, Sexton, Markkanen, Beasley, Talon Horton-Tucker is another guy that comes to mind. Vanderbilt, Agbaji, Fontecchio, Walker Kessler that he got in the Minnesota trade. Mm-hmm. This is now a vastly different roster that the Utah Jazz have. And by the way, you don't have to hide or cower at the idea. This is now a full rebuild.
Yeah.
There is no doubt about that. This is absolutely a rebuild that the Utah Jazz have undertaken. And again, I like this deal. Agbaji's got to pan out for you. And I think Colin Sexton, the good news about Colin Sexton is this is now a prove-it contract for him, because this is not a lot of money for Colin Sexton. If you look at his salary number, he's looking at $16.7 million this first year. And the question then becomes, how much of this contract is he going to live out with the Jazz? Mm-hmm. I think that becomes a huge part of it. Again, Colin Sexton is involved in this deal. They acquire him and sign and trade with the Cleveland Cavaliers, a 4-year, $72 million deal as part of the Donovan Mitchell trade. Colin Sexton's a nice player. He is not Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
And the question is now on this roster for the Utah Jazz, do you have somebody who's the caliber of Donovan Mitchell or projects to be that? And I think, Jake, the answer is no.
Yeah, I think that Donovan Mitchell is obviously a superior talent to Colin Sexton, and I think that Colin Sexton is in a nice place in his career arc. And I think you have him under club control for $18 million a year, which breeds control, flexibility, the ability to go out and make the move you want. So I like it as well.
Yeah, talking about breaking news, we are live because Donovan Mitchell has been traded from the Utah Jazz to the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Monty Show presented by the Advocates Injury Attorneys. Check them out online at utahadvocates.com. This is a huge story. I mean, there is simply no other way to spin this. Without further ado, let's get your comments in here because I see a lot of people ripping on the Knicks here. I don't actually think that this is a situation where you go ripping on the Knicks. That's just my opinion.
It's not about it. It's not about like and look, part of me understand before we get in the comments, we're about to, but before we get into them, what I want to say is I get why we have people ripping the Knicks, but at the same time, I think we need to not divert and go down the easy path, which is, the Knicks suck or they didn't do this or that, or it's not about the Knicks, man. It's about the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Utah Jazz. It's that simple. And if you want to make it about the Knicks, I think that we need to say, hey, Leon did a nice job here. Leon was unwilling to give more than he wanted to give. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Business is business. So let's try to leave the Knicks out of it as much as we can and talk about the fact that the day that Utah Jazz fans have been waiting for seemingly all summer is here. And now we need to figure out how do you guys feel about it? What are the people saying?
Yeah, first up is Justin Salas, who gives us a $5 tip. Thanks, Justin. Good to see you. I think these picks are way better value. We all know Don is not staying in Cleveland, plus the swaps, Sexton's deal. It isn't horrible. It's not. It's a good trade. Make no mistake about it. I mean, Markkanen's going to be, obviously, Markkanen is a run-in Ute. He played at Utah. I mean, Lauri Markkanen's going to be here. I don't think there's any doubt that Agbaji's going to be here. I don't think there's any doubt that Colin Sexton's going to be here. The issue now becomes the value of these draft picks. Cleveland's going to be good. Is your 2025 draft pick really that valuable?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's a big question. And so when you look at these pick swaps, and you look at what they got in return here, I just don't know. I don't know if this deal is. And I'm measuring my words because I don't think the Cleveland Cavaliers are championship metal right now. I don't think they're better. Are they better than Boston? Certainly not. Are they better than Brooklyn? I do not think so. Are they better than Philly? Boy, now I think you're talking. But what if James Harden comes back and he's vintage?
I think the Cleveland Cavaliers have the athleticism to hang with all those teams, but what they don't have is the experience that those teams have. Donovan Mitchell hasn't been deep into the playoffs. Darius Garland hasn't been deep into the playoffs. Evan Mobley hasn't been deep into the playoffs, and that's the thing. I think what Cleveland is banking on with this trade is that Donovan Mitchell is going to take them farther, and Donovan Mitchell is going to be that true difference maker. So I will say, for all the people who hate on Don or don't believe in Don or whatever, well, now you're going to get your example. He's either gonna thrive and turn into a top 5 player in the league, and he's going to take Cleveland places, or it's going to fall flat on its face, and he's going to be regarded as way overrated, and this was a mistake by Cleveland. And that's literally what I think is on the line for Donovan. Because if this doesn't work out, that doesn't bode well for your reputation. And so I just think if I'm a betting man, I think Donovan's going to explode and he will climb the ladder and do all those great things. But I think for the Utah Jazz, I understand why there's relief that this deal finally got done. But I am left feeling a little bit like, man, like, the road ahead is uncertain. I mean, now, like, everyone was like, we got to burn it to the ground. Well, now they burned it to the ground. So how do you feel, right? This is what we said over the winter when everyone was like, hey, trade everybody, burn it to the ground. You all suck. Like, okay, well, they've done that now. So do you feel better? Maybe. I don't know, but I just think that the Utah Jazz clearly have a plan. I don't buy for a second that Justin Zanuck is driving this car. Danny Ainge is driving the car. Zanuck's not making the calls to get the conversations. And that's how they're doing this. And I think it's working. And I think that these picks are going to get moved quickly.
Well, I think you would have liked to have gotten Grimes in quickly from the Knicks. I think that much is true. But this is not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. And again, I just think, and Jacob DeLambo gives us a $10 tip. It says, I'm literally crushed. Thank you for preparing me for this moment. Yeah, I think we've been talking about this for, I don't know, Jake, what, a month. Leon Rose was not bending. Leon Rose said, I'll give you 2 unprotected first-round picks. I'm not going to put Grimes in, and I'm not giving you a third. The Jazz, about a month ago with the Knicks, said, hey, okay, well, we need to find a third team. The Knicks went out and found the Lakers, who were willing to include 2 first-round picks in Russell Westbrook's contract. I think very clearly the Lakers and the Jazz have been talking significantly, and what NBA sources are telling me is I'd be looking at the Lakers. I'd also be looking at the Dallas Mavericks here. Mm-hmm. I'd be looking at those 2 clubs as destinations for Conley and Bogdanovich.
And this is what I mean. Danny's just going to keep going. This is classic Danny Ainge. Like Lance Sayers is tweeting at me, saying he's disappointed and saying that, hey, well, the odds that these picks are going to turn into anything is so minuscule. I don't think you're ever going to get there with the picks.
I don't either.
I think Danny said, hey, we're going to do this now. On Monday, Danny said, hey, the Knicks thing is dead. Let's go back to Cleveland and see what we can get done there, because we like what they have and a deal that we can make there. So let's go ahead and make that deal now that the Knicks thing is dead. And then once we make that deal, let's pick the phone right back up and start calling the Lakers, Dallas, a bunch of these other teams and seeing what we can put together, And that's why I say, I'm telling you guys, Danny is not done. Danny is in a place where he's going to keep operating, and I think that it's number one. I think it's brilliant. I think it's classic Danny Ainge. We saw this in Boston, and you're seeing it in Utah now. So if you're a Jazz fan, I think you have to feel good about what Danny Ainge is doing. He's staying on brand. This is what we expected. I think if you're a Jazz fan, though, you're also uncertain. You're like, hey, what are we doing moving forward? So again, when you look at these picks and you look at the arsenal that he has to work with, 13 picks is a war chest. I mean, imagine the conversations you can have with that. I would think you're going to call Boston about Jaylen Brown. I would. That's just a guess. That's my opinion. I would think you would call Boston just to see what the price would be. I would think you would call around the league to see what you could get for these picks. So it'll be really interesting to see. But, I think this conversation about Donovan Mitchell's legacy and what he's able to do in Cleveland is crucial. Donovan Mitchell now has to perform. It's no longer good enough to play hero ball and take a bunch of bricks in the postseason.
Well, just talking to my sources at the Utah Jazz while you were running on in a soliloquy, I apologize. Hey, man, you answer the phone when it rings. This was not a trade that Danny Ainge made lightly, and point blank, I was just told by sources at the Jazz that they are far from done, and Danny would like to get another deal or 2 done this weekend.
Yeah.
And that they believe that they have a deal for Bojan Bogdanovich. The question's going to be, I think there is some emotion around trading Jordan Clarkson. I think they would rather hang on to Jordan. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I think Jordan Clarkson brings you a first-round pick.
Definitely.
So the question is, how much do you want for Jordan Clarkson? I truly believe that the LA Lakers are the best place that you're going to be able to end up with Bojan Bogdanovich. And
yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The Lakers, we told you this morning on the show, and we've been talking about it all week, that the Lakers need that corner shooter. They need that guy that can fill that role. And if you go back to the bubble days a couple of seasons ago, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope played that role for the Lakers and played it well and shot them to a title. And that's not an exaggeration. He was a knockdown shooter for them in the postseason. And so I look at the Lakers, and I say Danny wants to do a deal with the Lakers, but he doesn't want to buy out Russell Westbrook. So how do you do that? Well, you make a deal with another team, and then you just do head up bogey for a pick. That's how you do that.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Jordan Clarkson, I think he's a guy that's got tremendous value. I'm having a text conversation with him now, with a guy now, that feels pretty adamant that they have suitors for Jordan Clarkson. Now we'll be seeing. Now I can tell you that one of the things that's very clear here, and I'll get to your comments in a minute. I really appreciate everybody being here, and thank you so much for participating in the show. It's always fun when we get to go live, but I can tell you, I think one of the teams that you should very carefully watch for Jordan Clarkson is the Miami Heat. I think that there is no doubt that Jordan Clarkson could be a big upgrade for them. And I know that Danny has had a lot of conversations with Pat Riley. Mm-hmm. I think I would definitely watch out for that. I also happen to think that Jordan Clarkson fits in a heck of a lot of places across the Eastern Conference.
Oh, he's incredibly pliable to many people's rosters. I mean, it's a guy you're going to bring off the bench and give you 20 a night. I mean, that's what you're selling him as. Now, obviously, Jazz fans know that there are some nights where it's an 0 for 10 or an 0 for 11 night for Jordan, but I think there are a lot of nights where he gives you that 30, 40-point performance, and that's what I think is valuable about Jordan Clarkson. And again, I want to keep saying, like, I think that, you know, through all this conversation, if you're a Utah Jazz fan, be optimistic here. Stay optimistic. We now know, obviously, you just said that we're getting information that the Utah Jazz are not done yet, you know, and that to me is no surprise. I don't think you just make this Donovan deal and sit on this stockpile.
No.
I think the goal is you made the Donovan deal. Now it's time to go and build this roster. Now you're truly moving forward, right? Like Rudy's gone, Don's gone. Now it's time to move forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. Marlon Shaw gives us a $10 tip, says, I have no problem burning it down. Sometimes you have to do that. The worst thing in pro sports today is being middle of the pack. Amen to that. He said it is hard to get out of mediocrity without tanking. And I don't know what tanking looks like. That's the biggest question. I don't know what tanking looks like for the Jazz. Now, Jordan Becquerel gives us a $2 tip, says, solid moves, excited, as you should be. I think you should be excited. Lopes fan Gabe, what's up, Lopes? What's up, Gabe? He says, move over John Stockton. There's a new pasty gangsta in Utah named Danny Ainge. Hey, you're only half joking with that. I mean, I think this is Danny Ainge just having absolutely no conscience about these deals, which is what you need him to do.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Again, I think I go back to what my sources at the Jazz have told me, that it would be irresponsible not to trade Donovan Mitchell for 3 unprotected first-round picks.
Yep.
It'd be irresponsible. Knowing where this team is and where this team's headed, I can tell you again, and it'll be interesting to hear what comes out. I'm hoping somebody in the Utah media will ask Danny Ainge if Don ever requested a trade. I'm hoping that we will hear from Donovan Mitchell whether or not he ever requested a trade.
Well, you know we're going to hear from Donovan Mitchell. You know, now that he's in Cleveland, you know that you're going to hear, the media is going to ask those questions. But I don't think we'll hear from Danny anytime soon. I think all these moves need to play out, and then once the team is fully done and camp's probably a week away, he'll sit in front of the media and talk about it. That's what I think is probably going to happen.
Yeah, Sean Mierzinski, good morning. He says, don't hate the trade. The only thing I don't understand is all the unprotected picks. Well, I mean, I think there's not much to think about. Don't overthink it. The unprotected picks are 2 things. Leverage in a trade to acquire better talent, because it's a challenge to get free agents to sign in Utah. So I don't think there's any doubt that if Danny Ainge wants to build this roster through trade, he can absolutely use those unprotected picks to do that. I also think that you can draft very high. You can draft top half of the first round. You can package those picks, get maybe to, the top 5, truly get yourself one of the best players available in the draft. But the issue is that you made a trade with Cleveland and you added Donovan Mitchell to that roster. That makes them an exponentially more dangerous team in the East.
Yep.
Does that mean they win the Eastern Conference Finals? I don't know. I don't think so. But it means that they're going to be a playoff team, which means those picks are not worth as much as they would be, say if you were a bottom feeder team in the East. And I whether you're Orlando or whoever you want to point to, those picks are far more valuable. That's the biggest question. The Knicks picks, in my opinion, would have been worth more because the Knicks are going to be a middle-of-the-table Eastern Conference team. This move for Donovan Mitchell catapults the Cavs to, probably one of the top 5 teams in the East. I would think certainly one of the top 5 teams in the East. I mean, if I had to sit here now and rank them, I would still put Brooklyn, Milwaukee. I think Philly's probably 3rd. Then I think you're probably Cleveland, Chicago,
Boston. Boston's got to be up there.
Boston's got to be up there.
Yeah.
I think you're on the fringe of the top 5 in the East, because again, I think if you count Boston, obviously, I mean, that's the team that went to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
So I still maintain Brooklyn's number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, the truth is, in my opinion, this team is good enough to beat anybody on any given night. I mean, that's where you are now. Like, you have the talent.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think you are. I think that you have the athleticism. I think that you have ability now. Like, and again, I'm going to keep saying this too. We don't know what Donovan Mitchell is in a high-octane offense. We've not seen it in his career in the NBA. He has not been allowed to just go and do whatever he wants. He has not been allowed to operate and really, really be around guys who the defense has to respect. I mean, again, you're talking about, Donovan Mitchell playing with Bojan Bogdanovic and Rudy Gobert. With all due respect to those guys,
I would rather be with, I would rather be with Mobley, Jared Allen. I'd rather be with Darius Garland. Like, those are guys that the defense has to respect. And I'm not saying they're outright better players. What I am saying is they're outright better athletes. And I think for Donovan, that's what is going to be absolutely the most valuable thing about this move. And as far as his career, like, again, I just think it's time to perform. There's no more excuses. No more excuses, no more, hey, I can't play defense, none of that. Now you're a big-time star, you're a face of a franchise, not that you weren't before, but now you're in a new place,
I don't know.
fresh start, dude.
Is Darius Garland the face of the Cavs?
Not anymore. Nope. Donovan Mitchell is. Donovan Mitchell is.
I guess we'll find out. I mean, I think Donovan Mitchell, I think the world of Donovan Mitchell, and I'm curious how people will treat him when he comes back here. M. Morris says Clarkson and Bogey, 2 more first-rounders. Potentially, absolutely, they could dream that. Clarkson back to L.A. Lakers would be fun to see. I don't know.
Don't miss out on Conley too, though. I don't think Conley really has a place on this team anymore. You know what I mean? Like, this team is just totally different now. I don't know why you'd keep him.
Tanner Plummer says, by the way, I shouted you guys out on Sam Farnsworth's Twitter space.
How'd that work out for you?
He handled it better than the Jazz Nation guys did. LOL. He was like, okay, appreciate that. Darius Markeith says Utah trying to get Victor Wembanyama. I don't think they are. I mean, again, I think they're putting themselves in position to be a facilitator for somebody to get VW. That's my opinion. J2WB Music says Clarkson is a baller. Yes, he is.
Yep.
Angel Flores, Jazz will be contenders for the worst record in the league now.
Nah,
I don't think so.
Nah, I'm telling you guys, don't immediately jump on the 25 win team bandwagon just because ESPN said that's what they were going to do. You got to understand that the Utah Jazz are not done. I'm telling you that, and even if they trade these guys for picks, there is another trade coming at some point before they're done, before training camp starts, where you're going to package like 3 or 4 of these picks to go out and get a game-changing type player, somebody that you can get and acquire who's available that can impact your game on a nightly basis in the starting 5.
Yep. Talking about the breaking news, the Utah Jazz trade Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers for 3 unprotected first-round picks. They get Markkanen, Agbaji, and they sign in trade for Colin Sexton on a 4-year, $72 million deal. They also get a couple of pick swaps as well. This breaking news brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys. Get to UtahAdvocates.com. UtahAdvocates.com. Let's keep getting your thoughts in here. Alex Chacon says, package the vets for a young center and some picks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'm that interested. I think Jared Vanderbilt's a guy that you need to see play a lot of minutes here.
Yeah.
I want to see what he's like. Ruff's official says Don's drama is gone. What drama did Donovan Mitchell create? That's the question. Like, I hear this a lot. He's a drama queen. What drama is there in Donovan Mitchell? Like, because he has caused no drama. I mean, he's probably caused the most drama by not saying anything at all.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think that's probably the bigger thing. Mark Z. CZ says Cavs versus Wolves is a must-watch now.
Yep.
If you're a Jazz fan, it probably is.
Well, and I think, again, if you're a basketball fan, like, I think there's a lot of matchups here. You know, you've got, obviously, with Don now being in the East, I think it's fascinating. Like, yeah, what's going to happen when Don comes back home? What's going to happen when Rudy comes back home? What's going to happen when, Don gets to play the Brooklyn Nets regularly and face Kyrie Irving? I don't know. But what I'm here to tell you is dude better be putting up 30 a night. That's what I'm here to tell you.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think Donovan Mitchell has got to have a monster season for Cleveland. There's no doubt. Rude Boy says they're going to suck for 3-4 years. Just 2 years ago had the best record in the NBA.
Yeah, but what is that good for? I mean, we told you when they had the best record in the NBA, and again, the beauty of YouTube is you can go back and listen to it. Go find it. I mean, we told you that the best record in the NBA doesn't mean anything, bro. Like, the best record in the NBA is a consolation prize in the postseason. Oh, well, we went out in the first round, but hey, remember we had the best record in the NBA this season? Neat. You're old, you're slow, and you're unathletic, and you have a guy in Donovan Mitchell who needs more than that to win. Like it just doesn't mean anything. It's not. That's what I mean. We've been on this message for a long time, and I just think it's. I'm not going to be
nice with Don. Like, it's time. I think Donovan Mitchell, it got what he wanted, right? I think we can definitively say Don got what he wanted, and now
no
it's
doubt about
time.
that.
Now it's time to go and show us what you have. And I will be watching him nightly.
One of the guys that I talk to regularly wants to know, how is it possible we're the only ones in Salt Lake City talking about this trade right now?
Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, man, is what it is.
I'm not worried about other people. I'm worried about this show. You know what I mean?
Is what it be. Let's see. Avery Forbes says Danny Ainge F the Don up in these trade negotiations. Maybe he did. I think Donovan Mitchell is going to have a huge year, period. Talking with Raphael podcast.
On PBS Radio.
Do you guys see the Jazz on the playoff play-in 7, 8, 9, or 10? Not this year. I think next year. I mean, it depends on what. It also depends on what else Danny does here.
I was gonna say I don't think we should answer that yet. I don't think we should even ask that question yet because we don't know what else Danny's doing. I mean, we got information 10 minutes ago that said they weren't done, and I think a lot of people just assume that they're gonna go move Clarkson, move Bogey, and move Mike Conley. But I'm telling you, while that may happen, and I'm sure it will, frankly. I'm waiting. When I say they're not done, I'm waiting for another impact trade, right? I wouldn't call Bogdanovich to the Lakers an impact trade, right? You moved the salary off your roster. You got to pick. Okay, great.
Sure.
That's like right up the Royce O'Neal alley. But what I'm talking about is, hey, you've got, at that point, you probably have like 15, 16 picks. No president of basketball operations who has 15 picks is going to sit on those and wait for the years to go by so he can use them in the draft.
No.
You're going to call people, and you are going to try and make deals happen. I mean, that's just what it is.
But, I mean, if you look at their roster, I mean, here are the guys that I think they trade. Conley, Bogdanovich. Malik Beasley's a very interesting figure now.
Mm-hmm.
Is Malik Beasley a guy you want to keep or a guy you want to trade?
Mm-hmm.
He's got value around the league. I think he's an interesting guy. What are you doing with Rudy Gay? Rudy Gay was a huge problem for this team last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's of no value to you now. I mean, don't you have to move Rudy Gay? You look at Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I think you could take or leave Nickeil Alexander-Walker. You're keeping Vanderbilt. You're keeping Agbaji. Fontecchio stays. Kessler stays. Bolmero probably stays. Stanley Johnson. Stanley Johnson's interesting. I don't know what you do with him. And then there's the great unknown, the enigma of Jared Butler.
Do you see what I mean? I don't think we should get too deep into these guys other than to say, hey, there's a lot of flexibility in these guys. Like, you could take it or leave it on Stanley Johnson. You could take it or leave it on Malik Beasley, Jared Butler. Like, there are a lot of guys here where you could be like, hey, yeah, I'll move this guy for a certain price, obviously. For a good deal, I'll move this guy. So there's nobody that Danny Ainge is married to, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a great point. Sir Knight, WL Gaming gives us $2 to say Ochai is a first-round pick, so Danny did get 4 picks. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely look at it that way.
You could look at it that way.
I mean, you could look at it that way. Yeah, I mean, and I don't even think that's unfair. Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way.
No, William gives us a $5 tip and says, tell me in the next decade, will we be as good as 2 seasons ago when we had the best record? I'll try to trust, but this hurts.
Oh, yeah, you will.
You will.
You will. No doubt about it.
Danny Ainge does not have a track record of building busts. He does not. So I just don't see, I don't see that they're going to be bad for a long time. I really don't. I think,
Don't get, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say that'll make you feel better. Don't get hung up right here. Don't let your mind go to, oh man, we're terrible. We don't have anybody. Right. You don't have anybody right this second. Now, a year from now, you're probably a playoff team.
I
a year
totally
from now,
agree.
You're a playoff team, I think, based on Danny Ainge's behavior so far. 3 years from now, I think you're a Western Conference Finals team, right? That's what I think we're looking at here. And I know, hey, we got to wait and we got to go through this process, but I'm telling you, it is worth your time to wait for Danny Ainge to do his thing and to do his bidding. And I think that Danny Ainge has shown this ability repeatedly. The Celtics, like he won a championship. Then before he left them in position to go win another championship, right? Now they didn't win, but they made an NBA Finals appearance. So I know it's hard to have faith, but what I'm telling you is have faith in it. Believe in the guy. He's showing you the plan, right? He's giving you the ability to say, okay, You did A, B, C, and D. Now I can see what the rest of the alphabet looks like in terms of trades and building the roster and where we're going. And that's why I'm telling you, like, have faith, believe in the guy, and it will come back. It will come back to serve you well. I don't know who that star player is going to be that's going to take you to the promised land. But what I can tell you is David Fizdale, your ass better get moving, right? It's time to go. It's time to develop these guys and get it going. And that, to me, is the most exciting part. Now you've got talent for days to develop. And I think when you do that and you're in control of the money, it's just such a better place to be.
Yeah, and I think no matter what you do or no matter how you do that, I think when you look at what the Utah Jazz are doing now, they're moving in the right direction. Jeff Bevan, I think, actually makes a great point. Zero reason for either Gobert or Mitchell to be booed or treated badly. This isn't a Gordon Hayward or Boozer situation.
No, it's not.
See, I totally agree with that.
No, it's not.
I totally agree with that. And I think when you look at exactly how Jazz fans have gone about this Gobert Donovan situation, man, I'm telling you that you have I'm not going to say misstated, but I think you have overblown the drama involved in Donovan Mitchell. You have not heard that he's a bad teammate. You have not heard he was a locker room problem. You have not heard that he demanded a trade. You've not heard any of that. Frankly, that was Rudy Gobert. If you were going to boo one of the two, wouldn't you boo Rudy Gobert?
He's the one that sat out the most important game of the season because he's petty. You know?
And I just wouldn't boo either one of them.
Yeah, I just don't think it's worth your time.
I think they have been very good for this organization. Bevan also says the worst position to be in the NBA is a luxury tax team that is a first-round exit team. Not good enough to win, not bad enough, or have the money to improve. And I just think that's exactly right.
That's precisely where you were, and I think that I think that this is what I'm kind of getting at as far as like how to feel right now if you're a Utah Jazz fan. You got to understand that you went from way over here, luxury tax, first round and out kind of team, to taking all that money down, moving it, and now you're in a position to put your foot on the gas and go build a team. That I'm telling you, that concept, you have to get on the train with that concept because that's what's happening here. I understand, again, all due respect, all jokes aside, like I know a lot of these guys you're probably unfamiliar with. A lot of these guys for just like a casual NBA observer, someone who watches it while they make dinner or something in the background, you're not going to know a lot of these guys, and that's okay. Seriously, that's okay because a lot of these guys are going to get moved anyway. I'm telling you, this roster, if you're painting a picture, you're a quarter of the way there right now. You've got the meat of this thing still to build. And I'm telling you, Danny Ainge is going to make an impact trade before this is all said and done. And I don't mean, again, not Bogdanovich, not Conley, not JC. Those guys will get moved. But I'm talking about taking 3 or 4 picks and going and chasing somebody, whether that's out of Miami. Maybe you look at Dallas, maybe there's another team, but I'm just telling you there's another deal that's going to come before training camp, and I think that's the one I'd be looking for.
Yeah, I just hope that this does not make Donovan Mitchell a villain.
Yeah,
I think he deserves better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a guy that, well, come on, Eugene. Eugene says the Jazz need to retire Donovan's jersey 45.
Nah, we're not doing that.
I think you're probably being sarcastic, but he's not a villain. Donovan Mitchell has not tried to wedge his way out of here. You have a very soft, apologetic media making up rumors that he and CAA had a conspiracy theory. Mm-hmm. Well, how does that look now that he didn't go to the New York Knicks? How does it look now that everybody said, oh, well, Donovan Mitchell was conniving behind the scenes? Like, how does that all look now?
Yeah.
Because it didn't happen.
Yeah, it never happened. Completely made up.
I just think it's one of these things where you have to respect what Donovan Mitchell did for this franchise. You have to respect for what Rudy Gobert did for this franchise. They deserve that at the very least, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So when you want to vilify these guys, Rudy's not a villain. Don's not a villain. And I don't believe that this is anything like Gordon Hayward, who, by the way, I would vilify Gordon Hayward. I think he was very unapologetic. I think it was very disingenuous. Like, I think he misled you.
Yeah.
Vilify Gordon Hayward. Don't vilify Donovan Mitchell. It just makes no sense at all, in my opinion.
Yeah.
To go about it that way. Bob the accountant said Mitchell became a social justice warrior, and I'm glad he's leaving. Great day for the Jazz. So why does that make him a villain? Why is fighting for what you believe in, speaking your mind, using your freedoms to, to talk about the things that you think need to be talked about when you have one of the largest platforms in the state of Utah? Why does that make him a villain? Bob, I'm just curious what does that mean? That's what I've never understood about Donovan Mitchell is Donovan Mitchell wanted to talk about critical race theory in schools. He is a strong black man. He is a guy with probably the largest following in the state.
Mm-hmm.
This is something he's passionate about. Why wouldn't he do that? Why would Donovan Mitchell stay silent when in his heart he wants to speak about these things? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Let's see. Jaden Carrera says, Bob, LOL.
Yeah.
Let's see. Asgil says, let's talk about the Don fit for the Cavs. Going to be awesome with 2 scoring guards and 2 big defensive studs to cover the defensive mess. I think there's some interest in that. I look at their cap situation, and I think they need small tweaks now. I think Donovan Mitchell is absolutely a game changer for them. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know, when you look at what the very best of the Cleveland Cavaliers is, and this is why I think it never made sense to me that he was going to be a fit with Miami. I mean, it was an easy fit in New York. But in Cleveland, he's with Kevin Love, Jared Allen. Kevin Love's still one of the better rebounding bigs in the league. Jared Allen, one of the best shot blockers in the league. Karis LeVert's going to be a great bench player for them. Darius Garland's a stud. Evan Mobley's a stud. C.D. Osman, I think, is an energy guy. And he does a lot of different things. I think Isaac Okoro is a guy you should be upset you didn't get in this deal.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me, that's the question of, what do you need in this deal? Isaac Okoro is a guy that I would have liked to have seen the Jazz pick up in this deal because I actually think he's valuable.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the rest of this roster, I mean, you have savvy guys that we all know well: Ricky Rubio, Raul Neto, Robin Lopez is still on that team. Like, you look at they're veteran, they're experienced, they have active guys, they can rebound, they play defense. I think they're going to be good. I just don't think they're going to be able to score at the level of Brooklyn.
No.
I'm curious, how do they match up with Boston? That's how does Donovan Mitchell match up with a Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting question. I think that, the matchup portion's tough because we know Cleveland likes to run. So you're not, and this is kind of the point I've been trying to make over the last couple of weeks, like, Donovan Mitchell's not in a half-court offense anymore. Like, we all understand that, right? The Utah Jazz tried to play transition offense, tried to go 3-and-D, tried to be the team that shot 43s a game to win a ball game, and that's why they inevitably couldn't get the job done. Whereas Cleveland is a team that gets out and runs and is trying to get to the rack. That's a completely different style, and it allows you to be in a position where you have flow, you have options, you have like the ability to score in like 3, 4, 5 different ways. And I just think that I do think Donovan's going to thrive in Cleveland. I do think that Cleveland, while I'm not sure that they're Eastern Conference Finals capable, I do think they're win a series, push a second series to 7 games capable. Absolutely, no doubt about it. And the last thing I want to point out is, looking at Twitter here, this is an amazing thing that I think Jazz fans should really, to put this into perspective. The Jazz turned Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell into Colin Sexton, Malik Beasley, Leandro Barmaro, Ochai Agbaji, Walker Kessler, Jared Vanderbilt, Lauri Markkanen, THT, Stanley Johnson, and then 7 first-round picks and 3 first-round swaps. This is Danny Ainge. That's why I'm saying don't be upset right now. Understand where you are and where you're going. You still have time. There's still a month to go till camp. He's got time.
Yeah, and I am very certain that he is not just sitting here, scheming to get the first overall pick. I just don't see that.
Yeah, I'm not on that train either.
Greg Hawkins, good afternoon to you, sir. Thanks for the $5 tip. He says, Ryan Smith playing 4D chess. This is a win for Ryan Smith.
Yes, it is.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. I'll be interested to see what they do at the deadline, because there's still that desire for them to have an all-star in the all-star game. I mean, you are hosting the all-star game. We are watching, as they are doing renovations at the arena, at Vivint Arena, all new scoreboards, video boards, ribbon boards going in. You're looking at the renovations that are required by the NBA to upgrade that building. To not have a Jazz guy there, to me, would be just, would almost be tragic.
Yeah.
You need that, in my opinion.
Yes.
So for my money, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do. The deadline is before the All-Star game. After the turn of the first of the year, are you going to make a deal to bring yourself an All-Star? Well, you have a ton of draft picks to do that, and you have a ton of prospects in the 2023 NBA draft, arguably one of the deepest drafts in the history of the NBA is coming up in 2023. So Danny's got flexibility to do what he wants, and Greg Hawkins, I agree with you. I think this is a big tip of the cap for Ryan Smith, because it takes balls, frankly, to trade Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert and Royce O'Neal. Those are three favorite sons on that previous era of Jazz basketball.
Absolutely.
Because, by the way, as we've said now for a while, this brings to an end an era of Jazz basketball.
Yeah.
The Don and Rudy era is officially over in Utah. So this is history. This is time and space that you have to remember. And I just think it's going to be very interesting. B. Davey says the real win of this trade is we get a midday live stream to get us through the afternoon. Well,
my man.
You
see, we're working over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And by the way, I should say this midday live stream, you only get this because of our good friends at the Advocates. Your injury attorneys, go to UtahAdvocates.com. Newest sponsor on the show. We announced it this morning. Thanks to the Advocates for picking us up and really supporting the show and joining with people like Barbecue Pit Stop, Devery Davis and the Davis Lending Team at Academy Mortgage, like Wayman Brothers Construction. We have so much support. We really appreciate it. That's what makes midday live streams when Donovan Mitchell gets traded.
By the way,
possible.
did you take your Papa Murphy's pizza out the oven yet while you listen to the live stream? Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. Papa Murphy's
baby.
Pizza. You order Papa Murphy's tonight to celebrate. You're going to get it this weekend over the holiday weekend. Monty25, M-O-N-T-Y, Monty25 is that promo code for you guys to use. Giggity says, where's my football at 50? Yeah, it's on a plane to Hawaii.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Giggity? Code says the Jazz will have an all-star if Donovan Mitchell and Gobert make the all-star team. Well, the crowd will be cheering for them, no doubt about that. Utah Living says Jazz need to go after Simmons, the most overlooked top 10 potential in the NBA.
Oh,
well,
man.
now, you don't have a rookie designated contract, so that market's wide open.
I don't love that for the Utah Jazz. I have to be honest.
Well, Ben Simmons is in a prove-it year.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons is in a prove-it year.
That might be true, but it's not the kind of culture you need here.
Let's see. Asgill says, nah, Lucid, I'm saying I'll be pissed if he's good all of a sudden.
Donnie? You're talking about?
Donnie's going to be...
Bro, the Donnie Doppler is at an all-time high right now. The guy's going to light it up. You need to understand that. He's going to... I would not be surprised if Donovan Mitchell, was just a no doubt about it, no-brainer, second-team All-NBA guy. I would not be surprised, dude. The guy is that good offensively.
Yep, I would agree. Let's see. Macho Man!
Brother
says nothing but love for DM. I wish him the best. Amen to that. Mr. E says Danny is such a wizard that we forgot to mention he traded Buckets O'Bench for a first-round pick. That might be his biggest steal in the history of steals.
Buckets O'Bench.
Yeah, Gabriel Fonseca says Ainge was on tilt from Knicks giving RJ a contract. See, I just don't think so, and I know that a lot of Knicks fans disagreed with me on this, but I've heard for 6 weeks. I heard back at the trade deadline when the Knicks offered R.J. Barrett at this past trade deadline.
Yeah.
They offered R.J. Barrett to the Jazz, and the Jazz just wouldn't even have the conversation at that point. And then when you got into this, I just don't think Danny Ainge wanted to pay R.J. Barrett. You look at what they're paying Colin Sexton, $19 million a year is a bargain in this league. It's 4 years. That's not a lot of money. 4 years and $72 million is not a lot of money for a guard. And I think Colin Sexton is great. I think R.J. Barrett's a hell of a player, but I just don't think Danny wanted to pay him. And
hell no.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to somebody the other day, an NBA guy, who said, you know, I agree. He's not a superstar.
Yeah.
R.J. Barrett's not a superstar player. I don't need a superstar if I'm going to pay him $19 million.
Yeah.
And that's what they're paying Colin Sexton. So
Yeah.
I just think it was a win-win all the way around. You know, I
agree.
really like the deal.
Completely. Yeah.
Lopes fan Gabe says, with this Jazz Cavs deal, who finishes higher in the East next season, Cleveland or Minnesota? Jake, go ahead. That's a reference to Jake one time on the show misspeaking, saying that the Cavs were in the Eastern Conference.
In my eyes, he's the greatest to ever do it.
You know. William for $2 says, what years are the picks? Did we win the trade? Much love to DM. Well, I mean, win the trade.
I don't, to be honest with you, man, I don't think it's a win or loss thing. I truly, obviously you can look at it that way, but in my estimation, I don't think it's a win or loss thing. I think it's a you did what you had to do type deal. If you, and I don't know if you're just joining or how much info you've seen on Twitter, but the story goes that the Knicks and the Jazz were done on Monday. That Danny turned down a deal that was not what he wanted, and at that point, the two teams had kind of moved on from each other. And Danny's thought was, hey, let's go back to the Cavs and try to put something together. And so now we're here. Now they've done the deal. And so to me, it's more of less of a win-loss thing and more of a, hey, is this a good enough bridge to get to where we need to go? And I certainly believe it is. I think you've got a nice little group of players here. A lot of people on Twitter will tell you that this team is garbage, but what they're not telling you is that this is not the team the Jazz are going to roll out with when training camp starts. I think a lot of these guys will be here, but I'm telling you, like the vets, the Conleys, the Bogies, the JCs are all going to be gone. And I think that it's really a matter of who's that next big name that the Jazz get via this just war chest of picks.
And just DMing now with one of the NBA guys that I talk to on a regular basis. He said the 2027 and 2029 picks are the ones that could be valuable because he makes a great point. Donovan Mitchell's 3 years under contract here. So we'll see how that turns out. By the way, those picks that you asked me about, unprotected picks to Utah in 2025, 27, 29, pick swaps in 26 and 28. They have 13 unprotected or lightly protected first-round picks.
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
That's unbelievable to have that many picks. And then, I wonder, how does Donovan Mitchell impact Evan Mobley? That's a huge question if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers. I am curious how Donovan Mitchell impacts Evan Mobley.
You would think he'd make him better.
You would think so.
And that's kind of my point. Like when we talk about, well, how would they match up with Brooklyn or how would they match up with Boston? I think that Evan Mobley, while I'm not certainly saying that he can stay in front of Kevin Durant or really that anybody could stay in front of Kevin Durant, I do think he could make life difficult on a Jason Tatum. I think he could make life difficult on really any of these 6'8", 6'10 guys who are like 3-4 hybrids, that kind of guy. He can guard that kind of guy in addition to his center. I think Donovan's defense is going to be a point of emphasis for this team. I think it's a great point when we talk about, hey, now you're on a team that is a little bit smaller, and you've been on a team that's smaller, frankly, and your defense wasn't good enough. But now if you're Donovan Mitchell, don't you feel like, hey, this is my shot. I have to lay it all out there.
I just think, and I'm surprised we're not hearing more from, let's see, Jeff Bevins says Colin Sexton jersey buyer he is. I like that. I'm really surprised there's T-Money. I was going to say we're not hearing from more Knicks fans. T-Money says he wasn't getting that from Rose. I'm not mad at all. I don't think you should be mad at all. I agree with you. I agree with you 100p. I think this is one of those defining deals for Leon Rose. The fact that he did not do this deal is like a trade in itself.
Yes.
And I think when you look at what the Cleveland Cavaliers paid for Donovan Mitchell, 3 unprotected first-round picks, that's a lot of cash. And really, if you count Agbaji, you're giving up 4 first-round picks. That's a ton to get Donovan Mitchell. And pick swaps in the future.
Yep.
Danny Ainge, I just don't know how if you're a Jazz fan, you're not excited about this trade.
Well, and the contrast of Dennis Lindsey and Justin Zanuck to Danny Ainge and Justin Zanuck is very clear, and that's why I say, when Woj is tweeting out that Justin Zanuck is making these calls, you need to understand that Justin Zanuck is just a puppet in this whole thing. Danny Ainge is the one, sending the orders, driving the ship, telling Justin what to do, and I think that while publicly they work together, I believe in my heart of hearts that Danny Ainge is the one doing all this.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Danny Ainge is the architect of these deals, and I just don't think there's any doubt that he's the one working. I mean, Lauri Markkanen's a very nice pickup here. Lauri Markkanen's a guy that's a veteran who can contribute now. And by the way, he's a Ute. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's a
I'm sure
very
he's excited
good fit.
about it. Yeah.
I mean, Ochai Agbaji is a really high-level prospect. Like, you add him to Walker Kessler. You add him to Jared Vanderbilt. You look at the depth of young talent on this roster, and you still have Mike Conley. You still have Bojan Bogdanovic. I'm not certain that they're going to trade Jordan Clarkson. I'll be interested to see. Is he a guy that you would give I mean, if he's here, he's starting, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, what is your starting five right now? I don't know the answer to that question.
I think it really depends. Yeah. I again, that's another one where I'm like, man, like that's really hard to answer right now because I'm just telling you 100% they're not done yet. And I think that, you're going to trade these guys. I agree with you. JC is somewhere in the middle. He may be here. He may not. If he's here, great. He'll start. I totally agree. But I just wonder, okay, once you get done and you're at that place where you have all the picks accumulated. You're at, because if you think they're going to get a first rounder for Bogey, maybe a second rounder for Conley, whatever the case may be, you've got all these picks, right? You're bringing all the chips back into you. You've just won the poker hand. What do you do with all of those? That is my question for Danny Ainge. What is the game plan? I don't care about a Bogdanovich trade. I don't care about the Conley trade. Those are almost like matter of fact going to happen whether we like it or not. I want to know what Danny Ainge's first step to take this team to 10 wins better, 20 wins better. What does that look like? That's what I want to know after this Donovan trade.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that is so, man, that's a huge haul. That is a huge haul.
This is by far the most important offseason the Jazz have ever had, and I hope Jazz fans, you realize that. Because this is
Man.
the first time I can legitimately say, and again, beauty of YouTube, go back and look. We've been telling you that Rudy Don team was never going to win a championship. Never going to happen.
Yeah,
we told you that.
And I see a lot of people commenting us on this deal or talking about what we've said about this deal. Again, I like your point. It's all on YouTube. Danny Ainge was asking for 4 first-round picks and was willing to take 3. What did he get in this deal? He got 3 first-round picks plus Agbaji, and he got 4 first-round picks, and he took 3 that he's going to be able to leverage or pick on his own.
Correct.
I feel pretty good about it. I think it's one of those things where this is a win. Let's see. Darshana Ben-Hur says, did you know that the 2021 and 2022 most outstanding player, of the NCAA tournament are on the Jazz? Agbaji and Jared Butler.
Yeah, wow.
I don't know what you do with Jared Butler. Let's hope Agbaji's better than Butler because Jared Butler has been terrible.
Yeah, brutal.
He has been a loss for this team. Nick Draper, good afternoon. What's up? He says, to all the Jazz fans complaining, consider us lucky we got returns for all of our stars this time around instead of seeing them walk for nothing.
Facts.
There you go. That could be. T Money says, thank you, Monty. Please tell that to your ignorant listeners. Oh, you're talking about the Knicks. I'm telling you now. I am telling you now that this deal for the Knicks is a win.
Yeah.
This deal, you still have all of your young talent. You still have all of your unprotected picks.
You're fine. You're good. You made a decision, and now you're going to live with it. And by the way, again, that the Knicks I would look at as a team that aren't done either. And that's what I'm saying. Danny Ainge has dominated this summer, like dominated. He has dictated to the league what's going to happen and what's not. And he's still doing it. And that's why I say
it's crazy.
I just, whether you're a Knicks fan or maybe you're a Brooklyn fan or a Boston fan, any of those teams in the Northeast, like you guys are just sitting on ice waiting to see how all this plays out. And then you're going to go and make your deals. And that's what I think is nuts, that for the first time in really, I mean, in recent memory in the last 10, 15 years, the Utah Jazz are in control, bro. That's crazy.
Let's see. A lot of people are pointing out that Markkanen played at Arizona. My bad. That is correct. My bad. I said Utah. I'm a terrible human. James Jensen says, what will be the Jazz potential future look like after all is said and done? I don't know.
Well, how far into the future are you talking? Because I think that NBA, this organization has NBA Finals written all over it 5 years from now. I really do. I think that 2 years from now, you're scraping into the postseason. 3 years from now, you're a Western Conference Finals team. And then I think that 4th and 5th year, you're competing for championships.
I agree. A $5 tip from William. He says, one last tip for going live right away and bringing us peace of mind. I was wrong. I thought old duo could win. What path to a chip look like now? I think you're going to have to take these picks and turn them into superstars.
Yeah, you're going to have to be patient. I think that's the first thing I'd say. You're going to have to be patient, but from a basketball perspective, yeah, you have a war chest of assets now in all of these picks, and you have some nice players, and I think you're going to take those assets, you're going to move them, and the only real question that's left is what are you going to be when you're done? That's what we can't answer right now because, frankly, I don't know. We have some information that says, as far as JC is concerned, that you've got teams like Miami and Dallas and all the classic teams we've heard that are talking to the Utah Jazz, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the weekend or maybe even before that, you hear of a Bogdanovich trade, you hear of a Conley trade. I would love to see JC stay on this team for the next couple of seasons and really get a shot to start again, but I highly doubt that's going to happen because other teams are going to demand that he's involved in these deals.
How did Danny do this, man?
Oh, he's a savage.
I mean,
Complete and utter
unbelievable.
savage. Complete and utter savage. I mean, everyone wondered how the Rudy Gobert deal got done. I don't think the story of Tim Conley was told enough. Tim Conley was at the Nuggets, was within the Nuggets organization when Rudy Gobert got traded. He then left the Nuggets organization and went to Minnesota to be the head man there. Danny took complete advantage of that because he knew that Connolly coveted Rudy Gobert, and now we're here. So it's just insane.
Marlon Shaw gives us $5 and said, retiring from Florida back to Idaho in 3 years. Just in time to watch the Jazz go to the finals. Awesome to look forward to. I think, yeah, and this is why I just keep saying I would not call this a tank.
Yeah.
I just think calling this a tank is the
a
wrong
rebuild
way to,
is fair.
Yeah.
Rebuild is fair. Hey, I'm with it, but a tank I can't get down with.
Caleb says, not a chance, Jake. Are you drafting KD, Westbrook, and Harden in consecutive years?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that? What is that? What do you...
Yeah, Asgill says Sexton at 4 years, $72 million is a good deal. Thoughts there? I think it's a great deal.
Yeah.
I think I think he is at $19 million a year, and this is why we told you. I think I even tweeted this. The Jazz were not interested in Sexton and Okoro in one first-round pick.
Yeah,
which is what the Cavs had offered originally, which is why that deal didn't happen. If you give them this package of players, I absolutely think the Jazz are interested, clearly.
Yeah.
I think Sexton for 4 and 72 is a real win.
Oh, and I think again, you have to remember when we look at these players and these contracts and the situations, just remember, when Dennis Lindsey was here, you had bad money on top of bad club control. Because that's a big thing in the league and really in sports, generally speaking, in the 1,000-foot view. Is this guy really expensive for 1 year, or is he affordable for a long time? And usually the level of talent and their superstardom are comparative to that. So if you're paying a guy 1 year, to be here and to contribute, and then you're moving on, okay, great. This is the Jimmy G thing, right, with the 49ers. We're going to pay him 1 year, then we're going to allow him to move on or whatever, right? I look at this Colin Sexton deal, and I say, hey, it's 4 years, it's $72 million on a yearly basis. You're not really taking a heavy hit, and this is a guy that can make plays and furthermore can play elite defense. This is someone who really worked his ass off on defense. So I think, when we talk about culture, when we talk about team dynamic, when we talk about what's the identity of this Utah Jazz team, I think you're going to see a lot of energy, and I do think you're going to see a lot of defensive effort. And the one name no one's talking about right now is Will Hardy. How does Will Hardy feel about this? What is Will Hardy going to do with this team? And that, out. I think you should be excited about.
You're going to find out. I mean, you really are you're going to find out. By the way, Nick Smith says Sunday, November 14th, Cavs versus Minnesota. Yeah,
what's the over-under on Donovan posterizing Rudy? Does it happen?
I think he's going to try.
You have to try, don't you?
Yeah, he's going to try. T-Money says if Sexton is healthy enough to produce close to 2 years, he's a good pickup. I agree. And that, T-Money, I agree with you. I think his health is absolutely the right. That's exactly the right place to be thinking. I don't think there's any doubt. Mike Z says JC for Davion Mitchell, pick and a filler. I mean, is Sacramento interested in that? We'll see. Jackson Graham says the Cavs greater than ?
Who are the Cavs better than? I think that's
Bulls.
an interesting question.
I think this moves them past the Bulls.
You're better than Atlanta, in my opinion.
No.
Yes, dude. They are better than Atlanta. You are better than Atlanta. Look at me crazy,
dude.
Look at me crazy. They are They are deeper than Atlanta. They are better than Atlanta. I'm telling you. Atlanta's
going to be very good. I don't have any doubt about that. Just looking at the way they're built, I have man. That's really tough to say.
I think they're deeper. I think they've got more guys who are more athletic. Obviously it's Trae Young and DeJounte Murray, but I think that Donovan cancels out Trae Young.
Are they better than Miami?
That's tight. It depends on the night who shoots it better, in my opinion. Honestly.
Well, and I guess it's what makes who better. I mean, if you look at Miami's roster, I mean, obviously Jimmy Butler, but I just don't know.
Like Bam versus Jared Allen is not as far away as people think.
No, but are you a fan of Tyler Hero's the problem in Miami, man? Like I just keep saying this about Tyler Hero. Like I'm fine with Jimmy, Bam, even Kyle Lowry. But you forget about Victor Oladipo, right? What do you say about Duncan Robinson? He's terrible.
Yeah, he needs to go.
Caleb Martin, that's a utility player. That's a bench guy, right? Tyler Hero, to me, is the real question here. I mean, I just don't know what you make of him. Like Max Strus looks like he has had a tremendous summer, but is Max Strus at his best? I think Cleveland's better than Miami. Yeah. I think Cleveland's better than Miami. I mean, when I look at it, the real question is how good is Brooklyn? How good is Brooklyn? And what do you expect out of Ben Simmons? Because with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, Ben Simmons, Joe Harris, Royce O'Neal, Nick Claxton, I think absolutely is a guy that has tremendous value.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely better than Cleveland.
Seth Curry,
Brooklyn's
Patty
better
Mills.
than Cleveland, yeah, for sure.
But I look at the Bulls. Are the Chicago Bulls better than Cleveland?
I don't think so.
Zach LaVine's never healthy. And when he is, he's unbelievable. But DeMar, I mean, Vucevic trust me when I say he's a B player.
Jared Allen, all day over Vuce.
Yeah, Lonzo Ball's not shown any ability in this league to stay healthy.
Yeah, and Kobe White is a bench contributor.
Not even a little bit. And I mean, obviously, I would assume it was a guy that you're bringing along. But I don't know what Patrick Williams is. Andre Drummond's a really nice pickup. Bringing back Derrick Jones Jr. was a really nice decision. They don't have a true superstar on that team. They don't. And they paid Zach to be a star, and that's a guy. He's going to have knee surgery again. I guarantee it. And I hope I'm wrong. You know who I wonder about? What about the Charlotte Hornets? You look at.
That's what I mean. The East is now very exciting, right? Even without the Minnesota Timberwolves, the East is exciting.
I mean, how good is Terry Rozier?
Nothing for me on that.
I'm not.
Even without the Timberwolves,
I'm not going to continue.
Exciting.
I'm not.
Bro, that was funny, dude. That was funny.
It was funny, but I'm not. Anyway.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. It's all right.
My bad.
What's going on with guys like James Bouknight in Charlotte? What's going on with, how good is Terry Rozier? Is Gordon Hayward going to contribute? Is Gordon Hayward going to be there? The answer is I think the East is incredibly deep. And still, by the way, there's other teams that you still have to contend with. I mean, you look around the West, you look around this entire league. Yeah. There are teams that are enigmas.
Yeah.
The New Orleans Pelicans come to mind.
Well,
what are the New Orleans Pelicans?
You know what I'm going to say.
Well, yeah, but CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram, those guys offset Zion.
Dude, they're going to be good. My question is, what is Zion Williamson? He is a massive question mark for you. Not from a, hey, is he in shape? I think he's in incredible shape. there would be no other reality. But my question is, what is he as a basketball player? We've seen I think he's played, 20 or 30 games in the league, maybe?
Yeah.
We just haven't seen enough yet.
But I think these are all very valid questions. And so I go back to, Leon Rose. Do you think Leon Rose is just going to sit on his hands and
Hell
pout?
no. Hell no.
I mean, he's got assets.
Yeah.
I think I think the Cavs are better than the Knicks with Donovan Mitchell on the roster.
Yes.
I think they're a better team than the Knicks.
No, dude, I think Look, I guess I'll go higher on the Cavs than maybe you will, but I think that the Cavs can win a playoff series and then push a second one to 7 games. I think that they're that good.
I don't know, man.
And I think obviously it depends on the matchup you get, but I think they're that good.
Listen, I look at your take on Atlanta.
Yeah.
I just think you're completely wrong on Atlanta. I think Atlanta with Trae Young, and I don't know, do they trade John Collins? I don't know. But I look at Trae Young, John Collins, Bogdan Bogdanovic, DeJounte Murray, obviously, DeAndre Hunter. They're good.
But
they are very, very good.
Here's my thing. DeAndre Hunter, we know that he is a good defender. He's coming along offensively, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact that Darius Garland's a killer. I know that Evan Mobley is excellent in the mid-range and a problem for defenses matchup-wise. So when I think about those two guys with Donovan, and then I look at Okoro, I just feel like they're going to be good defensively. And I'm telling you, if Donovan does not step up defensively, it's going to stand out like a sore thumb on this team.
I don't know. If they're going to win a first-round series, they better have home court advantage, and that's going to require them to be top 4.
Dude, you really don't like this team, do you? You don't think they're that good?
If they're going to win a first-round series, everybody has to take a big step forward, and I just don't see them think about what's the difference in a 4-5? What's the difference in a 1-8?
Well, it's matchups for them. I mean, yeah, home court matters obviously, but it's matchups and who they get and who they run into.
But if you're a 4-5 and you're running into a Brooklyn, or if you're running into a Boston, or if you're running into a Milwaukee, I mean,
then obviously expectations change. But you obviously have more teams that you can run into. I mean, I think. If you run into Atlanta in the first round, I think you beat Atlanta in a 7-game series. If you run into, let's say you ran into Charlotte, let's say. Not that that'll probably happen, but let's say you ran into a team like that. You're going to beat them, Toronto is really interesting to me. What is Toronto? If you run into Toronto, that's a really interesting series. So that's why I say, yeah, if they run into one of the best teams in the East, all right, yeah, maybe they lose that first-round series. But if you run into anybody other than, the top 3, Brooklyn, Boston, and Milwaukee, you have a good shot of winning that series. And again, this is where we part ways. I think if you run into Philly, you have a chance. I'm not saying it's a great chance, but I think they have a chance to push Philly. And Philly has shown a propensity. And I know James Harden is in shape, career year, guy's going to be Jesus Christ this season. I get it. They have not shown the ability to win the big game. They were losing to Atlanta. Let's keep it in perspective. Yeah. So
Isaiah says the scary thing is Mobley can easily become their best player.
Yeah. I know, because he has size and athleticism. That's what's gnarly.
And he can shoot.
But again, and this is what we've been talking about while Donovan was a Jazz man, you have to turn into that. It's cool that you have the potential, but as you said the other day, potential is the dirtiest word in the league. Great, you have potential, but show me you have it in your bag.
Yeah. Scott Howard says, Monty, you said on the show you wouldn't include Grimes if you were Rose, but changed your tune the last couple of shows saying you would. What made you change your mind? Because, and I'm actually sitting here talking with somebody about that, and that is that I think it became untenable when if it was just Quentin Grimes that was the problem, I would do that to get Donovan Mitchell. But Danny Ainge was asking for Quickly, Grimes, and I think he would have taken Toppin. But he wasn't doing this deal without Quickly and Grimes.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not surprised by that. Now that you know what he got from Atlanta, I'm not surprised by that. Or Cleveland, excuse me. You know what he got from Cleveland.
Yeah, I think that the conversation is, for the Knicks right now, if you're sitting here right now and you're looking at this, how do you feel about the fact that you didn't do this deal and you're in the same position you were, right? There are some Knicks fans who are going to say, oh, well, this was a terrible deal for the Knicks. So glad that they didn't do the deal. Other Knicks fans are going to say, hey, man, yeah, understand why we didn't do the deal, but we're still the same team we were, and now we're more expensive.
Colin Sexton, or Emmanuel Quickly?
Quickly.
Agbaji or Grimes? I think that's Agbaji. Come on.
Yeah, I think you have to go with Agbaji, but I
Just on health alone.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Alex Chacon says, I'd rather have Agbaji than Grimes.
Yeah.
T-Money says, I agree, Monty. Cleveland's now better than the Knicks.
Yeah.
Justin Kobusinski. They need a different center other than Capella. They do. That's why if I'm Atlanta, I'm not trading John Collins. I'm not doing that.
Wow.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. Jose Crown says the, quote, we are building around Donovan guys. All right, so you mean Woj as well? Or, I mean, how do you not trade Donovan Mitchell? Look what he got
What did we
from Cleveland.
Okay. What did we really say? Let me if you want to quote history, let's make sure we quote all of history, right? The quote, they're going to build around Donovan guys, also said, hey, they're going to build around Donovan unless they get a massive haul in a package of picks and players. Well, what happened today? They traded him for one player? No, they traded him for picks and players and a deal that really made sense for the organization. So don't misremember history.
How do you turn this trade down?
Do we need to go back and look at what Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell turned into? Do I need to reread the list?
And the difference is the guy pulling the strings is different too.
I mean, come on, man.
I mean, Danny Ainge is. There's no other way than to say the guy's a gangster. Like, he is dominating the NBA.
Look, I get we all love to serve crow sandwiches, but this is not one you're going to get to serve. I mean, we haven't been wrong on this, and we are very, very accountable to when we are wrong on this show. We've said it multiple times in the past. We have not been wrong on this, and we've been steadfast on our messaging.
Pudge says, deal is finally over. Thanks for the content, Monty and Son. Oh, Pudge, I hope we see you soon. Let's see. Jeff Bevan says, curse words. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, look, I get it, but I'm just telling you with this conversation, not to repeat everything I just said, but look forward. Don't be mad about now. Look forward.
Let's see. Luke Cardona. Actually, he has Sergeant Stripes as a icon. Thanks for your service. Appreciate that. Bucks, Celtics, Sixers, Miami, etc. I think the East is deeper than people give them credit for. I do. Justin also says they got Rubio and Love coming off the bench. They've got chemistry for a third seed. Well, I mean, chemistry is important.
They do have
in this
chemistry.
league.
Absolutely.
Ask Brooklyn about chemistry. There's no doubt about that. Mike C says Cavs will be good, but look how great they can be in 2 years. Yeah? Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Jeff Bevan says, to bag sports media guys for changing their tune is hilarious. What an immature, ridiculous move. Okay. I don't disagree with you on that. Hope for the best for DM. We'll root for the Cavs and Wolves this year after the Jazz, of course. Dop Hop says, yeah, I agree with that. Brennan Goodsell says it's just a matter of time before JC, Mike, and Bojan are out of here too. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
I mean, I think I know that they have a deal they could make with the Lakers on Bojan. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. T-Money. Monty, you were doing okay, but Agbaji is not better than Grimes.
It's debatable.
It is.
It's debatable. I mean, there's a lot of conjecture and opinion in that. But, again, that's not really the balls of this trade. I mean, if we're being honest, like, you know, if you're obviously it depends who your team is. If you're the Knicks, I think you still have a lot of options out there, and that ultimately I think is why Leon didn't do the deal, because you have a lot of options. So I mean, whether Agbaji is better than Grimes, okay, you can have that conversation if you want, but I just think that Grimes is valuable, and I think, by the way, Grimes is only as good as you develop him into. You know what I mean? Again, potential is the dirtiest word in the league. Like, it's cool that the guy has potential, but what does he actually turn into?
By the way, one of my guys sent me the image of that you showed me earlier. Nike released Donovan Mitchell's Jazz jersey today in the store officially. Good luck. Jeff Bevan says, seriously. Jeff Evans, hello, comment dump. Chance K says, what do you think we could get for Bojan from the Lakers? I think there's no doubt that you could get a first-round pick.
Yep.
I think there's no doubt about that.
Add it to the ledger.
Yep. Jeff Bevan says, Bogey is a trade deadline move. Very valuable to a contender. Expiring deal. Big man that can shoot. He is very valuable at that point. Could be.
I think it's sooner than that, my man. I think he's someone that's gone this weekend, if I'm being honest. I don't think he's going to be here very long.
Yo Jimbo puts a number 6, then an S, an I, and an X. Okay. Appreciate the effort. Chance K says, what do you think we could get for Bojan from the Lakers? I read that one, sorry. Caleb says, people who haven't played are better than the GOAT Grimes now. I'm sick. Well, I think Grimes has an injury history that worries you. I agree that, you know what, I should probably say, let's see what Agbaji turns into. But, I mean, Quentin Grimes is a guy who, I mean, he's been a pretty good player, and he's played in the league. He just hasn't played a lot because of the injuries. So, we'll see. Austie says, I just, quote-unquote, love that I can still root for Donovan now because it ended up in New York City, no bueno, but him as an individual I would root for regardless of any team he finished on. I agree with that. Brett Robbins says, Sexton and Laurie are borderline all-stars. It might be a rebuild, but they actually got some solid players right now and still got Conley and Boyan who could potentially get another young guy or asset. True.
Totally.
I mean, Colin Sexton could show up here and be an all-star this year. I mean, he's going to have the ball constantly.
Yep.
Constantly.
Yep.
Marilyn Newrin. Mary Lynn, okay. Danny will still get more picks this week. Remember, it's a holiday weekend. We were driving to a meeting this morning. And then on the way back home, I'm pretty sure I said, holiday weekend, NBA trades happen on holiday weekends.
Yes, they do.
When did Rudy get traded?
Holiday weekend.
4th of July. July 1st he got traded. JJ47K said, or Scott Howard said, I understand that. Smart not to give up the farm, but Grimes held it up. Shake my head. Dude averaged 6 points last year.
Yeah, but
I think it's the top end.
We have to have more visibility than a young guy averaged 6 points last year. I mean, you got to be able to look forward and look at what the guy can be. You know, again, as I just said, potential is a dirty word, but deals get done on potential all the time. I mean, that's what the Rudy deal was. That's what this deal was. You got to understand that.
Kayla Ann says, Monty, I'm a big fan. I appreciate you, Kayla. I'm a big fan of yours, too. Thank you for being here. Stop. BB says, Victor Wembanyama, here we go, or are these young guys secretly good? I don't know that you ever get to the number one spot.
Yeah, that's a real convenient argument that people are going to make. I wouldn't listen to that.
Let's see. Charles Evans says, will Cockburn... It's a guy's show. We say Cockburn.
Yeah, casual.
And will Cockburn and no, I can't say it without laughing. Will Coburn and Sexton both be in the starting lineup? No, I think Jared Vanderbilt starts. We'll see though. Who knows? Yo Jimbo, Sexton will have a better year than Brunson.
Ooh.
I think the world of Jalen Brunson.
Dude.
I think the world of Jalen Brunson. You know,
yeah.
Sexton will be better, tradable contract next summer, $8 million cheaper per year. Could be. Yeah, Warren Franklin says, then Grimes scores 37 points in a game, 7 three-pointers. Grimes is just a rookie. Now he will be a second-year guy. Grimes was working out with Penny Hardaway. Yeah. Hey, listen, I like Quentin Grimes. I think I said for most of this cycle I would not trade him.
Yeah.
But if he was the one guy holding this trade up, man, Knicks fans are going to be pissed.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is. Scott Howard says, I actually don't hate New York. I love the Pacers and Knicks playoff series back in the day. Yeah, me too. I'm just baffled that I'm a major market. They have underperformed so badly for so long too.
Yeah.
You know, Brett Robbins says Gordon Hayward averaged 5 points one year.
That's pretty much self-explanatory.
Come on, guy.
Okay. I think Justin Kobasinski, JK. Your new name is JK. Sexton averaged 25 points 2 seasons ago. He's a good player. He's a good player. BB said, watch Jazz Media come out with info we knew all the time. Haha. Well, could be. Could be. Kurt Myers, doesn't this give the Jazz like 19 guys? I think 37 guys. By the way, the G League. Anybody hear the rumor that the G League is going to the Maverick Center?
That's what we hear.
The G League's going to the Maverick Center.
I mean, that'd be a big-time improvement over, where were they, Salt Lake Community College?
Jimmy and Steve's backyard basketball
Jimmy and
court.
Steve's Technical Institute, way out there in the Great Salt Lake that doesn't exist anymore.
They were out there at the... Anyway. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people saying the G League's going to Maverick Center. So if that happens, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
JJ47K says Brunson is underrated. Mm-hmm. Jeff Bevan says will be tough to beat the Pistons and Rockets for worst record. I think the Rockets are not going to have the worst record this year.
No, the Rockets are a good team, bro. The Rockets are a team that, You want to talk about a team that didn't make the postseason but can beat anybody on any night? That's the Rockets, 100%. And by the way, the team no one's talking about is the Los Angeles Clippers. John Wall, yeah, buddy looks like he's ready to kill someone. You know what I mean?
I would agree with that. Warren Franklin says Sexton hurt his ACL. Good luck, Jazz fans. Well, he did.
Yeah, but
He did.
yeah,
He did. I mean,
modern
you're
medicine.
not wrong.
Modern medicine brings guys back all the time. Look no further than KD and the Achilles.
You're not wrong. I mean, you're absolutely not wrong. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, appreciate you guys being here today as we talk about Donovan Mitchell traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Brought to you by the Utah Advocates, utahadvocates.com. The Advocates are your injury attorneys, guys. And again, if you're a little hesitant to talk to somebody on the phone or maybe that makes you nervous, you can chat with them at utahadvocates.com. You don't need to be worrying about all things, financial. They can help you defer your medical bills when you get into an accident. They're going to fight for you because that's what you deserve. When you've been in an accident, the Advocates know it's a really tough time for you. And that's why they do things like $0 up front. You don't pay a penny until they win your case, right? They give you a free consultation. It costs you nothing to call them and say, hey, do I have a case? Check them out online, utahadvocates.com. So let's recap this deal for everybody just tuning in. The Utah Jazz have traded Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers for 3 unprotected first-round picks, and they sign and trade with the Cavs on Colin Sexton on a 4-year, $72 million deal. After this trade, the Utah Jazz now have 13 unprotected or lightly protected first-round picks through 2029.
Yeah.
The haul that they have gotten is amazing. The Jazz also acquire Colin Sexton. As I said, that's $19 million a year. Yes, he has a knee injury that he was dealing with, but this is a guy that is an all-star caliber player in Colin Sexton. The Jazz also get Lauri Markkanen and Ochai Agbaji in the Donovan Mitchell trade with the Cavs. Again, Jake, I just don't know how this isn't a win.
Yeah, it's definitely a win. There's no question about it. I think that you're just in a great place. You're in a place of flexibility, which the franchise hasn't been in years. And I think that everyone's going to say, oh, well, the Jazz are going to suck, and they're not going to do anything, and they're terrible. Okay, cool. Leave those guys to hate. What I'm telling you is, well, this team may not be good this season. Sure, they're not tanking. It is a full rebuild, but the rebuild process is probably 2-3 years long, not 5 to 7. So that's the silver lining.
Yep. Top Junkie says, Knicks fans, remember when we didn't get the number 1 pick and got RJ instead of Zion? How is that working out so far? This isn't the worst thing to happen. Good job again, Danny Fleece. My hat's off to him. I again say, the winner of this trade, the winner of the Donovan Mitchell trade is the New York Knicks for not making this deal. I mean, obviously for the assets and the players acquired, Danny Ainge crushed this thing.
Yeah.
But the New York Knicks are far from done. So, just don't pull the ripcord if you're a Knicks fan. Marlon Shaw says, when do you leave for Hawaii?
5 minutes ago?
Yeah, 31 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning we leave. So, T Money says Knicks will target a small forward now. I would agree with that. Jeff Bevan says, oh, really? SLC Stars at the Maverick Center? What else might be? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what we're hearing, though, and I think that
I don't know.
I think that it's funny. I think the G League, just generally speaking, it could use some help overall. Like, I think that the talent that you get in the G League, everyone thinks the G League is just some dumpster fire of talent. Those guys can play. Like, you need to understand, the NBA obviously is the best league in the world, but G League guys could thrive overseas. Like, G League guys can dominate guys overseas. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the talent in the G League is really good. So if it is true that the G League is moving, like the Stars are moving to the Maverick Center, I think that'd be a great move. I think that'd be really smart.
Well, Jared Butler needs a nice gym to play in.
Seriously, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Seriously.
John Mulvaney says, yeah, the Jazz have 2 teams now. That's the secret. Smith's starting a new separate NBA team in Vegas. Okay, that's cool. Marilyn Nurin says, hit the like button. And please do give us a thumbs up. Really helps the channel grow. Yo Jimbo says, Donovan Mitchell wants to fire CAA. Knicks want to fire Rose. I doubt that.
Nah.
Modest Man says, great show. Glad you went live. Best move the Jazz could have made. Danny is not done. JC Bogey, where are they going? I still maintain I would watch the Heat for Jordan Clarkson, and I'd watch the Lakers for Bojan Bogdanovic. That's what I think. Let's see. NNK, because I ain't even going to try that. Who do you think won this trade? I think Danny Ainge won this trade. Noah Young says no. Mark Hales says, guys, aloha. Enjoy your trip. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Noah Young says, dang, I just found out the news. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, sorry,
Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Mark J says, I'm just as impressed the Monty Show sponsors as I am with my recent Ainge trades. Both are big time. Thank you, Mark.
Let's go,
Appreciate that. Sexton, THT, Clarkson, Laurie, Kessler starting 5. Could be. I'm interested to see if they trade Jordan Clarkson because I don't think that's a slam dunk. I do think he brings you a first-round pick. And the other problem with Jordan Clarkson is he's not 25, he's 30. So Jordan Clarkson's no longer a young man. He's been in this league a while now.
Yep.
So I don't know how willing they are to hang on. With that, I just think it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see. It will. Noah Young says, dang, we went in full rebuild. I think I would agree it's a full rebuild, not a tank.
But I don't think it's like one of these rebuilds where it's like 10 years of sucking. I think you're probably really bad for a year. And by the way, that's what we told you needed to take place. Again, go back to last summer. We told you were going to be bad for a year. And then that was the price to pay for 5 years in the NBA Finals. So,
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Ochai, oh boy. Nice pickup for the Jazz. I like him. I do. JJ says tanking for Victor. We'll see. John Mulvanian says, now that Mitchell is gone, I'd like to point out the Jazz curse. Hayward, D-Will, A.K. Boozer, Memo, and probably a few others. Their careers tanked after being traded from the Jazz.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. I think the world of Donovan as a player.
Yeah.
I do. Yo Jimbo says the Knicks are the Knicks the winners if they miss the playoffs. They won't miss the playoffs. I don't think I just don't think that they will. I mean that's just me.
Man.
What?
just the way this all went down, like, if you're big on Twitter, Woj is putting out stories about how, talks break down between the Knicks and, Danny, didn't like a deal, didn't like the offer and turn the Knicks down. And in 2 days' time, Cleveland Cavaliers putting to paper. And that's just truly incredible.
Well, what does Woj say? Now, I want to go on the record and remind you, I've told you for 6 weeks Grimes has been the deal breaker, right? New York has the assets package that Utah preferred, and the sides seem to be inching closer to a trade on Sunday night into Monday. Did you check my Twitter on Sunday night and Monday? You probably should have. But New York balked on including Quentin Grimes into the trade with R.J. Barrett to acquire Mitchell. When guard Emmanuel Quickley was proposed as a replacement for Grimes in the trade, Utah wanted 3 unprotected first-round picks as part of the package. Woo!
Yeah, take the victory lap, buddy.
All I can say is I'm hung like a steer. I just, but I don't have any sources. We're just, what do they call it?
Illuminate me.
Yeah, we're just the hacks on YouTube.
That's right, T.
We're just look, we're just the hacks on YouTube, man.
Yeah, look, we stay humble. We just do a little show, and we're just chilling. And,
With all due respect.
yeah, I know that we're not on the radio, and we have financial problems, and we're terrible, and we're jokers. But hey, it's fine. It's all good.
Tarek S says, "I told you, Monty boys, you not getting Grimes? Hell no. I'm a happy Knicks fan. You should be." You should be, because I think this is a hella price to pay. Yeah. Noah Young says, Cavs just stole Mitchell. They gave up a hell of a lot to get him. How do you say no to that?
You don't.
How do you?
You don't.
I don't know. Marlon Shaw says, you realize a steer has no huevos, right?
Donnie, please.
Ain't got no rounds, but he's got a shaft.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Let's move on, because that's awkward. Jay Shazam says Kobe traded Kyrie for Colin Sexton to Danny. Danny traded Mitchell to Kobe. LOL. Funny how the world works. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Gnostic Poisea.
Who the fuck are you?
Okay. Nick fans salty if they trade the whole team for a star. Nick fans salty after another losing season.
Dude!
Neville93 says, this made my day bad, but after I took a good look at what they got, I'm kind of happy, and we have cap space. That's right. That's what I'm talking about, Monty. Sean Mirzinski says casuals. Exactly. Mark Hales says you demand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. It is what it is. Tarek says, I'm not salty. I'm just happy as bleep. You should be. You should be. Scott Price says, apparently only accountants and plumbers can express political opinions. Mitchell pays a hell of a lot more taxes. He allowed to share his views. That's what I'm
saying, bro.
I just don't know why everybody got upset about it.
Offended about this situation.
You know. Let's see. Jazz Hands Dan.
Yeah.
Last time Utah traded with Cleveland, it was Exum for JC, hoping this trade ages the same way.
Yeah, dude.
That was a great trade.
Difficult.
That was a great trade.
Yeah.
You know. Matthew Benedict says Knicks picks greater than Cavs picks. Well, I would agree with that. Only because the Knicks are going to be not as good as the Cavs. So when you win more games, your picks are devalued. I don't disagree with that. All right, a couple more before we got to get out of here. Noah Young says, are the Jazz turning into the Thunder? No.
Oh.
No. I don't think so. I seriously doubt that. I wish the best for Donovan as I did for Hayward and others who left in free agency or by trade. Good. Please don't boo him when he comes back. Jeff Bevan says, enjoy Hawaii, guys. I'll be living in your stories to live vicariously through you. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter, man.
We're doing shows in Hawaii. Don't act like we're not.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be
Monday
doing
when we're talking about a Bojan Bogdanovic trade. Be there.
The Wanderer says, I don't understand why they had to make this trade this year. Would have been best to wait a year to see what would have happened and what we draft. There was no hurry.
It's just not in their plan, though. I think they're not in a hurry, but I think they have a plan. I think they have a strategy that they're executing on.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Noah Young says, never boo Mitchell. Never boo Gobert either. Last comment of the day. John Mulvaney, but the Jazz tend to make it their best player really look good and put them on a pedestal. D. Will was a great player, but we coveted him, as well as AK and Hayward. The Jazz made these players look good. That could be. That could absolutely be. It is not difficult, when you're really good at your job, like the Utah Advocates are, to put you on a pedestal and make you look good. UtahAdvocates.com, the premier injury attorneys in the country, no matter where you are, no matter what your deal is. Check them out online. UtahAdvocates.com, they can help you. You need an advocate when you get in an accident, when you're injured. You shouldn't be thinking about your medical bills. You shouldn't feel alone. You shouldn't feel like you're defenseless. Get to UtahAdvocates.com. Donovan Mitchell is a Cleveland Cavalier. Until Monday, aloha, America. Say goodbye, Jake.
Deuces, Donnie.
Man, what a story that was. Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers. A fun show to do breaking news on. I think that's been a win-win for both sides. Donnie and the Cavs are one of the best teams in the East. Lauri Markkanen and Colin Sexton have really helped the Jazz. Win-win is very rare in NBA trades. But speaking of big stories, how about Amazon in the Pac-12? Is Amazon a real viable place for Pac-12 football? Well, when we talk football in this state, it's always brought to you by our friends at Barbecue Pit Stop, bbqpitstop.com. Find any of their 5 locations throughout the state of Utah in Logan, Layton, Lehigh, St. George, and of course, Salt Lake City and Murray on State Street, right across from the mall. And when you hear Barbecue Pit Stop, you already know, hey, it's the best equipment, right? It's Traeger, it's Yoder, it's Big Green Egg, it's Camp Chef, you name it, they've got it at Barbecue Pit Stop. But what you're getting is really good dudes. And stop using charcoal briquettes. Start using pellets in your Traeger smoker. It's super easy, it's cleaner, and the food tastes so good. Mamma mia! At Barbecue Pit Stop, bbqpitstop.com. We had a big conversation about Amazon streaming college football. Are you willing to go to Amazon? Is that a good place for college football? We talked all about it right here on The Monty Show. Do you believe that college football can thrive on Amazon? Amazon Prime, Amazon Friday night, Amazon Saturday afternoon? Because, we were talking about it yesterday. And as much as it pissed off Utah fans on Twitter yesterday, and it did, which, I guess is always, it's not very difficult to do. But then yesterday, after we reported this, all kinds of people jumped on the train that Amazon and the Pac-12 are talking, but that Amazon's reticent to do a deal because they are concerned about the quality of matchup. And I guess my question is, if Utah and Washington State last night are on Amazon Prime, is that a reason you would subscribe? Would you have watched this game on Amazon Prime last night? I can tell you I would rather have Amazon Prime than Pac-12 Network, which I currently, as a DirecTV customer, have no access to. But my question is, do you value, as a sports fan, do you value Amazon Prime as a platform? I think they're doing a much better job. They've improved significantly on Thursday Night Football. We watched a good bit of that game last night, even in Spanish language, which was mucho gusto.
Right.
Benintendi, like it was amazing. And watching that game on Amazon last night, I actually thought they did a great job, and I think Amazon's improved a lot. And then you hear Amazon talking about the fact that, hey, we would really like to have college football, and that they are engaged with the Pac-12 and the Big 12, and they have had conversations with the Big 10. And I guess my question is, are we just waiting for the first college football shoe to drop and everything's going to be on Amazon? And as a football fan, are you okay if all of your football, the NFL, college football, is going slowly but surely to Amazon Prime? I feel like I am. I'm an Amazon Prime customer. I watch Prime Video regularly. Mm-hmm. I think this is the norm now, not the exception.
Yeah, I think that, the biggest fight is going to be, the balance between being on a streaming app versus being on traditional TV. Like when it's Friday night and you've got hockey on and you've got, like the World Series, you've got, the NBA, and then you've got college football, and then to find college football, you got to hop over to the Amazon Prime app on your smart TV, but then to get back to the NHL, you got to go to the DirecTV option on your TV. I think that's what people get burned out on, and I think that people are always reliably going to go to what's comfortable. And I think what's comfortable is where all of your options are easily available to you. So that would be my only hesitation. I think if you had premier matchups on Amazon, or if you had a lot of different matchups on Amazon, then I think, it becomes a little more palatable, because then there's different things to watch. But right now, it's hey, we have this one, it's we have a special every week. We have one game every week that we're showcasing, essentially. And so that's why it's working for them right now. But as they pay for more media rights and they show more games, I think that becomes a little, it's just the water's a little murky on that, I feel like, because of the inconvenience of flipping back and forth. So for me, I have Amazon
Is that
Prime.
inconvenient?
Yeah, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient as hell to have to because you've got so as a DirecTV customer, you've got your DirecTV remote. Then you've got your remote that came with your physical TV that allows you to
operate
flip,
the smart TV part.
Yeah. So you're using multiple remotes. You're having to wait for it to load. If you don't have amazing internet, then you're gonna have to wait for it to buffer and stream.
If you don't have amazing internet,
but you see what I mean. There are things here that don't make the viewing experience as comfortable.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting parts of this is that internet question, because I don't think, and I think a lot of us take it for granted. I can tell you, building this studio we're sitting in, gig speed internet was a huge deal. And I think that on the regular, how many people watching this show right now have gig speed internet? I would guess not most people. And I think that's a huge problem, because if you're a simple internet home customer, there's a real good chance that your streaming is not going to be great. You're going to buffer, you're going to spin, you're going to be loading. And I think that's a big part of this. But I think the other thing is that has to become the norm in this country. And I think if we're going to watch major sports on Amazon, it's going to be on a mobile device.
Yeah.
The day of watching Amazon Prime Video on your TV, I think those days are numbered. I truly do. I think when you look at the way that Amazon Prime is building their platform, they are very mobile phone friendly, iPad, tablet friendly. That's really where Amazon Prime's thriving. Now, are they on TV? Yes. And to your point, it is actually kind of a pain in the ass to have to switch to the smart TV. And I agree with you. But I think that's where we're going as consumers. I mean, I have to be honest with you. If Amazon offered a full tier package, if I could get Chicago PD on Amazon, I'd be watching it every week on Amazon. But I can't, and that's why I'm a subscriber to DirecTV, which I love.
Yeah.
But when you look at where Amazon is positioned, I do believe that when this all shakes out and college football expansion shakes out, that you are going to have Amazon Prime be the major streaming partner for all three, the Big Ten, the Pac-12, if it survives, and the Big 12. And I think listening to Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, talk about that, I think only validates my feelings on it.
How do you look at streaming as part of the television packages you're creating?
I think streaming is critically important. It's a way to reach younger consumers. But I think right now, my goal is to be on the broadest based platform possible, because we need to grow some of our emerging brands. We need to distribute the Big 12 as broadly as possible. But there's a place for that digital player. And, currently with ESPN, we have Big 12 Now on ESPN Plus. And as we continue the conversations with ESPN, I know there's a commitment to glamorizing us and showcasing us in the biggest way possible on their digital platform. And you'll see that in advance of any kind of extension, because we've got 2 more years after this one on our current deal. So digital plays a key component, and it's part of the mix.
It's interesting the way he says that, because he says digital. And I think anymore, you have to get on board with the fact that Amazon's not quote-unquote digital. Amazon is the entertainment choice for a lot of people in this country.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at the deal that they're talking about, and from what TV sources have told me, they're not talking about just streaming games. They're talking about a complete entertainment package. They're talking about a docuseries similar to Hard Knocks. They're talking about all kinds of one-off content. They're talking about folding NIL money into all of these deals. Like, Amazon's not looking to just carry games and then go about their business. They're looking to be the college football, the NFL, the NBA, because don't be surprised if the NBA is on a place like Amazon. But what also did Brett Yormark say in that video? He talked about ESPN Plus, which we've told you repeatedly. Our sources have been telling us that ESPN wants the right to stream games on their platform. Facts. ESPN wants the right to do inside the Big 12 and do these docuseries type programming, because that's what these conferences now require. It's no longer good enough to say, well, yeah, we'll put your games on Fox and ESPN, and you'll pay us a lot of money to do that, or
Right.
Like, that's not what it is anymore.
Right.
It's, hey, okay, well, as ESPN, we're going to give you, $100 million a year. And we're going to put, 2 of your best games on the ESPN family of networks. And we're going to do a docuseries on, ESPN Plus. And we're going to have a daily show on the Big 12. And like, you're going to just keep doing all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And it only gets bigger and bigger. And so I know it seems like almost a ridiculous question. I do think Amazon is controlling college football expansion right now, because when you look at where the Big 12 and the Pac-12 are specifically, because I think the Big 12 and the Pac-12 need Amazon. I think it's not optional. I think they need Amazon to survive. Especially in the Pac-12, I think without a major streaming player coming in, and again, remember what we're talking about, Amazon in the Pac-12, I think in best case scenario, Amazon at B tier 2.
Right.
Which means the second best game of the week, that second, third best game of the week would be on Amazon Prime Video. One on Friday night, one on Saturday night. I think that's what you'd be looking at, because remember already, the Big Ten with USC and UCLA has that NBC deal where it's going to be, Big Ten After Dark. And it's going to be that late night West Coast Big Ten game that, in my opinion, is going to feature teams like USC and Oregon, because I do think Oregon and Washington end up in the Big Ten. I think that's what you're going to see. But how is that possible? Well, it's only possible if Amazon comes on and, new membership joins the Big Ten, and they're able to afford to pay those new members without taking money out of their current membership's pocket. That's the only way Big Ten expansion makes sense. And speaking of expansion, Brett Yormark, who by the way was at UCF yesterday, doing he's been going around to all of the members of the conference, and he was at UCF, and so he was also asked about what are you looking for in the Big 12 if you're going to expand?
You talked a little bit about expanding. Is that something maybe you have to do, maybe because to provide a little bit of stability?
Well, first of all, I love the composition of this conference right now. The 8 continuing members and the new 4 members. And very proud of kind of what's been done prior to my arrival, especially on the expansion front. So we don't have to expand. Only if it's additive, only if it creates value, only if it gets us into a 4th time zone. And another component, it needs to be the right cultural fit, whatever that member institution is. We've got great alignment right now amongst our board, amongst our member institutions. We can't compromise that at all. As much as I think about expansion, I'm also very happy where we are today. And if a year from now, it's just, the 12, that's great. No problem with that at all.
That guy is just smooth.
Yeah.
I mean, he is, remember, he came from Rock Nation. Like, this is an experienced operator.
Yeah.
And I compare him to George Kliavkoff in the Pac-10. Listen to the difference. You just saw Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12. Here's George Kliavkoff, the commissioner of the Pac-10.
How many UCLA coaches and athletes have you spoken with to assess their thoughts on the move to the Big 10?
I think saying hundreds would be an exaggeration. Dozens, more than 100. And I have yet to talk to anyone in the UCLA and USC community who's in favor of the move. I will say that I probably hear from folks who are not in favor, right? Not surprisingly.
I mean, he's just not polished. This is the same guy in Kliavkoff, and I know you're probably tired of hearing me railing this guy, but this is the same guy who in that same press conference that was at Pac-12 Basketball Media Day, he was asked, okay, well, hey, George, you said that you had penciled some numbers out about how UCLA would lose money. Can you tell us what those numbers are? You can go. His answer was, well, go look them up. Well, you did give them to the UC Board of Regents. Yeah, you can go look it up. It's, you can go find the numbers.
Yeah.
So you don't have the numbers, and you're not willing to share the numbers that you say are absolutely rock solid and prove that UCLA shouldn't go to the Big Ten. Like, George Kliavkoff to me strikes as this guy who's desperate and just throws stuff against the wall in hopes. And when you say things like, well, we did some, we penciled it out on the back of an envelope.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what are you when you're talking about the livelihood and the survivability of these universities and of these programs, you can't pencil it out on the back of an envelope and then refuse to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because when you then are compared to your competitor and Brett Yormark, it makes you look like a fool.
Yeah.
And I think George Kliavkoff, instead of being this great replacement, right, for Larry Scott, who was by all accounts an abject failure as a commissioner. Larry Scott, the former commissioner of the Pac-12, was an abject failure. George Kliavkoff was supposed to be this operator, this tactician that was going to come in and elevate the Pac-12 to this new level, and he's done anything but. He looks desperate. He panders to guys like John Wilner, and John obviously has a huge following. He's very good at what he does. I'd probably be pandering to him too.
Yeah.
But it's surprising the lack of facts that he has provided, like when he went on John Wilner and John Canzano's podcast and they did nothing to back it up. Like, they didn't ask him follow-up questions.
Nope.
And I think John Canzano is absolutely a clown. I think the guy just is a shill for the Pac-12 because he never has facts. He never asks backup questions, never asks follow-ups, never asks for foundational cementing information. George Kliavkoff is running around out west unchecked.
Yeah, and I think there's no structure to his messaging. There's no, like direction or, like strategy or anything. Like with Yormark, you can clearly tell that there is this sort of hey, we're looking forward, right? We're pushing forward. We're happy with where we are now, but also in that same light, we want to make sure that our future
is secure, and whether we're talking streaming or expansion or whatever the case may be, we want to make sure that we're in a good spot moving forward. And everything that he says, and every time I hear him speak, that's sort of, it's always in that sort of bubble, if you will.
Yep, I agree. Game of the weekend, according to Eric and Raleigh, is East Carolina over BYU. We'll find out about that.
Yeah.
MY Monty fan says, I'm curious to know what the deal really was with Cam Rising. Hope he's okay. They will need him down the stretch. But yes, Boyd Lake, I agree. Second stringer played pretty good before I fell asleep. I think he's injured. I think he's been dealing with a knee injury. Boyd Lake says, do you think it was load management by the Utes? I absolutely do not. I do not. Barfing Chicken said, to be honest, I like watching games where both teams suck. It's kind of funny seeing who can punt the most. Okay. Chris Taylor says TCU versus West Virginia or Okie State versus K-State. Well, the Oklahoma State game's actually a pretty big game.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Boyd Lake says, does Amazon Prime have the coverage for it to be a good deal? Oh, I mean, what coverage do you need other than it's available worldwide on any phone or tablet?
Yeah, and that's kind of the X
and
factor.
smart TVs.
Yeah, like with DirecTV, that's kind of the limitation there. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, whether we're talking about the reason we got on the YouTube, a year and a half ago or whatever it was, or like why college football is going to Amazon, it's the cell phone. That's like, it's that simple. You have to be on the phone.
Yeah, and I think that was specifically the reason that we did it, because Periscope, the live streaming app on Twitter, went away, and we knew we needed a long-term fit. And you look at the numbers, I mean, our reach on tablet, frankly, YouTube puts you on phones, tablets, computers, and TVs. I mean, the number of people that watch our show on televisions is pretty remarkable. Now, it's not close to the number of people that watch this show on a TV and on a tablet, but the point is, when you look at Amazon Prime is anywhere you want to watch it, and I think that's really the message when you're talking about your game rights, your television rights. You have to be where the consumers want to be found. Can college football live on Amazon? Man, what a crazy world we live in. We have more coming up in the show on Pac-12 media rights. Stick around for that. But we got to talk about distracted drivers in Utah, and that's a huge story. And all of the biggest stories in sports every day on The Monty Show are presented by Quick Quack Car Wash, one of our newest, best sponsors on the show, Quick Quack Car Wash. All those car washes that you see, Duck, Duck, Go, Quick Quack Car Wash. And you know what I like about Quick Quack? Number one, it's really affordable. It very much fits into my budget, $21.99 a month, that I can get one wash, or I can get a million washes. It's totally up to me at Quick Quack Car Wash. But the other thing is, I don't have to deal with a cash register or some crazy machine. A guy walks up to my car, puts in my license plate, says, "Hi, Monty, how are you?" I'm like, "I'm good, dude. Hey, do you want a washcloth for your dashboard?" "No, I'm good, I have a cloth." "All right, cool, go ahead and pull forward." Boom, that's simple. Friendly, smiling, and I'm in and out of Quick Quack Car Wash in 5 to 7 minutes, no matter how long the line is. It moves right along. That's why you should choose Quick Quack Car Wash for your car wash needs. Right here in Utah, tell them you heard about it on The Monty Show. Boy, now, you know some of our favorite segments are having Mrs. Monty on the show. She loves being on the show. You guys love having her on the show. But one thing she doesn't love is distracted driving. And we talked all about it on The Monty Show. It drives me crazy when I don't get it. Cars today, every one of them has Bluetooth. Why on earth are you holding your phone in your hand? And I need somebody, if you're out yourself, we'll be kind sometimes. Yeah. You'll probably get ridiculed. Why are people holding their phone in their hand? Because I just don't understand.
Well, and the thing that's so fascinating to me is all you have to do, like when you first get into whatever your new car is, that very first time you drive it, what's the first thing we all do? We all connect our phone. That's like the natural instinct to do. And then every time from there on out that you get in your car, it automatically connects. Yet people are still on their phone. And that to me is what's crazy. I don't know. To me, it's even more inconvenient. Like, why would you want to hold the phone in your hand while you're driving? To me, that takes more effort than just simply driving and talking. That to me is what's incredible.
It's just not necessary. It's not necessary. Today's phone technology, put it on a phone holder. Hey, connect it to your Bluetooth. Okay, you don't want to connect to Bluetooth? Put it on a phone holder. Why are you holding your phone in your hand and driving?
Yeah.
It's completely unnecessary. And I look at, like yesterday, getting cut off. All these people that are talking on their phone, we're driving down Parleys yesterday. And we're probably doing 75 miles an hour down Parleys. And there's a guy driving a Lexus holding his phone in his hand right here. He's like driving with his phone right here, drifting left into the fast lane.
One hand on the steering wheel.
Drifting into the fast lane. I'm like, do you have zero ability to have any respect for the people around you? Because isn't that what this is? In my opinion, it's just a lack of respect for the people around you.
And it's incredibly dangerous. That's the like, I feel like, and I've always said this, there's not nearly enough education around driving in our country. Like, there's not nearly enough, like the bar is not nearly high enough to get a driver's license in our country. You don't have to, you just have to prove that you're just competent at moving the vehicle. And now today's cars are so easy to drive that it's not like people have to learn how to drive a manual or, anything that would be required for you to pay attention. It's one of my favorite things about driving a manual car. You don't have time to hold the phone in your hand and be distracted. It's one of my favorite things, and I'll die on that hill for as long as I'm alive. Like, I think that today's cars are just too easy to drive. And to me, people just get lazy. They think they can hop right in and just do whatever. And then they're surprised, not to be an a-hole about it, but they're surprised when they get in an accident. And it's like, well, are we really that surprised? Because I'm not. Like, you were distracted.
I think it's so easy to get in an accident. We drive so fast. I mean, I drive Bangor Highway every single day. Every single day. And it is crazy how fast we drive.
Yeah.
Crazy. And I'm as guilty as anybody. I am an 80-mile-an-hour driver. I freely admit that.
Okay, but everybody says, so here's my other issue. Speed is not always a problem. Yes, it is a problem sometimes. There are certain situations where if you're going too fast, it's dangerous. But going down parlays at 80 is pretty standard procedure. That's pretty standard. Like, most people do 80 down parlays.
I don't disagree with that. And I'm not telling you that speed is not a problem, but it's also different when you look at the car I drive, you look at the way I drive. Like, I don't look at other things. I don't get on my phone while I'm driving. I'm not holding my phone. I don't play with my phone. The worst thing that I do is I talk to Jake or Mrs. Monty while I'm driving. Mm-hmm. That's my distraction. Generally, I honestly think at 80 miles an hour, I am a danger to nobody. Now, if it's 80 and a 25, okay, that's a problem, but I don't drive like that.
Yeah.
No, but what I would ask you to consider is that when you are going faster than most, right? So if you are driving 85 and everyone, and the majority of other people are 65 or 70, you are going far too fast for them to expect you. So when you are coming up that fast alongside someone and they don't have time to react, then that's where you can get into issues. That's where people start coming over because they didn't even have time to react because you were coming so
when
fast.
Does that ever happen? I don't feel like I'm in that.
It happens a lot.
No,
I think that sometimes when
so.
you get frustrated, when you're driving really fast, it's because people just don't have time to react. They don't have time. Like they're not expecting someone to be driving that much faster than them.
Yeah, I would.
It's just something to consider that I think that's where you get into trouble.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that for me personally, in my experience, I'm thinking well ahead. So I equate this to a math equation almost. I anticipate what I think people are going to do. And then, so like if I'm making a lane change left to right, I'm looking at the car next to me in the first lane and the car ahead of them. Like I'm calculating for that. I very rarely get surprised because I'm going too fast. Like I don't know that I can think of a situation where that's happened. What happens is what annoys me is when somebody's in the third lane on Bangor or doing 40 miles an hour. And everybody else is doing like 60, 70. Because I probably on Bangor, I regularly do 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, probably on Bangor, depending on the time of day with rush hour or whatever. And it never ceases to amaze me that you have people in the fast lane going so much slower. It's not too fast causing an accident. I believe more accidents happen because people drive too slowly. And I really think most accidents happen because people are distracted driving.
Well, I would agree with it. The worst is the distracted driving. And there's zero excuse for it. You are driving a machine that can kill you and other people. Pay attention.
Yeah, I don't understand the phone thing specifically. Like, that's what drives me crazy. Let's see. Fat Jesus says, admit it, you're like everyone else in justifying your own vice. I don't know about that. I actually think I am quite the defensive driver. I just don't trust anybody. Like, just because you have your turn signal on doesn't mean you're turning. It just doesn't. VT says, distracted drivers bring out my road rage, and then my road rage becomes a problem instead. That's right, VT.
Well played.
Exactly right. And my jazz fan says, the absolute worst is the people in a store or anywhere in public talking on speakers, having a full-blown conversation.
Oh, my God.
See it all the time.
Why?
All the time.
Gym guy.
We do not need to hear your conversation.
It is Gym Guy. There's no doubt it's Gym Guy.
Like, I don't even care if you're sitting in the house. Like, sometimes we go and visit, like, other family members or whatever, and the speakerphone conversation in the house.
Yeah,
Everybody gets to hear me talking about what? No, it's about 6 more inches. Oh, there it is. Right there. It connects with your head.
Yeah.
You're safe. Okay, good. Whew, man.
Why, though? What? Like, I don't understand. Why do you want everybody to hear? I think there is a certain level of relevance, or
you have to feel important.
It's the people that use, like, FaceTime. Why are you FaceTiming in public? Can I just get, like, at least put AirPods in.
Mm-hmm.
Put AirPods in if you're going to FaCetime in public.
But why are you FaceTiming in public?
I don't care for FaceTiming in public. Put AirPods in. Just, like, I don't know. Don't be weird.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My pet peeve, though, and I think we should be able to, like, throw, like, a tag on cars that are driving like this in your brand new, Land Rover.
Well, and the other thing that drives me crazy, here's another pet peeve that'll probably piss off some of the tree choppers, but I think we should be able to report people who have terrible, like, emissions, or, like that. You should be able to report those guys.
Report gross polluters. I don't know if it's still an option anymore. It used to be a phone number that you could call.
But why don't we know about that? Why don't we know about the guys like Jake who drive around with their exhaust smoking?
No, mine does not. See, you paint me out to be some horrible person, and I'm not, dude.
No.
Mine is not catless. It's totally emission compliant. Like,
but you used to be catless.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about.
I don't know how people drive catless cars. Like, I used to hate being in your Fiat because it just, like, it would give me a headache. I would have the window down anytime I was in your Fiat because it was just nauseating.
But you're It's fine. It's fine.
No, go ahead, say it.
Because it's a car community thing. Car guys like to do it.
Brain damage.
It's not brain damage. It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay. It's fine.
It's not.
What are your worst pet peeves that people do? Like, when people do what is it that people do? They talk about catless when they don't know what they're talking about. I think driving certainly is one.
Yeah.
I think the way people smoke. I think people don't care. Smokers and vapors are different now. Like, smokers have pretty much been ostracized, but dudes who vape and just don't care about the people around them, like, and they're always like, bro, it's vape. What's the problem?
Yeah.
That drives me crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's and this is probably not a great thing to say, but like, person checking out at the store who is trying to pay with like 100 different coins, when clearly they're not in that position in life. Clearly they're fine financially. Like, you're wearing nice clothes, you're in a great spot, and you're trying to pay with like quarters, and you're holding up like a line of 10 people. That to me is annoying.
Well, does anybody pay with cash anymore?
I mean, it's obviously rare, but
again, up at Park City yesterday, you can't pay with cash. They don't take it.
Why would they?
Yeah, I don't understand why people wouldn't. It's a pain. And then people have to count the drawer, and then they're off, and then, then you get accused of stealing a $5 bill because for some reason you messed up. Like, no. If I worked in any sort of an industry that took money, I'd be like, cashless payments, people.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I don't disagree with that. I would want. I probably wouldn't take cash either. When we were talking about opening our restaurant, we were not going to take cash.
Other things that annoy me are a guy in the gym who yells and screams every time he's working out. Like we know you're not that guy, dude. Like, there's just no need to yell and scream.
There's a lot of them at the gym.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them at the grocery store. Like, all of it. Everything that annoys me is people just not respecting other people's space. Why are you standing in the middle of a grocery aisle? We were at the grocery store yesterday, Harmon's, Mountain View Village. Lady, like, completely blocking the aisle. Like, hey, man, you're not the only one in the aisle. Why is your cart sideways in the aisle? Like, so I skipped that aisle and went down another one.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
But I also think, on the other hand, there are so many opportunities just to see it and avoid it. Like, Yeah,
but what fun is that?
But you're not that guy.
Because then I can't complain
Yeah, you're not that guy.
Then I can't complain about it.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Half the fun is complaining.
I guess.
No.
Half the fun is complaining. All right, can we talk about Ron DeSantis real quick?
Sure.
Oh,
Did you guys? So Florida governor, a Florida man. Mm-hmm. So Ron DeSantis is playing a card from one of our former presidents.
You'll never guess who.
So this hurricane, you may have heard about. There was a small rainstorm.
Right.
Cold-blooded, clean, methodical, and thorough.
The largest, most damaging hurricane in the history of the state of Florida, Ian, rolls through last week. And it missed Tampa completely. They now know that Tampa got 2 inches of rain from Ian. Incredible. How it missed Tampa, nobody knows. But it went to Fort Myers instead. And it leveled Fort Myers. Lee County is just non-existent. And people are trying to figure out why there was no mobilization. Why was there no evacuation order?
There was evacuation
ahead of time. Why was there no evacuation order ahead of time? Why did they only issue evacuation orders 30 hours before the storm made landfall? 30 hours. So, of course, Governor DeSantis, who's been going around the state of Florida
as governor,
is asked about this. And he says, well, nobody knew it was going to make landfall in Fort Myers. Nobody had any idea. It was not in the cone 36 hours beforehand. So what do you think the National Weather Service did? What do you think every weather body did?
A plus B equals C, my friend.
They released all of their 96-hour forecasts for the hurricane, it's that cone. Remember when our former president drew a circle around Alabama with a magic marker? So all the weather services released the fact that they were projecting Lee County as an entire county was going to be majorly impacted 96 hours before it made landfall.
Plenty of time.
He ordered no evacuations on that. He ordered no state of emergency. They were all solely focused on the impact that it would have on Tampa. And so instead, evacuation orders were not issued in time. Funds and people and services were not released in time. And so when he was asked about that, he said, well, nobody knew. Nobody. It was the 36 hours before the storm. Nobody knew.
Right.
It was not in the cone.
Right.
It was in the cone 90, like in the forecast. The cone is that drawing they released. Like, hey, here are all the people who are screwed by this hurricane.
They're telling you the path.
Yeah.
And Fort Myers and Lee County are in the cone 96 hours ahead of time.
Yeah.
Why do politicians do this? And I'm not a politician. I have no desires on being a politician. Why do you lie to cover your tracks? Why not say, this was a huge storm. Mistakes were certainly made. You're never going to get it right for every single Floridian. We made mistakes. It's that simple. Now we're trying to help those fine folks in Lee County that have been so devastated. We're every resource we have is on the ground in Lee County.
People don't take accountability. Why would he take accountability for anything?
I don't know. But it's amazing to me.
Oh, and how reliable is it? Ruff's official has made his first appearance.
Let's see. Ruff's official says they were telling people in the whole area to evacuate for a week. Actually, they were not. Ruff said this is a huge story right now. So, like, if you just Google search, and I imagine
I don't live there, and I have said this many times. I wouldn't live in Florida. I just can't imagine
Politics
living
aside.
where, well, no, that plays a big part into why I would never live in Florida. I mean, I guess you can't say never just because of the politics, but overall, there's some shady stuff there. But I wouldn't because of hurricanes.
Yeah.
I'm just not interested in having my entire livelihood destroyed.
Yeah.
Like every 10 years.
Yeah.
And I'm really not interested as a taxpayer paying for it anymore. Like, I just think it's ridiculous. And eventually people are going to be saying that enough. Like, hey, we should not be rebuilding a home that has been destroyed 3 times.
Yeah. I agree with that.
No, we shouldn't. If you want to live in Key West, more power to you. You enjoy that. That's a lot of fun. You're going to be responsible for that.
Like, just doing a quick Google search, they did not release an evacuation order in Lee County until late Tuesday. I mean, you're so late. You're so late. And just in the NPR story alone, they're saying that 7 days before the hurricane made landfall, Lee County was absolutely in the path. Like, why hide from your mistakes?
Well, and this is what the NFL does until up until the Tua thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's the same concept where, like, you know, they get it wrong on several things. They'll never admit that they got it wrong on all the domestic violence stuff. Like, you know, we see this all the time.
I'm shocked we don't have more deaths out of this hurricane yet.
Oh, it's in Lee. I think it's surprisingly it's only 42.
Yeah, like it's pretty small for what it is.
Yeah,
but I just don't know how. Like,
it's amazing if you look at the satellite before and after pictures they're putting out.
Oh, terrible.
There's a boat that's like 3/4 of a mile inland. It's remarkable. The amount of water that this storm put on the ground is shocking. It's
crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the flooding, like, I don't know how you justify living in a coastal community in Florida. I don't know how Tampa got 2 inches of rain. That's the thing that's nutty.
I'm surprised about that. I've not looked at the statistics, but knowing people who live there, the wind obviously did a lot of damage. They have wind damage, but not like major structural damage, just, you know, damage in their yards, maybe a little bit on the outside. But.
Yeah, it is. They're calling this a 1,000-year storm.
Well, it was supposed to demolish Tampa. It was supposed to demolish.
It was
Tampa.
scheduled to demolish. It was supposed to make landfall. If it had gone
a little
there.
bit north and hit Tampa, Tampa would have been destroyed.
Yeah, so they're saying that the storm, the eye of the hurricane, left 2 inches in Tampa, and they got a total of 10 inches attributed to this storm.
Okay, what is Sean saying?
How is that even possible? Sean, where is Sean?
Right there. You're on him right now.
Stephen. I live in Bradenton, Sarasota area of Florida. There were evacuation orders from north of Tampa all the way down past Fort Myers. I actually live there and know the truth. I can only tell you what's being reported. That may be true, but I can only tell you NPR, NBC News. NBC's the one that was talking to Ron DeSantis about it. Like, the official Lee County evacuation order only was issued on Tuesday night.
But here's the other thing. They tell them all the time, evacuate.
How does that work? Yeah, Stephen.
And people don't leave. Like, the friends that I have who live in Tampa, who up until like 24 hours ahead of time thought that everything was going to be destroyed, stayed. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why you would stay. I really don't know why you would stay.
But how does that work, though? This is what I'm curious about. In local communities in, let's say, Lee County or Tampa or wherever Stephen's at, how does that work? So hurricanes are a threat. You see this hurricane building and building and building. Do you leave at a certain point? Are there like obvious thresholds outside of evacuation orders? Like, I'm curious how that works. I've never lived in a hurricane community. I don't know.
Yeah. And I see, like, Ruff and all, like, I'm not going to read your comments. Like, you're insulting Joe Biden over something that Ron DeSantis did. What does this have to do with Joe Biden? We're specifically talking about a governor, and it's multiple governors, whether it's California or Florida, Republican or Democrat. When something like this happens, they're always trying to spin stuff away.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be a governor, you have to wear the fact that this is your responsibility. And I agree with you guys. Like, I don't know why you're so stubborn to stay. And I understand, like, last week people were talking about construction standards and, you know, like, I just don't understand why you cannot heed the government's warning. Like New Orleans is a perfect example of this. Like,
And
don't stay.
Some people can't leave. And there was a really good article actually that came out about why some people can't leave. You know, if you already can't afford gas, you don't have a car, you don't have anywhere else to go, you wouldn't be able to afford hotel prices that are raised because of this. How far, if it's an 8-hour drive from Fort Myers to a place that might not, be getting totally destroyed, like it's a tough thing. And I wouldn't discount that at all. But I just don't know how, people who were right where they said was going to get totally destroyed, and they were like, yeah, we're going to hang out.
Yeah, I don't know.
These are people who could. I know they could because I know them.
Yeah.
But, that didn't. I don't know.
I just think it's a gnarly process. Like I think
you get
that
used to it. Maybe
your entire community got leveled because of storm surge. Like if storm surge didn't exist, we'd probably be having a different conversation. If all that water didn't come flowing in and it was just the rain, it's probably a different conversation.
Yeah, and again, I think we're going to see things like food prices, gas prices are going to go up now because of this storm. I mean. Yeah. And it's
and they're
crazy
saying storms like this are going to be more regular, by the way, too. That's the other side of it.
Yeah, don't even get started. You think Ruff's upset about defending Ron DeSantis? Wait until you bring up global warming.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't live there. Again, I will just say I'd much rather have heavy snowfall. We have some wildfires here in Utah, but we have the rare one-off earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
We don't generally have natural disasters here.
Yeah.
So having lived in an earthquake zone, I think I'd much rather have earthquakes than hurricanes. Like I can't imagine if you live in Fort Myers, if you live in large swaths of Florida, what are you doing today? I mean, are you just cleaning up? Like I don't even know how do you pick your life back up and rebuild? I feel so terrible for the loss that those people have suffered. Like,
yeah, man.
It's crazy.
Can you imagine that?
Well, I just don't know. I mean, there's no going back. I mean, you're like, if you live there and your house is gone, like if I'm that person, I'm leaving Florida and I'm going somewhere else.
But a lot of people don't. A lot of people just
and I wonder why.
Well, I think some people just love it. They love being in Florida. So, one of the biggest problems in the Fort Myers area and Sarasota, I think, was mobile home parks.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were lifted up with the storm surge and piled up in another place.
Yeah.
Right? It was just a damming effect where it just kept pushing. So those homes are totally destroyed. There are 100% loss. So whatever insurance that you had should likely help to rebuild.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, it will hopefully help to put you in a hotel somewhere. But I don't know how you get, I don't know. It's tough. I don't know how you get there. Your car got washed away. I was thinking about it. Like, there's all these parking structures, and the bottom level, those cars are getting washed away. Why didn't you, double park them and stack them in the higher levels?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why wouldn't you just start shoving your car higher up? And
There's
block
nowhere to
somebody in?
run. There's nowhere to run, though.
Yeah.
When you're talking about water like this, there's nowhere to run. I mean, Giggity says if there were evacuation orders made early enough, DeSantis would have made the point when he was getting pressed. Look, I mean, it's not. Again, don't take my word for it. Go Google search it. Go read. Every news outlet's talking about it.
Yeah.
That every other county on the Mexico Gulf Coast issued their orders a day and a half earlier than Lee did, and I don't know why they did that. Let's see. People sometimes don't have anywhere to go or any money to go elsewhere. Greg Hawkins says, absolutely.
Yeah, and that may be. I mean, obviously
Absolutely
that's a reality,
true.
But that wasn't everybody.
Yeah.
There was a really good story in the New York Times, just really quick, about a doctor that was renting a home in Fort Myers, and him and his wife or significant other, whoever it was, they kept waiting because they thought it would be okay. They did pack up some things in case they needed to get out. As soon as the storm surge got to 2 feet, he was like, oh, shoot, I guess we got to go now.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he
right.
saw it come up over the canal.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, shoot, I guess we got to go. Luckily, he was in a truck. And he said if he didn't have his truck, he would have been stuck. And there was nowhere to go in a single-story home that all they could do is take their cats and go up into the attic and hope it didn't
you
get
probably
high
would have
enough.
died.
Yeah,
Honestly, you probably would have died in that scenario.
Crazy. But
Yeah.
he waited that long until he saw the storm surge crest the canal to go oh, damn, I guess we got to go.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Steven also adds the evac order could have been just for the farther inland zone A and B where the mandatory. Yeah, absolutely could have been. Absolutely.
But this is my biggest thing about the whole situation. And I know obviously there's always people who don't have the resources, money, car. I totally respect that situation. But for the people who do have the resources, if you know that this is if you know that the county next door to you already has evacuation orders going, I mean, I guess it's just, I guess I don't understand why you don't go to wherever you could go, like a family's house in a different state or whatever you can do,
It's just sad. A couple before we got to get out of here real quick. Steve also says, and Steve lives in Florida, so that's why I'm reading his comments. He says, I live in Manatee County, and it's the storm surge that makes the evacuation mandatory. There are plenty of people here that want to stay. They just have hurricane parties. Plus, there's a ton of elderly who cannot travel. I grew up in Salt Lake City myself. I went to East. We plan on moving back next year when my daughter graduates next year. I saw plenty of mobile homes not far from me that lost their roofs.
Damn.
Good Lord. Steve, be cool, man. I really hope the best for you and your family and everybody in Florida. That's so scary.
Yeah.
Just be safe, be healthy, be happy, man. Yeah, and we look forward to seeing you when you get back. Thanks, everybody, watching the show today. Welcome to our newest sponsor at Quick Quack Car Wash. Fast, easy, fun. That's our car wash of choice, friends. Go to Quick Quack Car Wash. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Distracted driving is never good. Don't do it. But if you get hit by a distracted driver, there's only one place to get help, and that's the Advocates at theadvocates.com, our best injury attorneys. And by the way, if you're watching this show in Phoenix, thank you. Our Phoenix listeners, you guys are amazing. Hey, they're also available to you in Phoenix, theadvocates.com. You didn't deserve to get in that accident, right? When somebody's on their phone or if they're eating and they hit you in your car, you need somebody to fight for you. And please, if you remember anything that good old Uncle Monty tells you, don't rely on your insurance company to get what's coming to you, to get what you deserve. The insurance company has hundreds of lawyers. Why don't you have an attorney? They're not going to give you every penny you have coming. The insurance company is trying to keep their money while you are trying to get your money. The Advocates will fight for you, and there's no charge up front. There's no consultation fee or big retainers. You don't pay the Advocates until they win your case at theadvocates.com. Make sure you tell them you heard about it on the Monty Show. So let's get back to Pac-12 media rights. Man, this deal has been crazy, and it's still not resolved, right? We have no idea where the Pac-12 is going to show their games in the coming years. What does that mean for the Utah Utes? What does that mean for you as a fan of the Utah Utes? We talked all about it right here on the Monty Show. The Pac-12 is the topic of conversation this morning, and that is because today ends the exclusive negotiating period for the Pac-12 with Fox and ESPN. And the question now is, what's next? Because it seems like we have hit the brakes in conference realignment, Big 12 expansion, Pac-12 expansion, and what happens to the Utah Utes? Because you have, by CBS Sports count, the number 4 team in the country in the Utah Utes in limbo when it comes to TV and conference affiliation, and it feels like the Utah Utes deserve better. Where do they go from here? Well, if you are Chris Hill, the former athletic director at Utah, who said yesterday he told John Wilner that the Utah Utes and their alumni do not want to leave the conference because they don't have any fans or alumni in Waco. They're all in the Bay Area. Jake, what should the Utah Utes do?
Yeah, I think that's with all due respect, I think that's a rather ignorant take, if I'm being honest. I think to sit here and say that Utah doesn't have fans in other parts of the country, or that Utah couldn't go to, the Big 12 or obviously the Big 10 and do nice things is kind of ridiculous in my opinion. And to me, if I'm Utah, I mean, obviously the Big 10 is where I want to go, but I think the Big 12 is more realistic. The problem with the Big 12 is that geographically speaking, it's not great. I mean, you're in rural America, if you will. You're in the Midwest. Like,
it's a different feel than what the Pac-12 has traditionally had. And as much as I don't like, the ACC and their rights deal and how that's all set up, and the fact that you have to pay $500 million to leave that conference at any time, they do have, the New York region, if you will. They do have, some bigger markets. So I just think if I'm Utah, I don't think that staying in the Pac-12 just on its own is an option. And I feel like that's what we're kind of hearing without anyone saying it. Well, because we don't want to really go to the Big 12 or we don't want to do this or that. All right, well, what are you left with? If you don't want to go to the Big 12, the Big 10 is probably not going to happen. The ACC is probably a little too complicated to get done. Where else are you going to go? And that's my biggest thing here. Like the Pac-10 now, as it will stand, it doesn't have Southern California. That's a huge problem from a TV revenue per school conversation. So if I'm Utah, for me, I would be trying to get to the Big 12 because I do think there's more opportunity for you there. But it remains to be seen.
You know what I find so interesting about all of this, and specifically what Chris Hill said yesterday? Are you telling me that you can't build a fan base in Waco, Texas? If you are Utah and you join the Big 12, are you telling me you don't have the pull to build a fan base in Waco? Are you telling me that you only want to play games where your alumni are? So you only want to play games in the Bay Area? I just think that's short-sighted. All you care about if you are Utah is getting the most money from your TV deal every year, and I think you care about a good quality schedule. And currently in the Pac-12, I just don't think that's afforded to you. And I also think that if you're the Pac-12 and you do not add at least one Big 12 school in San Diego State, I think you're in trouble. And I know that the TV numbers and the viewership numbers and the market numbers, you mentioned the ACC.
Yeah.
The ACC has a huge advantage in that Syracuse is in that conference. That gets you the state of New York. You have all of these advantages in other conferences. What's your advantage in the Pac-12? And that's the thing that's so hard to understand and comprehend, is that I don't see the built-in advantages that are supposedly there that Chris Hill talks about with alumni and fan bases, and I don't see that in the Pac-12. I see history and tradition. I see that if the Big 12 adds schools, and you're already adding some prolific programs in BYU and Cincinnati, you're already adding the city of Houston and that region of Texas, you're adding South Florida. One of the things that is so critical in my mind is perception versus reality. Neither the Big 12 nor the Pac-12 has any momentum. And the fact of the matter is today with this, exclusive negotiating period ending with ESPN and Fox, it changes nothing.
Yeah.
It changes absolutely nothing. There's never been an expectation that the Pac-12 was going to get a deal before the end of business today. Because if you're the Pac-12, why would you? Why would you want that? When you have another conference, and frankly, the mega money conference in the Big Ten negotiating a deal, don't you want to see what the Big Ten does first? But I think there's also another problem. I think you've got to get this done. And from a football perspective, from a recruiting perspective, you've got to get this done before the season starts. Because if you're in limbo TV-wise and you're having to compete with the SEC, who is not in limbo, and you're having to compete with the Big Ten, who is not in limbo. In fact, the Big Ten has huge momentum. And if you are George Kliavkoff and all you can do is argue back and forth orally with the Big 12, I said orally, with the Big 12. Yeah, I just don't see that you have a real path to victory here if you're the Pac-12.
Yeah, I think, and the other problem is the Pac-12 doesn't exactly have some glowing track record of great TV deals. That's the thing to me that is troubling. Like, you're trying to put together a TV deal, or really it should be, the verbiage is distribution deal, because nowadays, you've got TV and streaming and a bunch of different ways you can go about it. So you're trying to put together a distribution deal, but you have never shown the ability to do that at as high of a level as the other conferences. So that's why I say, this whole concept of, hey, Utah's going to stay in the Pac-12, to me is ludicrous. I don't see any incentive to stay in the Pac-12 or what will be the Pac-10.
You're not going to be playing SC anymore. You're not going to be getting these big time, games anymore because kids are not stupid.
No.
When you're recruiting players and stuff, they're not stupid. Like no kid is gonna sit here and say, okay, yeah, I want to go to Utah in the Pac-10 where mom and pop can't really see me on TV ever, or do I want to go to, I don't know, Ohio State, where they're going to see me every single weekend? Yeah, I think the kid's going to go to Ohio State. And I don't think that's really a conversation. So that's why I say, like, I just can't, logically speaking, get down with this concept of of staying in the Pac-12. Unless there is some sort of just, like, revolutionary or, like, over-the-top distribution deal that, just cranks up that revenue per school number and brings a ton of value to the athlete, I just don't know why you would stay.
And the other thing is, I thought was very interesting was John Canzano compared the Pac-12 and the Big 12 to MLS and talked about how MLS is only on Apple TV. And I don't think that's an option. I truly don't think that putting Pac-12 games exclusively on YouTube TV or exclusively on Amazon Prime, I just don't think that's an option.
Well, here's the thing. That would be better than what you have now. That's the problem.
Absolutely.
It would be way better than what you have now. I agree with you. I don't think for a football product that you just want to be on one singular platform. Like, hey, we're just going to be here, but you can't find us on DirecTV, or we're just going to be here, but you can't find us there. Like, that's never a good idea. But frankly, and it's kind of embarrassing, I guess, that would be better than what you have now, mainly because Dish Network is just not what people are watching their football on.
Yeah, I think people are watching their football on their phones.
Yeah.
And I think that you have to have leverage in these conversations, and I just don't think either one of these conferences does. And that's the biggest issue. And now it seems like, everybody's reporting there's no appetite for the Big 12 and the Pac-12 to get together and merge. And you have George Kliavkoff essentially tomorrow, a week ago, saying that, he's not sure if the Pac-12 is going shopping in the Big 12. And I just think we're at the point of ridiculousness. And what the Big 12 and the Pac-12 have to understand is their apocalypse is here. It's not coming. The tidal wave isn't coming. It's here. It's arrived already. You are on death's doorstep. Both of these conferences, one is not better than the other. And I know we talk about this ad nauseum, but who's in a better position, the Big 12 or the Pac-12? I would say neither, because neither one of them have a great TV deal. Although I would say, obviously, the Big 12's TV deal is better. I think you're adding BYU to the conference, which brings you more exposure on ESPN. That's better. I think if you're the Big 12, you have more TV options.
Yeah.
We've talked at length on this show about this Notre Dame, Big 12 partnership. Now, Notre Dame's not joining the Big 12 conference, but you can do a deal with Notre Dame as a package on NBC. If NBC is amenable to that and all the parties can come together financially, that makes more sense to me than anything the Pac-12's doing. But is that really a long-term solution? Is NBC a major player in college football? No, but they certainly have the assets to be. Mm-hmm. They can stream for you. You can get in more households on a network like NBC, whether that's USA Network, whether that's NBC TV, whatever it might be. You have a platform that can distribute your content. Every major cable company, every major Dish or DirecTV platform has that. Like, that's a big step up for the Big 12. That'd be a huge step up for the Pac-12. Like, those are the things that these conferences need to be talking about. But the one thing that stands out to me about the Big 12 is they cannot afford to just linger. We've heard all about how Brett Yorkman's the new sheriff in town at the Big 12, and business is going to not be what it's always been. We're getting aggressive. Well,
I'm for real.
You've been out on the job a week, and we heard like 15 minutes after your first day that you were going to make some major move. Well, you've been on the job a week, Brett, and nothing's happened.
Come on,
so
let's go, Schleprock.
Let's get to business. Like the Big 12 has to make a move. And maybe Chris Hill is right. Maybe Pac-12 teams don't have the appetite or the desire to join the Big 12. I don't know. But at some point, somebody's got to do something because both these conferences are dying.
Yeah, and I just don't know what that tipping point is, or where we get sort of the crack and the stalemate, if you will, because that's kind of what I feel like this is right now. I feel like at Pac-12 Media Days, George Kliavkoff was just trying to flex on the Big 12 and like paint the Pac-12 in this like super like positive sunshine and roses type state.
Yeah.
And I think that really came off is him doing that instead of being honest about where the conference was at. And I think that, the Pac-12 is, I love, Utah, Oregon, in Autzen, like on a Friday night. Like I love that, or Saturday night. I love that. That is, the football game itself isn't really the issue. The issue is that I got to go to some foreign TV channel on some random network to find it. That's the problem, and I don't think people understand just how much it matters to the end consumer that it's easy to find your product. I got news for you. No one's going to channel 410 on Dish Network to find your product. It's not happening, dude. Like, you need to be on your cell phone, on people's cell phones. That's part of the reason YouTube is such a prolific platform, because anybody can access it and it's easy to use. That's why podcasts have taken off. And that's why I say, if you're any one of these conferences, the bare minimum, just the entry point is getting on people's phones. Then I would be looking at TV. That's how I'd go about it if I was the Pac-12 trying to survive, because I want to capture that younger generation.
Well, but I would be going after somebody that's got it all. And again, I know people love and hate ESPN. I'm an ESPN Plus subscriber, and it's worth every single penny of it. I mean, just for the inside stuff that you get from them, the exclusive content you get from them, everything that's streaming on ESPN Plus. If you're a BYU fan, you must subscribe to ESPN Plus. Like, to me, that's what makes the most sense. If I am the Pac-12, I want ESPN. And I think ESPN, again, I think John Wilner's point about how the Pac-12 After Dark could be the saving grace, maybe that was Stuart Mandel that said that the Pac-12 After Dark could be the saving grace because it's 1 million people a game. Hey, whatever it takes.
And I agree with that concept.
If you can make a deal that includes ESPN Plus streaming of every game, because that's what you need. You need a single place, a single home for your games. That's what you need. And if I am the Pac-12, I am really doing everything I can do to make a deal with ESPN, because that's exactly what you get there. All right, let's get your comments in here. Good morning. Dennis Levi says, with the, by the way, a $4.99 tip. Thank you, Dennis. With the number 4 ranking, what do you think Cam Rising's potential is, and do you think Utah could possibly be a contender for the playoff? Yeah, yesterday CBS Sports ranked Utah number 4 in the country, only behind Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia.
Yeah.
And I think that's very justified. I think it's justified. I think their defense is going to be stout. I think they are very deep at the linebacker. I mean, you don't lose a Devin Lloyd and not feel that.
Yeah.
Very obviously. But, I mean, they have depth and they have talent at linebacker at Utah. And I think Cam Rising, this is his club. It's been his club for almost a calendar year now. These guys are behind him.
Yep.
He showed that he has got a ton of talent, and I don't think we've seen the best of Cam Rising. Is he a guy that's going to compete for a Heisman? Probably not. Is he the best quarterback in the Pac-12? Probably not. But there's no reason that Cam Rising can't continue to be really efficient and protect the football as he did last year and take that to another level. I think it'll be interesting to see how they run this offense. And again, as we talked about yesterday on the show, what I'm really interested in is seeing, who's the wide receiver that really steps up and becomes their deep threat. And what does Brant Kuithe do as a tight end / wide receiver? How often is Brant Kuithe lined up tight, and how often are they going 2 tight ends with Dalton Kincaid and Brant Kuithe?
Yeah.
Those are the questions that we're going to have to get, but Cam Rising's the least of your problems. To me, there's no doubt about that.
And I think to that point, I think one of the reasons they got that number 4 in the country ranking is because it's not just that you have a quarterback for Utah, because Utah obviously has been a defensive-minded school for, since as long as Witt's been there, essentially. So it's not just that you have a quarterback. It's that you have a quarterback that now is coming into his second season and has that experience now. He knows what's coming. He knows what to expect. He has more control. And I think that's the thing when you look at college football rankings and really even in the NFL. You know, if you have a quarterback that is calm, cool, collected, in control, can lead your team, that's going to take you to that next level that you need to get to win the game of leverage. And I think too many years Utah hasn't had that. So now that they do have it, I think that's also what's helping them get that ranking.
Oh, I would totally agree with that. Thank you, Dennis, for the $4.99 tip. Jesse Harsh, good morning to you with the $2 tip. The super sticker, appreciate you on that. He says, in a hypothetical world, and I mean hypothetical world, say Utah joins either the SEC or the Big Ten, which region would they struggle the most with when it comes to recruiting, SEC or Big Ten country? Well, I can tell you right now, they're not going to struggle to recruit. Utah's football staff is already recruiting. We've seen them in Texas. We've seen them prolifically recruit talent out of Florida.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the Big Ten, that'd probably be the landscape where it would be more difficult to recruit places like Pennsylvania and Ohio. You know, one of the reasons that Notre Dame is such a big-time program is because offensive linemen routinely come out of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio and wind up in South Bend, Indiana playing for the Irish, right? You look at going into places like Wisconsin and Chicago where you get lots of talent. I think you would struggle if you are Utah to compete with Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan.
But again, what
Wisconsin.
would help you? What would help you?
Well, if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, you're able to play in those games. But I think the bigger issue for the Big Ten, and this is going to be USC's challenge, and obviously USC is uniquely qualified because, well, they're USC. But mom who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, mom who lives in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin,
Poughkeepsie,
mom who lives in Poughkeepsie, New York, or Zion, Illinois, or Alton, Illinois, are you going to convince mom that little Jimmy should go to Salt Lake City to play football when he could also go to Wisconsin, Ohio State, Michigan State, when he could go to the University of Illinois, which mom can get in a car and drive to? Because I got news for you. That's a car ride. Utah's a flight. Now, Utah's also going to visit all those, if you're in, hypothetically, again, with Jesse, but hypothetically, Utah's also going to play on the road in those stadiums. But overwhelmingly, half your games are at home in Salt Lake City. That's an hour later for mom. Is mom staying up to watch those games? Like, those are all things you have to consider. You know, there's a lot of high school kids who find tremendous value, especially when we're talking about 4-star recruits, because how many 5-star recruits are going to go to Utah? We haven't seen many, but that's why Utah has this unbelievable development program. But the only thing that is going to keep Utah from competing with SEC and Big Ten schools is reputation, perception, this thing we always talk about, perception versus reality. Because facility-wise, education-wise, quality of life-wise, Utah can compete with anybody. Their facilities are spectacular, and they are only improving.
Yeah.
Their educational, I mean, you can't get a better education than you can get at Utah. You just can't. Quality of life in Salt Lake City is spectacular. I mean, it's everything that you want your child to experience in college. The question is, well, those damn Mormons are going to get you. It's perception versus reality.
Yeah.
I can tell you, as somebody who moved to Utah from the outside, I am not from Utah. When I moved to Utah all those years ago, oh, watch out. The Mormons are going to get you. Like, it's that naivete about what life in the state of Utah is like. But having said that, Utah's not going to the Big Ten or the SEC. That's not happening. Spencer D says, "Suh, dudes."
Bro. Dude.
What's up, dude? He says, "When is Mrs. Jake joining the show?" Dude! Do you have a Mrs. Jake?
No.
No, he's not married. Spencer, stop causing problems, bro.
Yeah, bro.
West Virginia guy says the Pac-12 is dead. Prismac from Poland. My kielbasa sharing brethren.
Yeah.
Anything new about the Jazz? I'm sick of waiting for something to happen. No.
Join the club.
No. Coming up at 7:30, we'll talk NBA hoops on the show. Stick around for that. About 40 minutes away. Neville93 says, "Good morning, lads." Teddy Wayman says, "Sup, y'all." Good morning, Teddy. Good to see you. Ramsey's 10. Greg Hawkins. Hey, Greg Hawkins.
Dude, Greg, what happened yesterday, bro? You went full nuke
Greg
mode
Hawkins
on Twitter,
went
dude.
in.
Like full burn it to the ground mode on Twitter.
By the way, 7 days from right now, Greg Hawkins will be back in the United States.
Wow.
Every blue cheese producing company in the country is going to celebrate the day that blue cheese eating MFer lands in the United States. Now, having said that, there is going to be an army of BYU fans lined up with 50 caliber sniper. Well, I shouldn't say that. Who will sick Cougars on Greg Hawkins after his major, what would you call it? Campaign of destruction?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Greg Hawkins went in.
Yeah.
If you don't follow Greg Hawkins on Twitter, you're missing out.
Yeah.
You're missing out. Caleb Hamblin says, first time waking up early enough to join the stream. Love the show. Thanks, Caleb. Good to see you. Saw, dude. Antonio Ruiz, what's up, my man? S. Michael Diehard says, Slack 12 is on death's door. Probably. That's probably both the conferences.
Yeah.
Dead Collector says, have we heard any other numbers other than 24.5 million? We have not. Bob Thompson, the former president of Fox Sports, who's negotiated deals just like this, will join us coming up at 8:30. We will ask Bob about numbers, and because $24.5 million ain't getting it done.
I mean, that's
it's not getting it done.
You know, respectfully, I'm not trying to be egregious here, but that's kind of an embarrassing number. I mean,
it's not getting it done.
Yeah, you look at the other conferences being at 70 million, and you're at 24.5. Come on.
Yep. Let's see. Mardino87 says Little League is starting full pads, high school starting 2-a-days, and college camp is starting. Excited for football season.
Bro,
yeah.
You know what's on TV tonight, right?
Yeah, the Hall of Fame game.
Let's go.
The National
Let's go.
Football League.
Let me tell you what now.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Let me tell you what now.
Let's go.
Dead Collector says Chris has to say that, Chris Hill, saying that, Utah doesn't want to go to the Big 12. They don't have any alumni in Waco.
What the fuck are you, Ranger Rick?
David Koresh.
Jesus.
You really think that?
I just felt like that was such a arrogant thing to say.
It is. This is the perception versus reality conversation. Again, the arrogance of the Pac-12 is a real thing, and it is a real problem. Guys like Chris Hill believe that, they poop roses and, like butterflies.
Let me tell you, you don't. Dude, I just can't believe that with where we are now, like 5 years ago, okay, I can understand if, the Chris Hills of the world or, whoever, the Larry Scotts of the world felt like, yeah, the Pac-12 is amazing and we're doing an awesome job. And yeah, we don't have a distribution deal really, but we're working on it. Okay, back then I could kind of get it. Right now, it's a ridiculous take to say that the Pac-12 doesn't need help or we're in a great spot. We're the Conference of Champions, even though those championships are in badminton and not anything to do with making money or your survival as a conference, right? Like, I just feel like they live in like this fantasy world of like where the conference is actually at. And the shame in it is that I love the Pac-12. I love Pac-12 After Dark. I love the caliber of football you get. Is it Alabama, LSU at the Swamp? No. Is it some premier matchup in the Big Ten? Well, no, I guess not. But I really feel like, when you get like Utah and Oregon, that's like amazing. When Oregon went on the road and beat Ohio State, I was pumped about that, dude.
Well,
absolutely lit.
Go back to USC. When USC was Pete Carroll and Reggie Bush, they went to Auburn and they beat Auburn. They beat Ohio State at the Coliseum. Like, you're not that conference anymore, though. You're not that guy, pal. Like, you're not. And the hard thing I think for people to digest is that you're not that guy anymore.
It sucks.
It does, because the football's not as good. That's just the harsh reality of it.
And I think it should be, though. That's the thing. It's one of those things where you're totally right. It's not good anymore. But the crying shame in this whole thing is it should be. The Pac-12 legitimately, because of its geography and the cities you have,
dude, the Pac-12 had an opportunity to be
Yes.
better than the SEC,
Yes.
to be better than the Big Ten.
Yes, they
And
did.
yet we're sitting here talking about them dying, and I just can't get down with it.
Yeah,
Can't
I
get down
totally
with
agree. This hour of the show brought to you by Barbecue Pit Stop. Stop by any of their 5 locations in the great state of Utah, including Lehigh, Layton, Logan, Murray, and St. George.
Yes, sir.
There's a box on the counter. It's got our faces on it.
We may or may not.
We're famous.
Have something coming out on YouTube this week about it.
Hey, I said we're famous.
We are, dude. It's the Monty Show. Everyone knows.
We're a big flipping deal
Come on.
in this town.
We were all over Twitter yesterday. Everyone knows.
You know. Yeah, exactly. But there's a box on the counter at every barbecue pit stop in Utah. It's got our mugs on it. It's also got BYU and Notre Dame logos on it. And that's because we're giving away a trip for 2 to see BYU and Notre Dame at the Shamrock Series in Las Vegas. All you have to do is go to any of the 5 Utah locations for barbecue pit stop. You see them on the screen: Logan, Lehigh, Layton, Salt Lake City, and St. George. Drop your name in there and then join us in Lehigh on September 17th for a big watch party. We'll have wings and pizza. It's going to be an amazing time. You're going to see smokers galore, and we're going to watch BYU and Oregon. And at the halftime of that game, we are going to pull the winner out for a trip to 2 to see BYU and Notre Dame in the Shamrock Series at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, where you'll get 2 nights at the Palms Hotel Resort Casino, as well as 2 tickets to the game and a $250 gas card to get you there. And it's all compliments of our friends at Barbecue Pit Stop. If you're just tuning in this morning, the biggest stories in sports. Today is the end of the exclusive negotiating window for the Pac-12 with Fox and ESPN. What does it mean? Well, it doesn't mean a whole lot. And the bigger question now is, where will the Utah Utes end up? Yesterday was an interesting day because John Wilner, the fine writer for the Bay Area News Group, you can catch his work, really in a multitude of places. But if you check him out, Bay Area News Group, he is a guy that has the pulse on his fingers on the pulse of the Pac-12. And he talked to former Utah athletic director Chris Hill in his column yesterday. And Chris Hill talked about how he sees no benefit for a Pac-12 team to go to the Big 12. And that's because the Pac-12 doesn't have alumni in Waco. They're all in the Bay Area.
Congratulations, but that's bullshit.
And one of the things that we've been talking about this morning is, what's the right thing for Utah and other Pac-12 programs to do? And I would tell you it is to find a way to create a merger between the Pac-12 and the Big 12 and then, make a larger pot of cash for everybody to split. Because if you don't and you wind up staying, as a weekend conference after USC and UCLA bail to the Big Ten, there's just not a lot of love there for you. There's $24 to $30 million per school per year in a TV deal. That's a huge problem.
Doesn't work, man.
That's a huge problem. And the other thing that gives you a good indication of that is that the Pac-12 is trying to save its relationship with UCLA. I don't think there's any question that George Kliavkoff, the commissioner of the Pac-12 last week, made it very clear that they would welcome UCLA back to the conference. And there is an all-out effort right now amongst Pac-12 presidents to try and convince UCLA to stay in the conference and not go to the Big Ten. And if they do that, obviously that gives the Pac-12 the Los Angeles market, which means, hey, now all we got to do is add a school like us, San Diego State, let's say, and we're in business. Now we've got all of Southern California. Is that likely to happen? Well, this is the teetering tipping point that the Pac-12 finds itself in, because what happens if the Big Ten goes and makes a huge TV deal and their schools legit are getting $100 million per school per season in TV rights deal? Now UCLA and USC have no problem signing their rights over to the Big Ten.
Are people myriad?
That's the issue for the Pac-12. And let's just get something straight right now. The Pac-12 is not now and likely will never be in a position to garner $100 million per year per school in TV money.
Facts.
If the Big Ten gets that deal and the Pac-12 hasn't made a significant move to shore up its ranks, the Pac-12 is dead. And I still maintain, and we'll ask Bob Thompson, the president or the former president of Fox Sports Networks, this question. Is there any scenario where the Pac-12 not only survives but thrives? Because, Jake, I got to be honest with you, I don't see that scenario happening.
Yeah, and I just don't know where the sense of urgency is from the conference. And I don't mean to be repetitive, but when we were on remote, last Friday, I had said, hey, like, you got to come with a plan. You got to come with like some semblance of an idea of like what your mission is or your goal is to get back into a good place. And that's the thing that baffles me. There's just no sense of urgency or like, hey, yeah, this is a real problem for us. Like, yeah, what if the Big Ten is getting, $100 million a year in TV money per school? What happens if we can't get UCLA to stay in the Pac? Like, what happens if none of this works out for us? What does that look like?
Yeah.
I got news for you. The non-revenue generating sports are not going to cover your ass when you're not making money. That like I just couldn't believe that was the sentiment. So yeah, if I was George and I was the people who are running the conference, I would have a major sense of urgency to, as you said, get something done with ESPN or maybe it's NBC, but you got to have something done here.
If I'm the Pac-12, I am doing everything I can do to get into bed with ESPN.
I mean, even if it's 40 or 50 a year, you're never going to get to like 80, 100. That's just not where you are.
The thing that you cannot do is if you are the Pac-12, Pac-10, you cannot continue to be like, okay, some of our games are on Fox. Other of our games are on Jimmy's satellite dish down over there in Pacoima.
Hey, guys.
And then maybe some of our games might be on ESPN, if we're lucky, on a Friday night. You can't continue to live that way. You just can't. Oh, by the way, none of our games will be on DirecTV because screw them. We're the Pac-12.
Like, you see what I mean? Like, that sentiment is crazy. Like, who do you think you are? It's like,
no.
It's like these guys who do these fake fights or whatever, and then they think that they can go and box some actual fighter and think that that's going to work out.
And
like,
Dax Johnson makes a great point.
Johnson.
Good morning, Ted. Dax
Johnson
says, morning, guys. I don't understand the better than them mentality that comes from the Pac-10.
Yeah.
Both the Big 12 and the Pac-10 need each other to survive. They're idiots. I totally agree.
Like,
I don't understand that mentality.
The falling off point from, like, if you look at where the SEC and the Big 10 are, and then you look at this gap between those two and then the Pac-10, I guess we're calling it now, it is massive, bro. And then you put the Big 12 that's a little bit ahead of the Pac-10, but really not that far ahead. Like, it is huge, bro. Like, the gap between those two in the Pac and the Big 12, and then you just have the ACC kind of just chilling over here. They're just kind of chilling. Clemson's going to win that conference every year. They're going to do some nice things in basketball. But I feel like the ACC just kind of flies under the radar. And so my point is that if you're the Pac-12, the road here to success is not that difficult. Get a distribution deal done and then get UCLA back. It's that simple.
I think that's your road to survival. I mean, but again, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments. I mean, is there any way that they thrive, the Pac-10? Because if you keep UCLA, you're surviving.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean you're thriving. You're only sitting there. And I understand that teams and conferences and how long are these grant of rights going to be? Because are you telling me if you're the Utah Utes, you feel good signing a 10-year grant of rights with the Pac-10?
No.
That seems good to you.
No.
I would not do that. Hell no. I would not do that. That doesn't seem like the right thing to do, in my opinion.
No.
Yeah, but again, I get it, man. I'm not the one that's got to negotiate these deals.
I feel like this is like the ultimate like perception versus reality sports story. You know how in sports, like there are times when, it's like, look at Deshaun Watson, which we'll get to a little bit later, but like just the concept that Deshaun Watson's people think that 6 games was a light suspension is crazy. Just the concept that the Pac-12 thinks that they're sliced bread is crazy.
Yeah.
How do you view yourself like that in the landscape of everything that's happening?
Yeah, I don't know. EU2K says Oregon State and Washington State are the only ones that don't have anything to be arrogant about. Well, honestly, I could tell you the entire conference has nothing to be arrogant about.
Yeah.
I mean, what has Washington really accomplished? What has Oregon really accomplished? Because if you look across the college football landscape, there's not a team in the Pac-12 right now that's a powerhouse. There just isn't. Even USC is not. Utah just won the conference and went to the Rose Bowl last year. They're not a powerhouse because perception is reality in this business.
Yeah.
And when I look at the powerhouses, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, like those are is Michigan a powerhouse? No, they're not. Right? If you are, is Texas viewed as a powerhouse? No, probably not. Oklahoma, I would say Oklahoma is viewed as a powerhouse, right? But now they're an SEC team. You can't tell me that the Big 12 has any chance of keeping Texas or Oklahoma. That ship has sailed. And I really don't believe that the Pac-12 has any chance to keep USC or UCLA.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening, right? So when I look at the real powerhouses in college football, and I say this every year, I'm a Notre Dame fan, born and raised in Chicago. Is there anybody in this room who thinks Notre Dame's a college football powerhouse?
Obviously not.
When's the last time they won a national championship? I think it was while Manti Te'o's girlfriend was alive. I can tell you that as a bitter.
Doesn't make you feel responsible.
It's probably not something. Anyway, The point is, catfishing aside, I just don't believe that there's more than a half dozen teams every year who can win the national championship. And I don't believe that Clemson's one of those teams. I don't believe that Florida State, Florida, Miami, I don't believe they're one of those teams.
But why is it that the SEC has teams that compete every single year? You think it's some accident that Alabama competes every year? Do you think it's some accident that Nick Saban went to Alabama of all schools and was able to build it into what he was able to build it? Or you look at Georgia or any of these other SEC schools, it's not some accident. They have distribution deal. They have many things that work together with that distribution deal to allow them to go and get the best, absolute best talent, which allows them to dominate college football every year. Because I got news for you. When you win, what are you? More desirable. What does that mean? More TV money, more leverage from your side of the phone call. So that's why I say winning football games at the core of it is what matters. But nobody cares if you won or lost if they can't watch the football game. Nobody cares if you won or lost if it's not on SportsCenter, right? Nobody cares. It just does not matter. So that's why I say it's just such a murky, convoluted, ass-backwards thought process that they have right now.
And the funny thing is, look at the SEC's TV deal. Do you think the SEC would have rather waited another year? Don't forget, they're going to ESPN and ABC. They're leaving CBS, and they're getting $300 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you think they would have liked to have waited a little longer to make more money on that deal now? I think they probably would have, especially adding Oklahoma and Texas. I mean,
Texas.
You look at what. Now, again, $300 million instead of $55 million is massive, right? But you look at what the SEC offers. They offer the biggest games every single week.
Yes.
I mean, you have any time that Alabama plays anybody, it's a huge game. But Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Florida, you have
Alabama, Florida last year.
You have major games.
Yeah.
You have major rivalries. You have the national championship. Let's be honest. The national championship is on the line every week in the SEC. It's never on the line in the Pac-12. That's just the reality.
Or the Big 12.
Well, with Oklahoma in the conference, it has been. It has been on the line, right? I mean, and Baylor, the big step that Baylor took last year, I could make the argument that the only team that is in position on a regular basis is Oregon. Because I don't know that Utah's ever been in position on a regular basis to compete for the playoffs. I don't know that that's been the case for Utah. In fact, I'm pretty certain that it is not. What's up, my guy, Desert Viking Russell? Good to see you, Russ Anderson. He says, Monty, what's up? You were right about Bryce Harper, and I love the show. Your pal, strongman Russ Anderson. Russ, good to see you. I'm always right about everything because I know no wrong. That's a lie.
No.
Dead Collector says, LOL, they didn't beat Texas, though. Okay, Mike Maples, good morning, too. He says, Chris Hill's thoughts are like asking Isaiah Thomas what move the Knicks should make. He'd be willing to give the Jazz 8 picks and a player. Yeah, absolutely he would. Let's see. Zayman says at Steve, the Holy War every year on Thanksgiving Day, and Chris Hill turned it down, saying our players want to be home for Thanksgiving. Chris was the only one who wanted to be home on Thanksgiving. Chris Hill is one of the main reasons that Utah has struggled to grow and expand. He as an athletic director, he routinely stood in the way of progress at Utah. Period. I just don't see I just don't see how there's any other way to spin that. Zayman says, yeah, Chris Hill has a chance to sign a deal back in the 90s for the Holy War to be played on Thanksgiving Day on national TV and turned it down. Yes, he did. Victor Gawana says, a good point I heard last night was the expanded playoff is looming in 26. Are these schools wanting to sign a grant of rights past 26, not knowing if they will be included? It's a big question.
Yep.
You got to expand the college football playoff. You have to. Going to be talking NBA in 15 minutes, but right now we're talking about college football expansion. Don't forget, again, today the Pac-12's exclusive negotiating window with ESPN and Fox Sports expires. It doesn't mean a whole lot other than now we're on to what's next. So we'll see exactly what that looks like. I just think that the Pac-12 has to do something. Because I honestly think there's more stability in the Big 12 right now than there is in the Pac-12.
Yeah, well,
when you're adding Houston, Cincinnati, BYU, and Central Florida, like you're in a much better spot.
Yeah, I mean the conversation with the Pac-12 is, are you going to be in existence? And at least with the Big 12, you're like, all right, yeah, we're going to be playing football.
Yep.
Two different things.
Russ Anderson says, how many Utah fans can name 5 players on this season's roster? Try it. It's hilarious. So I think I don't think that.
I don't think that that's a fair indication of fandom. In college sports changes.
I think most Utah fans can. I mean, I also don't think that we need to do a BYU versus Utah fan thing. I just don't. I think that's the easy road, right? Justin Hayward says Utah and the AZ schools should be in the Big 12. They should. I think Utah, Colorado, Arizona State should join, and I think that SMU and San Diego State should join. That's what the Big 12 should do, in my opinion. And if you are Cal and Stanford, Oregon State, Washington State, I think you're in a bad situation. Those schools have very little leverage.
Yeah.
The Stanford AD the other day said that nobody is asking them to join conferences. The Big 12 is not called Stanford. And I think there's a good reason for that. I do believe that Stanford and Cal are those hippies in the Bay Area. And I think the Big 12 is that conference. It's like, yeah, we don't want all those homeless people. Like, that's who the Big 12 is.
Yeah.
I don't think they want that. I think they want Arizona State, San Diego State, and SMU.
You and your mama are hillbillies.
I think they must have Utah and Colorado as well.
Yeah.
I think that's the reality of where the Big 12 is. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Justin Hayward also says better football and fans there. In the Big 12, yeah. I mean, as far as fits go and as far as health of conferences, it's just my opinion. It is just my opinion that the Big 12 is a better athletic conference on the whole. Certainly if you're Arizona, I think you would rather be in the Big 12 because you're a basketball school at Arizona.
Yeah.
Right? Until you start winning games consistently, and I don't mean 1 year. When you start winning football games consistently, we can talk. Your football stadium is empty. Nobody cares about Arizona football. Nobody. You look at Arizona basketball, that is a real valuable brand. It is as valuable, in my opinion, as UCLA is. I think if Arizona and UCLA leave, the Pac-12 is done in basketball. There is nothing to talk about. If both of those schools leave, and if Utah leaves, you're done.
Yeah.
Like that conference.
It's over.
If I'm the Big 12, I am after the Arizona schools and I am after Utah. Those are my 3 must-haves, right? I'm taking Colorado, I'm taking San Diego State, and I'm taking SMU. That's it. That's a death knell.
Yes.
You're done at that point. Absolutely, you're done at that point. K. Drew says all non-blue blood football schools that are doing well now need to realize that those schools are one bad coaching hire to mediocrity, i.e. 2008 Kansas Jayhawks. Well, I also think you have to understand that you're going to have one-sided schools. I mean, nobody wants Notre Dame for basketball.
Yeah.
They want Notre Dame football. Nobody wants Duke football. Nobody wants Arizona football. Frankly, I don't know that anybody wants UCLA football.
No.
And nobody certainly wants Kansas football. But look at the Big 10 versus the Big 12.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the state of Iowa. With all due respect to my good friends in Ames and Iowa City. Are you really excited about Iowa as a brand? Are you excited about Iowa State as a brand? You're not. You're not. And while Iowa City has slightly more, I want to say, population than than Ames, Iowa does, is there really more value in the Iowa brand than the Iowa State brand? Is there really more value in that? I mean, obviously the Hawkeye name is bigger. Sure, certainly the Hawkeye name is bigger, but what does that mean? What does that mean? Are you bringing more viewers to the TV set? I don't think so.
No,
like,
I guess
so
not.
You look at all of these conferences, everybody's got weaknesses in their conference.
Yeah.
The SEC, nobody wants Vanderbilt as a TV market,
But baseball,
as an educational institution, great. But they bring you baseball. That's neat. They have a tradition in women's basketball. That's neat. Football pays the bills.
Yeah.
So every conference has a weakness, man. Every single one.
That's what I'm saying. If you're the Pac-12 and you know your weaknesses, how are you not like helping yourself?
I'm surprised, frankly. You know what I'm surprised about? That the ACC has not been more vocal and aggressive. Because, again, and if you're just tuning in, we talked about Syracuse. Syracuse is in an interesting situation because Syracuse brings you New York as a TV market. The Orangemen bring you New York. Great, great, great basketball program in history and tradition.
Yeah.
And they bring you a lot of TV viewers, right? Why has the ACC not been more aggressive in expanding? Why are you not adding? If I'm the ACC, frankly, is there no value in adding the Big 12? Merging with the Big 12? Why are we talking about partnerships? Partnerships are not what we're after. We are after mergers. If you're the ACC, are you just going to sit here and wait for somebody to suck you up, or are you going to go and get aggressive and create a future for yourself? Because that's what you're doing here. So I look at a team like Syracuse. I think the ACC, nobody talks about why Syracuse is important in a TV deal. Well, you should start talking about that, in my opinion.
Are we clear on that?
I mean, I look at the ACC, and you are in the worst place possible. You're just there. You're just there.
Yeah.
You're not important at the moment. You're not unimportant.
You exist.
You're just there. And you already crowned Clemson as your champion. You're just there. Man, you're just chilling.
But even Clemson, like even since, the Jesus Christ lookalike and Trevor Lawrence left, what has Clemson been?
Well, they've been a conference with a history of basketball, because that's what the ACC is.
Yeah.
With a couple of exceptions. Look at the ACC. Would you rather have them as a basketball conference or a football conference?
Basketball.
Basketball by far.
All day.
By far.
Yeah.
So my point in all of this is, and the reason I bring all this up is, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. One of the reasons Bob Thompson, the former president at Fox Sports Network, is going to join us at 8:30 Mountain Time. One of the reasons we want to have him on is he's been in the room for this. He's been in these conversations. He has a history. One of the things I want to ask Bob Thompson is, what's the value of Utah's brand? What does BYU bring to the Big 12?
Yeah.
Ultimately, Bob, what does it mean that today the exclusive rights expire with Fox and ESPN for the Pac-12?
Yeah.
Ultimately, is the Pac-12 going to survive, or are they ever going to be in a position to thrive? Who's in a better position? There's all these conversations that can be had. And I think here locally in the state of Utah, and certainly for all of our Phoenix viewers, I know we have a lot of viewers in Phoenix. We have a lot of viewers in Boise as well. Where is Boise State? Boise State.
Boise.
Where's Boise State?
Because you can't say it normally.
No, you can't. It's just not the right thing to do.
Is
But
Boise
where is Boise State?
Yeah.
Look at the comment on the screen from K-Do. Boise State's not a blue blood. Boise State's not a huge program.
That's out of the window.
Boise State's waiting for a phone call. And I would imagine they've called the Big 12. I would imagine. But is Boise, even though it's exploding as a population, is Boise somewhere where you're like, I got to have that TV market? It's probably not. Well, but Monty, you said SMU. Those are a bunch of lawyering pricks. Well,
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
That also gives you the entire Metroplex, because then you would have TCU in Fort Worth and you'd have SMU in Dallas.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, if you add SMU to the Big 12, what do you have? You have TCU, you have Texas Tech, you have SMU, and you have Houston. That's every corner and every major populace in the state of Texas.
I'm for real.
Why wouldn't you do that? I don't know if you guys know this or not, but football, they play a little football in Texas.
Did you know football's kind of a big deal in Texas? Did you guys know that?
That's what I'm saying. All of this matters, man. All of this matters. The college football landscape is going to be very different a year from now.
So you have all this happening, all these
Yes.
things that we've just discussed, yet you still have the Pac-12 perceiving the landscape the way they do. Hey, we're the best. We're the greatest. We have a conference of champions. Everything's amazing. Don't know how it's possible.
Yep. Eric and Raleigh, good morning to you, friend. He says, new conference, Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Coach Saban.
This is Coach Saban.
Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Auburn, USC, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Just take the 10 best teams in the country and go full pro. Make them all employees, right? I guess that's what you do. Eric also says, and the Big 12 doesn't even know who the pack number is. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
They don't know. Talking NBA free agency, and if the Jazz are better off holding on to Donovan Mitchell until next summer, we're doing that in 6 minutes. Stick around for that. Big Mugambo, he says, Blase is busy getting ready for deer season. See, that feels like you're stereotyping.
Why are you doing that, man? Why are you taking shots, bro?
Mugamba, that feels like you're not a fan of blue AstroTurf. And that's kind of, the people in Blasi don't really probably appreciate that.
So you better check yourself.
Right? You better check yourself, man. Austin Tolman says it makes more sense for the Pac-12 to wait on a TV deal. They have less schools to share the revenue. They could go 10 and still do a conference championship game. They could. But why would your 10 remaining teams want to do that?
And the thing is the problem with that, and I totally get where you're coming from, and I don't necessarily disagree. The problem is because you've done such a piss poor job with distribution deals over the last decade, you don't have time to wait. Because if you wait, right, if you wait too long, now you miss the boat. Now you miss the boat on the money. Now the Big Ten has beat you. The SEC has a deal. The ACC has a deal. Hell, the Big 12 even has a deal, right? And then you're kind of this last sort of, odd stepchild, if you will, trying to get a deal. That's the problem. You don't have time to just sit on your hands and be like, well, let's wait for the Big Ten to finish their business.
We got the Big Mugamba going after deer season and you going after stepchildren. Man, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Kay Nuren, good morning to you. Says, yes, San Diego, Hawaii, and SMU in the Big 12. I'm personally not a Hawaii guy in football. I'm going to Hawaii in a month from now.
Big Hawaii guy, just not in football.
Big Hawaii guy to go see it.
Yeah.
I just think that travel makes them very unattractive.
Yeah.
That travel is the biggest issue. I mean, that's a huge
it's an issue, dude.
Problem.
Yeah.
Huge problem. Wow, there's a lot of people are in on deer season. This is no good TV deal for the pack number without USC and UCLA. That's why you got to have San Diego State. You got to have it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no doubt about that. Jeff James, good morning, too. He says, I'm not sure that George Kliavkoff was a good hire for the Pac-12. Well, he certainly came out swinging at the Big 12, didn't he?
But you have to understand, obviously, yes, I'm baffled by some of the stuff he said at Pac-12 Media Day. But part of it is he is doing his job. So there's two sides of it.
Yes.
And if I was a Pac-12 hiring, someone like George, my homework or mission for him or whatever his task wouldn't be to just try to be a PR guy and paint the conference in a great picture. Sometimes I feel like there is value in saying, yeah, we don't have a great distribution deal. We just lost one of the biggest brands in the conference, and we have work to do. And we're acting with a sense of urgency, and we want to get something done. If he would have said that, would that not have just lit the football world on fire? The football world would have been like, oh, wow. There's been a change in the Pac-12. Now let's see what they do. Let's see how they operate. But we didn't get that, and that was disappointing.
Man, what a mess. Pac-12 media rights. Utah's got to get to the Big 12. That's just my opinion. We talked so much about it in 2022, the fate of the Utah Utes. Well, that's what this show's all about. It's all about the best, biggest stories of 2022 and how we covered them here on the show. And all of our football talk, Football at 50 especially, has been presented by our good friends at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Papa Murphy's Pizza has a great mobile app. Download it on your phone and get 25% off your purchase of $25 or more when you use the promo code Monty25. Super easy. Order your pizza, and you can order it at 4 a.m. for pickup at 12 noon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Order it when you want for pickup anytime you want in the Papa Murphy's app. By the way, yeah, the meatball marinara is back at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Hook it up. Use the promo code Monty25. Well, we talked a lot about Amazon and Pac-12 media rights. We went to the source. Bob Thompson, the former czar at Fox Sports. He's negotiated TV rights deals. He joined the show and we talked to him specifically about what's next and what's coming for Pac-12 media rights. Show, pleasure to welcome Bob Thompson, the former president of Fox Sports, to the program. And Bob, I guess my first question for you would be, how often are you hearing about expansion? And I would imagine it's one of the main things that people talk to you about.
I hear quite a bit about it, yes.
It is. So talk to me about your experience in this, Bob, because I think one of the things that's so interesting is you're a guy who's been through these processes. You're a guy who have been in on conversations like this. When you hear about the Pac-12 and the Big 12 and all of these deals, what is your experience like in that? And what do you think is actually happening behind the scenes right now?
Right. Well, as far as the experience goes, my first quarter foray into conference realignment was when the Southwest Conference disappeared back in the early 90s. At that time, we had agreements with the Big Eight and the Southwest Conference. They kind of fell apart, got back together as the Big 12.
Yeah.
So that was round one. Round two was in 2009, 2010, when the Big Ten made a few moves. The SEC made some moves. Pac-12 got a couple, got Colorado and Utah Mountain West. That was round two. And so this is my round three. And interestingly enough, it always coincides with the expiration of television agreements. That's when the movement occurs. People are getting out of their grant of rights requirements. And so they have some mobility to move without paying large departure fees.
Right. Yeah, and I think one of the things that's so interesting here is, and one of the questions we get a lot on the show is, how do these grant of rights work? I think a lot of people think that, hey, Utah is going to sign a deal with the, ESPN. Right. Explain that process, because from what, obviously what we know is that those grant of rights go to the conference, who then goes to the network, correct?
Correct. In essence, each school owns all rights that take place at their venues. So what they create a grant of rights, which is basically a binding legal agreement where they assign those rights to the conference. The conferences then amalgamate those rights and take them out to the networks to sell in total. It's no different than MLB, NBA, NFL. The league retains all the national rights, whereas in college it's a slightly different. It resides at the school. So the grant of rights basically locks the schools into, it requires them to provide their product to the networks that ultimately do the deal with the conferences. So it's from the top level rights, and you hear tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
Right.
Now pretty much everybody is devoting or assigning all of their rights through the grant of rights to the conference. The conference then sells the tier 1 package, a tier 2 package. A tier 3 package turns into a Pac-12 networks or a Big Ten network, that type of thing.
And in your opinion, Bob Thompson, former president of Fox Sports, joins the show. Let me ask you about the Pac-12 in general. There's all these narratives about, hey, look, the former commissioner, Larry Scott, did a lot of damage to the conference and whatnot. Where did the Pac-12 network go wrong in all of this?
Pac-12 networks went wrong at the onset when they decided to go alone as opposed to partner. For instance, we did a partnership with the Big Ten to get the Big Ten network on the air.
Right.
We have, Fox had at the time, we had 20 regional sports networks. We had Fox News, we had Fox Broadcast Network. So we had kind of the juice to get the channels cleared. It took a while, but we did get it cleared. ESPN and the SEC network.
Did we lose you, Bob? I think we lost Bob. He froze up on us, Jake. Dang. Unfortunately. Yeah. Darn it. Dang.
That's all right.
We'll get Bob back here in just a bit once we see that Bob's unfrozen, because his experience is incredible. Yeah, his experience is incredible. But I think what's interesting is he was talking about the Pac-12 network and the way that whole situation played out.
Right.
I think that's one of the biggest issues that you have is that you just have no idea. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like they had no idea what they were doing at the Pac-12. It's amazing the mistakes that they made.
Yeah, I think that, clearly if you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't have acted the way you acted. I mean, I again, we've talked so much about the lack of distribution for the Pac-12, and that's the primary issue and the primary reason you are in the position that you are in. So it's no surprise to me that that's what we're hearing from Bob, that they didn't know what they were doing, that they're not well planned, I guess, if you will. Like their execution just isn't there because they weren't sure how to go about it. That's the thing that I think is really clear. And I love that he said that there. And I think that's how it works in our world. I feel like the haves know how to execute. They know what they're doing, and the have-nots are lost. And unfortunately, the Pac-12 is lost, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, is it too late? I don't know if it's too late. I think for the Pac-12 network, it's likely too late. I mean, I don't know that there is a way to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that there is a way, frankly, I don't know that you can recover from the mistakes that this conference made early, and whether that's paying too much rent in downtown San Francisco, flying on private jets, all of the money you've wasted, that money's gone now.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a way to bring that back, but today is a very important day. It's a milestone in the Pac-12 because this is when your exclusive, right to negotiate with Fox Sports and ESPN, it expires today. Not that it's really significant in that, well, hey, then you won't be able to make a deal, because that's certainly not the case. But what you won't be able to do is secure yourself the deal that you probably wanted. Now,
yeah.
I also think there's leverage in waiting to see what the Big Ten does. Absolutely, there's leverage in that. But somebody's got to blink.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to go. And I again say that, and hopefully we get Bob back here, but I again say that if you are able to add San Diego State and SMU to a mix of Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, Colorado, I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Big 12, that makes all the sense in the world. If you're the Pac-12, I have to think that you are dying to keep UCLA in the conference.
Yeah, and I just think that you're dying to legitimize yourself with a distribution deal. And I know that it probably gets repetitive talking about TV deals and distribution deals and all this stuff, but that's where you're at. I mean, I feel like the Pac-12 has to get its stuff together. I know that's kind of condescending, but that's kind of what it feels like. Hey, all these other conferences have deals, and you can find them easy, and it's not hard to watch the obscure Big Ten game,
Not at all.
It's not hard to watch, Northwestern versus some rando school. It's not. But it's hard to get, Oregon in SC on a Friday night or whatever. It just is frustrating because, like I said earlier in the show, I love the Pac-12. I love the brands. I love that we get a football game in Southern California against two heavy hitters. I loved there was a game, when Stanford was good, when they had Bryce Love and they were, making some noise. When that was Stanford football, Stanford versus Oregon at Stanford. Hell of a game. And it was at 10 o'clock at night on a Friday night. And I was like, yes, it was great.
Yeah.
And that's what you just don't get most of the time.
Yeah, I don't know how you fix that. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know, because I also think that the Big 12 is not exactly in a position of security here. I mean,
yeah.
One of the conversations that's been had, and I think Josh Levern just asked this question, what do you make of Stuart Mandel of The Athletic saying that the Big 12 could lose a few schools to the Pac-12? I don't know why that makes sense. And Dr. Chris Hill yesterday, the former athletic director at Utah, said, hey, I don't know why there would be any appeal for a Pac-12 team to join the Big 12. And I look at money. And I think when you are somebody like a Pac-12 team, especially if you're a lower tier, if you're Oregon State, if you're Washington State, I think it's incredibly difficult to find value staying in the Pac-12. If you're Oregon or Washington and the Big Ten comes calling, how do you say no to that?
Mm-hmm.
How do you say no to that? You've already seen USC and UCLA go. It almost opens the door. It skids the path for you. It greases the skids, rather, for you to go. I just don't know how you don't make that move. So, again, if you're Oregon, that's one thing. You're in demand, I think. If you're Utah, Colorado, if you are Stanford, whose AD says nobody's calling asking for them to join the conference, what do you do here? You have to make your own way. So, Josh, to answer your question specifically, I don't know if there are going to be Big 12 schools. Houston is a school that everybody is talking about.
Yeah.
That the Pac-12 should try to steal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is that a viable answer? I have no idea. That does Houston feel like a fit in that conference? Because I'm telling you, I don't feel like Houston's a great. I mean, geography-wise, sure it is. TV market-wise, sure it is. But is the fit like, because the Pac-12 looks down their nose, oh, you're not a research institution.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with the Pac-12. The arrogance, we're better than you, even though we're not. It's like the try-hard kid at school, like, hey, yeah, I'm the best, and I have all the nicest stuff, but I'm a C player, and I don't do really anything outside of look cool at school. Like, it's that type of sentiment, and that's what you just can't have. Like, I think overall the Pac-12 is just a conference that seemingly just thinks they're better than they are, and I don't know how you got to that place, because I think there's major respect in saying, hey, yeah, we are struggling right now. Hey, yeah, we do need a distribution deal right now. Hey, yeah, we are frustrated that UCLA and USC decided to take a jump and go to the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And essentially go behind our back to do it. We are frustrated by that, but while that negativity is real and it is in our face and we are dealing with it, on the positive side, we still feel like we have some options, and we are going to try and get UCLA back.
I don't know. An interesting comment from Josh says arrogance schools left are UW, Washington, Cal, and Stanford. Is Stanford really that arrogant? I think if you ask Stanford about their education, yeah, they're arrogant. They're absolutely arrogant. I think if you ask Stanford about their fan base, I don't think they'll be arrogant about football. I don't think they'll be arrogant about their fans, their stadiums. Stanford is a very small, unique school. Stanford is not a large institution. Stanford, I mean, you get the Bay Area TV market, but Cal, in my opinion, I think it is. And by the way, Bob is texting me saying, "Hey, my Wi-Fi went out."
Things
perfect.
happen.
Of course they do. So we'll hopefully we'll get Bob back. But my point is, I think one of the things that's interesting, I think you can't believe that if you're Stanford, that you have a ton of value as a sports property. As a TV market, sure you do. Cal and Stanford together delivers you the entire Bay Area. Though, and a lot of people I don't think realize that Cal, Stanford, and the Bay Area is a huge rivalry. Is it BYU, Utah? No. But it's one of the historic rivalries in the conference, and it's one of the things that makes the conference so good, is that you have Washington, Washington State, Oregon, Oregon State, Cal, and Stanford. Like, you have those things. My point is that I think the arrogance in the conference is on the conference as a whole. I think there's a lot of people in the Pac-12 who think that being a research institution means that people in Alabama care about you. And I got news for you. They don't. It's about winning football games.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm Oregon, Oregon State, or if I'm Washington, Washington State, I want to stay together.
Yeah.
The Apple Cup is significant. You're looking at a situation in the state of Utah where we don't get BYU in Utah this year. And that's a travesty. I don't know how you don't play that game every year. How do you not play Michigan, Ohio State every year? How do you not play Michigan, Michigan State every year? Well, you do, because they're in the same conference.
Yeah.
You look at Washington, Washington State. Let's say Washington goes to the Big Ten. Are they playing Washington State every year? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know how you facilitate that schedule-wise.
Yeah. I think those are all valid questions. I think that this whole thing's got to get figured out one way or the other, because I think there's just so much instability in college football right now that you have to get it smoothed out, and you just have to get it in a good place. So,
and again, back to Josh Lovren's comments on that. I don't know. Oh, look, we got Bob back. Perfect. Let's add Bob back to the stream. And Bob, one of the things we're talking about is that today it is the end of the exclusive bargaining period for the Pac-12 and ESPN and Fox Sports. What does that mean? What is the true meaning of that?
Well, in these agreements, especially the longer term ones like this was, there's usually a right of first negotiation included in the agreement at the back end. It allows you an exclusive period to talk with the conference about whether or not you can reach an agreement that would extend the deal going forward or create a new deal going forward. In this case, it's a 30-day period. Both Fox and ESPN have a right. There's no requirement, to my knowledge, that either party has to put an offer to the other. It's just a good faith negotiation. If that passes, then the rights are able to go out to open market.
Right. And so when you look at where the Pac-12 and the Big 12 are, Stuart Mandel, the Athletic, was talking about how there's a good chance that the Pac-12 could go and poach teams from the Big 12. What does the Pac-12 do here? It seems like, perception is reality, of course, but it seems like the Pac-12 is in a vulnerable spot. What is the next move, in your opinion, for the Pac-12 here?
The next move for the Pac-12 is kind of get an idea of what their rights are worth on the open market. I think depending on what they see there, and they may have to wait till the Big Ten deal is ultimately resolved, because there's a lot of people looking to get into the Big Ten, and not everybody's going to get a piece of the pie. So whoever's not on the Big Ten rights is probably going to be very interested in what else is out there. And the next one to come up is going to be the Pac-12. So my guess is assuming they can hold everybody together in the interim, they're going to wait till the end of the Big Ten negotiation to kind of have the ability to go out and test the entire market, as opposed to just ESPN and Fox.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting questions is we throw money around like it's monopoly money, like it doesn't mean anything. I mean, these Big Ten numbers, Bob, I mean, we're talking about $100 million per school. Like, I mean, how do you as a TV executive, and again, you were in the middle of this stuff in your career, how do you find value in that number? We're talking about now billions of dollars. What is the ROI on that?
Well, you have to look at each case separately. Certainly as TV networks, we look at same things very similar to conferences do when they go and expand. We're looking at market size. We're looking at, good matchups. We're looking at past history, all those types of things. We also look at, in the case of a conference like the Big Ten, is there ways that we can expand the Big Ten network to new territories, which is one of the primary plays, obviously, on any Big Ten expansion. It was the same, not so much for Nebraska, but certainly for Rutgers and Maryland. They've got a presence for the Big Ten network on the East Coast. Same thing here. It's Southern California, 6 million home TV market. They're going to try and flip the Big Ten network to a basic service there, which, is going to add, 3 million homes to the Big Ten network. And that's a big chunk of change. So those are the type of things they look at, the networks look at. The conferences are more into, is it going to be additive to the value of our rights deals as opposed to dilutive? Because now we're going to subdivide 16 ways instead of 14.
Right.
What's the academic fit? What's the culture fit? Those type of things is kind of what the conference looks at.
Do you view Oregon as a valuable property to the Big Ten?
Well, I did go to Oregon, so of course I do.
I know you did.
I think it has value. I think the problem that Oregon has is the Big Ten is looking there and going, are they going to bring $100 million in value? And I don't know that they are. And, there's probably, you could make the case that there's more valuable teams in the Pac-12 than Oregon, just because, Oregon's not so big. The Washington market's bigger, Northern Cal's bigger, Stanford's got great academics, Big Ten loves that. So I don't, Oregon's very valuable within the Pac-12, and I think they'd be valuable to the Big Ten if they decide to go beyond the teams they're looking at now. But I don't know that the Big Ten feels compelled right now to run out and just add teams to add teams.
Yep. Talking to Bob Thompson, former president of Fox Sports Networks, here on the Monty Show, as today is the day that the exclusive negotiating period ends between Fox and ESPN. And, when we talk about value and we talk about what brand is worth what, when you look across the Pac-12, and obviously the story now, and we're having this conversation today because USC and UCLA have evacuated the conference, if you will, going to the Big Ten. But there's all this belief system that maybe somehow, some way, UCLA can stay in the Pac-12 and they can make that deal happen. From a two-prong approach here, financially, does it make sense for UCLA to choose the Pac-12 over the Big Ten? And if UCLA does stay, does that give a lifeline to the Pac-12 for survival?
Well, I think the Pac-12, first of all, can survive without UCLA. Would UCLA come back? I don't know. I think they would. They've got a significant debt problem, $100 million, I read somewhere. This will go a long way to get them out. Not sure what the Board of Regents is going to do. I think there's a meeting coming up on that, maybe today as well, which, they are somewhat tethered to Cal. Yep. And whether or not the Board of Regents gets picky and says, okay, UCLA, you got to give some of your money to Cal because you're leaving them without a life raft. So that's possible. I think if there's any chance whatsoever for UCLA to come back, it's going to end up with the Pac-12 creating some sort of unlevel revenue share where certain schools, be it UW, UCLA, Oregon, might ask for a bigger piece of the pie as opposed to just something that's divided by 10, or as it's been in the past, divided by 12.
Yeah. What does it take for the Pac-12 to survive, in your opinion? What do they need? What can they do?
Well, I think they're going to have to get at least a rights deal that's going to get everybody at, if you do equal revenue sharing, $30 million more or less. So say $300 million average. So over the course of the deal, which will probably be 5 or 6 years. So you're looking to start, in the 260, 270 range per year, 5-year deal. You got to have to do something with the Pac-12 networks, and that could potentially add some value. I think, one of the things we were talking about before I got cut off was where the mistake the Pac-12 made was going on their own. And so they never really got the clearance that the other collegiate networks got because they just didn't have the juice. The leverage, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So their other mistake was they went with 7 feeds instead of 1. You don't need 7 feeds. It's a mistake. Yeah. So nobody wants to carry 7 feeds. Nobody watches 7 feeds. You don't need 7 feeds. It's just an extra expense. So, but what they can do now is they do have an infrastructure. They do have some value to those rights. That might be of interest. Maybe that becomes your new streaming bundle for an Apple TV and Amazon, one of those kind of streamers who's kind of biting, dying to get in the game and wants a bite of the apple. That could be a package that could conceivably generate more income for the conference as part of a renewal of a rights deal.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that we hear so much about as far as the Pac-12 is concerned, what do you value as a TV guy? What do you value the San Diego market as? Because San Diego State's a team that we've heard a lot about. Obviously, they've put a lot of money into infrastructure, facilities, growth in their programs. Is San Diego a valuable TV market when you're talking about, the construct of a TV deal?
Right. Well, it's only about 1.2 million households, so it's not Los Angeles, obviously, at 5.7 million households. But I think the thing about San Diego State is it does a couple of things. Number one, I always say I compare San Diego State to Utah and say they did it the Utah way. They've built their football program over the years. Their basketball program's been great. They're putting money into the facilities. I'm actually down here right now. They've got a brand new stadium that's beautiful, 35,000 feet, could go to 55,000 very easily. Top-notch facilities. They've got some other issues that the Pac-12 might look at and kind of go, but I think it's a reasonable candidate. The other thing is, it is Southern California. I mean, basically Southern California runs from Santa Barbara all the way down to the Mexican border. And so, while you don't get the LA market per se with a local school, you are in Southern California. And that's very important for recruiting. For all the schools outside of Southern California. You want to be able to tell your guys that, hey, you're going to get to San Diego to play. And if your family's in Orange County, LA, whatever, that's not that far. Right now, they can't say that after, USC and UCLA leave. So it's an important market. The question becomes, all right, do you go to 11? Or if you don't, you want to go to 12, who's the 12th? And that's all, you get UNLV, Fresno State, Boise State, those type of conversations. SMU, you try and poach Houston before they get in the Big 12, those type of conversations come into play.
Well, and you bring up UNLV, and I think everybody brings up UNLV because it's Las Vegas, and everybody sees Las Vegas as this exploding market. I mean, does UNLV make sense? Because, their athletic program's not certainly a football program first. I mean, obviously, they're probably more known for basketball, but does the Las Vegas market carry value?
The Las Vegas market carries value primarily because of the market size. It's hard to look at the school and say, oh, they've got this deep-seated history in football,
right?
Like you said, basketball probably more than anything. So that's a pure market grab as opposed to a school grab.
Yeah. And then, I want to ask you specifically about Utah. And obviously, this is a program right now that's coming off of a Pac-12 championship, one of the best Rose Bowls any of us have seen in a decade. I mean, this is a very good program with tradition. The game at Utah. Mm-hmm. What is their value? Because a lot of people want to know, hey, let's say the Pac-12 implodes. What is Utah's value? Are they a candidate for somebody like the Big Ten, or are they really in limbo waiting for the Pac-12 to make a decision in a direction?
I don't know about Big Ten. I think all the corner schools certainly would be, by that I mean Utah, Colorado, Arizona State would be of interest to Big 12 because they're adjacent. You have a couple natural travel partners already with BYU, moving into the Big 12. So I think Utah's best case is Pac-12 sticks together and Utah keeps doing what Utah's been doing the last few years, which is kicking Oregon's butt every time they meet. So.
Right.
At least last year.
Yeah. And I think one of the interesting conversations is what you just brought up. Like, you look at travel partners. Let's talk about BYU specifically. Obviously, BYU is a big brand. The ESPN TV deal. When you look at BYU, independence for a decade, how much value is in the BYU brand, in your opinion?
I think there's a fair amount. I mean, they performed at a high level. BYU brings certain issues just because of the church relationship and, will they play this day? Will they play that day? But the flip side to that is they have, wide popularity, not only in the United States, but outside the United States. And so I think you get more than you give by bringing a BYU in. And I was really glad to see them, make that next step. I think they're certainly ready for it. They have the support locally and they have the support nationally. So as a football, if you're not going to play Mountain West Conference football and you're going to play football as an independent, with these conferences getting bigger and bigger, it's harder to schedule good games. And so if you want to be in the discussion for a national championship, it really is better off being in a conference that has a clear path to a playoff.
How meaningful is BYU's national championship? Because we talked to Bob Thompson, the former president at Fox Sports Networks. How meaningful is it? Was 1984, and that's a huge debate in this state. Is like, hey, we've got a national championship, and how meaningful is something like a 1984 national championship to BYU's value?
It's kind of outside of the current body of work.
Yeah,
so it's just been a little bit too long. I mean, it's like, in Colorado and Notre Dame had a coin flip and I don't know what it was. They shared it and nobody's talking about Colorado as a national champion right now. But,
that's right.
So, the TV guys have short memories. It's kind of like, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah. And
at least in the last decade.
Well, yeah, but that's my point. Like, I think when you're trying to negotiate with yourself, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, but from my perspective, I think Tom Homo, the athletic director at BYU, has done a remarkable job when you talk about scheduling. I mean, he's put an impressive schedule together. Certainly the 12, 10 now is well aware of how good BYU is in football after last year. I mean, when you talk about the ability to schedule games the way that BYU has scheduled games, I mean, I would think that you would agree, and maybe you don't, but I would think you would agree that it's a pretty good feat what Tom Homo pulled off the last 10 years.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, he's smart from that standpoint in that he knows that if he's going to have any chance of having a discussion for a slot in the playoffs, he's got to show some wins over Power 5 teams. San Diego State's the exact same way. I mean, they came in and cleaned up on the Pac-12 last year. And they, if you're in one of the lower 5 conferences or you're playing independent, you've got to show the quality wins in order to make that step. The problem again, though, is as the conferences get bigger, you're going to have a harder time scheduling non-conference games because these conferences are going to go to nine games in conference, and then you're going to play a couple of payday games to bring in someone who's you can beat on homecoming, and it doesn't leave a lot for for BYU. I actually think that at some point Notre Dame might have a similar situation.
Well, isn't that the 10,000-pound elephant in the room? It's like, does Notre Dame ever join a conference? And
Right.
one of the things I'd ask you about Notre Dame is there's been a lot of talk about, hey, maybe Notre Dame and the Big 12 can make a relationship with NBC where maybe that Notre Dame clearly not going to join the Big 12. I think if they joined a conference, it would probably be the Big 10. But
Correct.
if you're Notre Dame, is there any value in making a relationship between yourself and Notre Dame, the Big 12 and NBC?
I think there's value for NBC to make a relationship with the Big 12 and then separately Notre Dame. I don't think that Notre Dame has to necessarily do anything with the Big 12 in order for that to happen. NBC's got to step up and pay Notre Dame what they think what Notre Dame thinks they deserve, which is probably in the area of what a Big 10 team thinks they deserve.
Right.
And then, that gives NBC 5-6 Notre Dame home games. And then, what NBC's problem has always been, this Notre Dame games just kind of float out there in space. You have one every other week, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. There's no consistency. So what NBC then has is they combine that with a package of Big 12 games, or say even Pac-10 games or Big 10 games, some package from somewhere that gives them a consistent Saturday football that Notre Dame is either the lead in or the lead, or is on the back end of the other conference they retain. And that way NBC has some consistency and something to promote and schedule around, as opposed to just some one-off Notre Dame games floating around out there.
It's interesting also that what comes to my mind here is we're talking about $20 to $30 million in the Pac-10. We're talking about $100 million in the Big 10. And the SEC, I think probably the SEC at this point wishes they had probably waited a minute before this ESPN ABC deal now.
Right.
But, I mean, is it viable? Can you survive? And let's talk about the Big 12. If the Big 12 does a new deal with what they have now, which would be the big, their 12 teams, right, or whatever, I guess it'd be 14 teams. If you do a deal on that right now, are you making more than you're making? Are you making more than $30 million? Are you $40, $50 million at that point?
You're going to make more than you're making now, primarily because that deal's stale. It's 10 years old. And, I think at the end, it'll actually be 12 years old or 13 years old. So they missed a couple of jumps along the way. And that was part of the problem with the Pac-12 too. They went for length because they wanted a big number to say we got X billion. Well, the only way that Fox and ESPN were going to give them that is if it was over the course of a lot of years. So that's, we end up with a 12-year deal, where the Big Ten has been smart, and Jim Delaney was always smart about it, is he kept his deals shorter in the expectation that, things are going to change, things become more valuable as, live sports value increases. And if I keep it short and I get ahead of everybody, I'd rather be setting the market than reacting to the market. And so that's where I think, for the Big 12, they get more. I think, you got to look and say, well, losing Texas and Oklahoma is just like losing USC and UCLA. That's half the value of the conference, we'll say.
Yeah.
And so while it doesn't necessarily equate to half the revenue because you're not giving those schools a share anymore, they're big schools, and they carry Texas and they carry Oklahoma. And there's just a ton of Oklahoma fans in Texas as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I think picking up, the Florida markets, picking up BYU, so they're into a new state there. Cincinnati, having Houston is not Texas, but it's, better than SMU.
Yeah.
So I think they've done a good job in shoring up their flanks and shoring up the areas they've lost, adding some new areas. So I think they'll probably do a bit better. I think everyone's hoping that when the new college football playoff comes around, that's kind of like a payday that's going to, affect everybody in a couple of years. The one thing about the Big Ten deal that everybody has to understand is when people throw around numbers like $1.2 billion a year, you got to remember that's the average over the course of the year or over the course of the agreement. Right. So you say if it's a 5-year deal, in the mid-year, you're going to get $1.2 billion. But earlier in that, my guess is the Pac-12 or the Big Ten payouts round one, the first year of the new deal, will be closer to the $78 million range because they usually contain 3 to 4 or 5% escalators annually. So
only $78 million?
Yeah, it's a toughie, I know.
Why are we even doing this deal, Bob? That's incredible. We're talking about $24 million potentially in the Pac-10 to $78 million in the Big Ten.
I think the Big Ten will average at least 30 million over the course, but they're going to start in the 20s, unless they do unequal sharing. And some guys will do better. Stanford, Oregon, Washington will probably do better, and Oregon State and Arizona, Washington State won't do so good.
Yeah. And one last thing on that, because then I want to ask you about streaming before we let you go. But is there any chance that the Big 12 comes out ahead financially of the Pac-12, in your opinion? Like because it can't be. I can't believe the Pac-12 ends at, $25 million. Let's call it 30 even.
Right.
Are you telling me that the Big 12 is under $30 million a year on average per school? That just, that doesn't seem like you can survive on that.
No, I don't. I think the Big 12 and the Pac-12 are going to be pretty par at the end of the day. They both lost their 800-pound gorillas.
Yeah.
But what's left isn't bad. You look at the AAC. Would you want to be out there? Look at the ACC. They've got Clemson, they've got Florida State, they've got Miami, and North Carolina makes an appearance every once in a while. But it's hard to get beyond huge numbers for any, for the Pac-12 or the Big 12 without the conference channels that really aren't contributing anything near what the SEC, ACC, and Big Ten get from their conference channels. They're money makers.
Let's talk about streaming before we let you go. Bob Thompson, former president of Fox Sports, joins us here on the Monty Show. Let's talk about streaming. Like, I am amazed at deals like MLS made with Apple TV, where all your games are on stream. Now, that sounds crazy to me, but is there any way, shape, or form that happens in college football?
No, not right now. The MLS deal is a little misleading. I think if you look at MLS, it's basically what they took were all the regional network deals and the MLS version of Sunday Ticket. I'm not even sure what it was called. And that's the Apple package. There will be probably an ESPN deal. There'll be probably maybe a Fox deal. So the linear cable networks will pick up a game of the week type thing. But it was a big step for Apple. Prior to that, they had a few, Friday night baseball game. That was about it. So it's a big step for them. And apparently they're bidding on Sunday Ticket, which seem to be the favorite right now. But I don't see anybody going to a streamer other than for maybe a third tier type package, maybe some bundle of non-conference football, basketball games, and then, a chunk of Olympic sports, that type of thing.
Can anybody besides ESPN make that well-rounded, TV rights deal? Because I feel like ESPN, obviously they offer you ESPN, all of their networks, ABC, ESPN, the app, ESPN Plus. Like, it feels like ESPN is almost a model for streaming and, diversification across platforms. Is there anybody else who can compete with that?
To touch all the various distribution modes, be it, broadcast network, cable network, streaming, radio, international. apps, you name it, whatever. ESPN is definitely the leader. I mean, CBS can be close, but their cable network's not the greatest. NBC, same thing. They got rid of NBC Sports Network. They've got the RSNs, but they have USA Network where they can put sports on cable, and then they've got the broadcast network, and they've got Peacock, and so they, no radio complement, but that's probably the biggest, least of anybody's worries. So I think but I tell you right now, Fox is probably sitting there going, well, I'm glad we didn't get in that streaming business, because right now it's not looking like, the pandemic is over and everybody's looking at their credit card bills and going, how did I get all these subscription services?
Yeah, seriously.
And you're seeing it. You're seeing people drop.
So before I let you go, we have to light the state of Utah on fire, and we have to ask you, who's got more brand value, Utah or BYU? You moaned. I love it.
In the Pac-12, Utah. In the country, BYU.
Wow,
how's that?
Very good. Are you running for office in Utah? That is a great answer. Bob, I appreciate you very much, man. Thanks for coming on the show. We'd love to talk to you again soon when things change, but thanks for hopping on this morning.
My pleasure. You guys have a good day.
You too. That is Bob Thompson, the former president at Fox Sports. And when he says that, hey, nationally it's BYU, and in the Pac-12 it's Utah. Jake, that was a heck of an answer he gave right there.
I mean, I think it makes perfect sense. I think that's spot on. Nationally, BYU has a bigger brand. In the state of Utah, in Pac-12, in the conference, I think Utah has the bigger brand. I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing to me that he talked about was that you have to figure out how to get more money for the Pac-12. That's one of the big takeaways that I have. I think talking about San Diego State, he makes a great point, that's 1.2 million homes versus 6 million homes in Los Angeles. I think Bob made a very good point there that you have to, I don't know exactly how you do that, but you have to find value propositions. And this is going to be a dogfight. The Pac-12 and the Big 12 do not seem to be headed for a marriage. And I think when you look at what Bob talked about with Los Angeles, I think UCLA, I agree with Bob. I think the Pac-12 can exist outside of UCLA, even if they do leave. But he also made a really good point that, this Gavin Newsom thing and this Board of Regents and the relationship with the California education system, that's a significant player for UCLA. I mean, that is something that they absolutely have to, they have to understand what that is and how you make that happen and how you make that, how do you make them whole? I don't know, because the politics in the state of California are ridiculously deep.
Yes.
The regulation in the state of California is ridiculously deep. But I also think the thing that he brought up that is really significant is, in the Big Ten, it's $78 million a year, bro. If you get $1 billion or more a year, if they do that, that's on average. He's not wrong.
Yeah.
But even at their low end, it's $78 million a year.
Yeah, you got to get that money, man.
That is absolutely incredible. I just don't know. And as far as Utah goes, I still maintain, I thought he made a really good point, that the Big 12 is a comfortable fit for Utah because of your travel partner in BYU, because of the corner states and the corner schools where, you can put all of those together and you can set that conference up any way you want. That makes the most sense.
Yeah.
But I think he also brought up poaching Houston from the Big 12. And I think if you're the Pac-12, I don't know how George Glavkov has not called Houston, because I'd be trying to damage them. I really would. I mean, yeah. All right, let's get some of your thoughts in here. Tanner Plummer says, I don't know, Steve. I think BYU's brand is becoming bigger than Utah and the Beehive State. I don't disagree with that. I think it is. I think that BYU's brand is becoming larger, Tanner. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think winning games is going to
make or break you.
Winning games it's going to make or break you. Tanner says Bob basically admitted that BYU has a better brand than Utah. He didn't basically admit it. He said that BYU's got a bigger brand nationally. Jake will clip that interview. It'll live on our YouTube channel, so you'll be able to answer his question. I just think that it is really going to be interesting on how you do these things. Gabe Ledley says, can we ask Bob what he thinks the exclusive rights deal for an RSL podcast would fetch on the open market? There you go. I think that's a huge question. All right, before we get out of here, let's kind of put a wrap around this conversation, because I think it's really important to understand what's at stake here.
Yeah.
Ultimately, who do you think makes more money, the Big 12 or the Pac-12?
I mean, I think right now, like this year, I think it'd probably be the Big 12, but I think I could see a scenario where the Pac-12 is able to up their revenue shares. I could. I just think that the problem is I don't have a lot of confidence in their ability to make a deal. That's the thing. Like, I think the Pac-12 has what it needs to make a deal, but can they actually get it done? That's my biggest thing. So right now, I'd have to go Big 12.
I think I'd have to go Big 12 as well. I think they can both survive. There's a place for both of them. But if you are the Pac-12, you are, in my opinion, man, you cannot lose another team. You cannot lose another brand. And if you really want to survive, I think you have to hope that UCLA has to stay in the conference.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's the only way that you can really leverage people. Because Bob's not wrong in that Southern California is Santa Barbara down to the border. I mean, he's absolutely right about that. And I think if you have USC and UCLA, okay, great, you're the Pac-12. Well, USC ain't in this conference anymore, and USC ain't coming back. And if UCLA is there, I think there's absolutely value in San Diego State, and I still don't think that makes you $50 million per school per year.
Agreed.
Well, that's a wrap on 2022 here on The Monty Show. Think about all those stories. We had the Rudy trade, the Donovan trade. Oh, the Utah Jazz are going to rebuild. They're tanking for VW. Turns out that's not what they were doing. We've talked so much Jazz, so much BYU football going to the Big 12, so much for the Utah Utes. They're back-to-back Pac-12 champions. They're going to the Rose Bowl for 2 years in a row, and we've talked about all of that with you right here on The Monty Show. You make this show possible. We could not do what we do without you. So from Jake and myself, Mrs. Monty, the entire crew here at The Monty Show, have a wonderful New Year and Christmas season. And from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much for being here. We look forward to seeing you in 2023 on The Monty Show.